Good morning, everybody. Fish and Game Commission will start in about 1 minute. Well, good morning, everybody. My name is Mike Sutton, President of the California Fish and Game Commission. I want to welcome you all to beautiful Mount Shasta, to the October meeting of the Commission. We have a quorum this morning. On my immediate right is Sankey Mastrip, Executive Director of the Commission. On his right, Richard Rogers from Santa Barbara. Commissioner Rogers is, and on his right, Jackie Hostler-Karmazin, Commissioner from the coast, from Eureka. On her right is Chuck Bonham, Director of the Department of Fish and Wildlife. Thank you for being here, Chuck. On his right is Dr. Craig Schumann, the head of the Marine Region, although we're pretty far from the ocean here. Craig, thank you for being here. On my left, our esteemed counsel to the Commission, Chris Ames, and Commission staff, Mary, Karen, and Sherry on Chris's left. So we've got other department staff in the audience that will introduce themselves as time goes by. Stafford Lair, the head of the Fisheries Branch. Mike Carrion, who's the head of law enforcement, is here. I thought I saw Eric Loft is probably here somewhere, although I haven't seen him today. Anyway, you'll meet department staff as we go on. And Department, Chuck, thank you for hosting us here at your facility this morning. Let me turn it over to Sankey Mastrip to kind of introduce how the day will work.
All right, good morning, everyone. Glad you could make it, and thanks, folks, who provided the nice weather. Our goal today is informed decision-making. In that spirit, we all need to work together to make that happen. We are operating under the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. Proceedings are being recorded and streamed live on the web, so think carefully before you talk. Each person has a total of 10 minutes for the day to speak on items on the agenda. The amount of time for each agenda item may be adjusted based on time available and the number of speakers. If you're part of a group and wish to cede time to a representative, please be aware that means you are giving up your right to speak on that item so that the representative may have additional time to speak. The President will determine how much additional time will be granted, typically no more than 5 minutes total, regardless of the number of folks ceding time. The speaker card of a person wishing to cede time must be submitted with the representative's card. Speaker cards need to be turned into the staff. That's Mary over here, so if don't come around this way. If you want to turn in a speaker card, please turn it into Mary. Please make sure to list the agenda item you wish to speak on the card. If during the proceedings we're wrapping up an item and your name hasn't been called, don't hesitate to wave your hand saying, I thought I turned in a card. We have that happen all the time. The point is I want to get you all in on an item before we move on. We'll be calling several names at a time in the order you'll be called, so please line up behind the podium when your name's called. If you're not in the room when your name is called, you may forfeit your opportunity to speak. The exact order is not so important, so when I call names, just line up. The order is irrelevant. When you come up to speak, please state your name and any affiliation, if any. You will be on a timer. This little box has numbers on it that go down to 0. And there's also a little device that flashes from yellow to red. Yellow is warning you got about 30 seconds. When this is 0 and that red light goes on, it means you need to stop talking. So if you'll see me signal to wrap it up, or I'll do some sign that tells you you need to wrap up, please. Time is precious, so please be concise. Be respectful, and disruptions from the audience will not be tolerated. Praise and criticism are certainly welcome, but personal attacks will not be tolerated. We ask that the public not approach any closer than the podium to the front. Warning, use of laser pointers. If you're making a presentation, laser pointers are fine, but if you're playing with them outside of a presentation, you could be subject to arrest. And items may be heard in any order pursuant to the determination by the presiding commissioner. Also on our agenda in the back pages, we have a lot of important information about how we operate. And bathrooms are outside near the entrance in that facility near the park. If there's an emergency, just run screaming out that back door. The other announcement I have is we have been offered a tour of the red band trout rescue effort that's actually located here at the hatchery. So maybe at a break or associated with lunch, the department would love to give a tour of this very unique rescue operation on red band trout. Did I get that right, Stafford? Yes. So think about if you know when you want to do that, they'll be ready to do that. I have also a special note. There will be a quorum of commissioners attending a joint workshop with the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission tomorrow in Mace Building of Jackson County Fairgrounds and Exposition Park. They have a nice website if you want more information about the meeting. It's not a formal business meeting. It's just a chance for the two commissions from both states to talk about issues of joint concern and interest. And with that, I think we're ready.
Thank you, Sankey. A couple of other introductions. We have Susan Ashcraft here, who is our Marine Advisor to the Commission. Dan Paragary, I know I saw Dan at some point, who's the Deputy Director of the, there he is, hiding in the back, Deputy Director of the Department. One of the reasons that we meet around the state is to make it easier for people to attend Commission meetings and give us your advice on issues of local interest. And to that point, I want to welcome the local politicians here. Senator Ted Gaines, thank you for being here. We also have 3 members of the Siskiyou Board of Supervisors here this morning, and we're really looking forward to hearing from you all. So thank you all for being here and taking the time out. And I want to thank the game wardens in particular, the wildlife officers, I guess is the modern term, for being here this morning. I always feel a little guilty taking game wardens out of the field to help us with our meetings, but really appreciate you all being here.
And I'd also like to make a note, we also have in our presence Sheriff John Lope, so we have a lot of the enforcement folks represented here. And with that, we're ready to proceed with Agenda Item 1. So real quickly, on Agenda Item 1, we've broken it into 3 parts to allow us to do full report outs on the 3 committees you have. So what I recommend is we deal with each 1A, 1B, 1C separately, do the business, take public comment for each committee as we move through it. Otherwise, it may get a little confusing. So with that, we'll start with Item 1A, which is receipt and discussion and possible action from items previously referred to committees. The first one is Marine Resources Committee, and we will have a presentation by your Marine Advisor, Susan Ashcraft, on the work of the Marine Resources Committee.
Good morning, President Sutton and Commissioners. Susan Ashcraft. So the first item on your agenda is a review of the August 5th meeting of the Marine Resources Committee that was held. At your August 6th Commission meeting, you received an oral summary of that meeting. And today you have a written summary that's contained in your binders. And that's also available along with the audio recording of that meeting on the website for the public to view. I'd like to give a quick recap of the agenda items that were covered at that meeting and then talk about the recommendations that resulted from that. The MRC received an update from the department regarding the California Spiny Lobster Fishery Management Plan efforts. They expected a draft to be released in September. I'm not sure if that's been, it's about to be released any day. And at that point, it'll be available for public review and it's undergoing scientific review at the same time. The MRC then discussed steps in developing a red abalone fishery management plan, and that is one of your areas of recommendation. They discussed the red sea urchin capacity reduction proposal submitted by the California Sea Urchin Commission. The department provided an update on department progress in developing electronic logbook project, and that's an area of priority for the department. And the MRC held an initial discussion regarding incidental take and bycatch in California fisheries, and that purpose was to cover the scope of the issue as it pertains to state-managed fisheries and guidance under the Marine Life Management Act. So moving to the two recommendations, you received two recommendations at your August meeting, and today before you, staff is recommending that you accept one of the recommendations and defer one of the recommendations. So the first item is California sea urchin. We have received a public comment that came in as a late meeting handout. You should have it in your late meeting handouts today. That's come in from the urchin processors, from several of them, expressing concern with the capacity reduction number proposed by the Sea Urchin Commission. Just by way of background, the department has worked with the Sea Urchin Commission for over the last year and a half to develop and refine a proposal that would be suitable and ready for commission action. And the recommendation that the MRC brought forward was to advance the recommendation and place it on the rulemaking calendar for 2015. Based on this new concern, we recommend that deferring immediate action is warranted to be able to work through those issues. Department, commission staff, and industry can work together, and then we can bring this back to you when it's ready to move forward. The second item pertains to the department's development of a red abalone fishery management plan. You've been hearing from the department over time that they plan to use the current abalone recovery and management plan, which is the structure for current management, and move red abalone into a long-term management plan under the Marine Life Management Act. And just to backtrack very briefly to the course of getting us to here, in March, the MRC heard a review of a scientific review of how current management is conducted by the department under the Abalone Recovery and Management Plan. It focused on the methodologies used under the current plan. Then we heard from the department regarding their plans to advance management and remove red abalone from the red management from the ARMP and develop a fishery management plan and give a general concept of what they wanted to do. They came back in July, and what the department provided was a more refined description of the scope of the red abalone FMP that they wanted to do. So the discussion centered on the scope of the FMP, and the department's recommendation was to focus on the current fishery because of the needs in that fishery. As you know, red abalone only has a recreational fishery north of San Francisco Bay. Other fisheries currently are under a moratorium, a closure, and are under recovery under the ARMP. The department recommended focusing on red abalone in this fishery because of the immediacy of that need, recognizing that in the long term, once stocks recovered, they would be added to the abalone FMP. The MRC generally supported that approach. They recognized that there was still a discussion that needed to be had about how to recognize other stocks and the need for a fishery management plan to be described once they recovered. I'd like to point out that there were a couple of other core discussions that the MRC discussed. One was on the science of the FMP. So as I described, the science of the current management under ARMP has been reviewed, but developing science to support future long-term management is a process that yet needs to occur. And there's a strong interest in the MRC to hear more about that and to explore how that can be accomplished both within the department and from outside expertise. And finally, the discussion focused on the review of the ARMP once the fishery management plan is completed and how much that should be revisited as far as recovery goes. So The main recommendation is to support the department's recommended approach to continue moving forward with red abalone FMP management development for the current fishery, and recognize that there is work yet to be done to understand how to integrate other management for recovering stocks, the science that will support the FMP, and revisions to the RMP. And I'd like to turn it over to our co-chairs if you have anything to add on those fronts.
Thank you, Susan. I did have a question for Dr. Schuman, or for you, Susan. We sent a letter to the State Lands Commission regarding this beach stabilization project in Malibu. Has there been any movement on that issue? We were concerned about the impact on the Marine Reserve offshore.
Yeah. Commissioner, there are 3 items that you're right, that came out of the MRC based on department updates. You'll be covering those under Agenda Item 14 later today.
Great. Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
That's fine. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Susan. I think I would like to weigh in a little bit on emphasis, just to make sure that the department understands that at least this commissioner will be very disappointed if we do not involve best available science as soon as possible. I agree with their approach. I agree with separating things out with the red abalone, and I think that that's a perfectly appropriate approach. But as soon as possible, I would like to see an evaluation of best available practices that are conducted all over the rest of the world. I think that they could inform our process, and I'm not entirely satisfied that 6,500 per hectare is necessarily a meaningful number. There's a whole bunch of things with which I am uncomfortable, but I am comfortable with going forward with the department's plan as it currently is envisioned.
Thanks.
Any comments? Any comments on 1A or B from the department? Otherwise, could you go ahead, Susan, and discuss the November meeting agenda, and then we'll take public comment on the Marine Resources Committee before we take action.
Thank you. Commissioners, you have in your binder a draft agenda for the November 5th MRC meeting that's going to be held in Los Alamitos, California. The agenda in front of you covers largely items that you have our ongoing business: spiny lobster FMP, red abalone FMP, and a report out on public workshops that have just been held by department and commission with the public on the FMP development. The department requested an opportunity to provide you an update on their efforts in developing a risk assessment tool for issuing scientific collecting permits within marine protected areas. They also requested to discuss kelp harvest leases and an application that's been submitted to lease 4 beds. That's from Natural Sciences LLC to lease 4 kelp beds, 2 at San Clemente Island and 2 at San Nicolas Island. That we anticipate would result in a recommendation and agendized in front of the commission for your December commission meeting. Further, there are updates on previously discussed potential projects, including consideration of potentially developing a herring FMP and a subsequent discussion on bycatch in California state fisheries. That's the extent of what's on the current agenda in your binder. I do want to bring to your attention that staff is recommending that you may want to add an agenda item that you'll be discussing later today. Under agenda item 14, you will be discussing updates on pier fishing that has been addressed at Manhattan Beach. As you know, the commission sent a letter to the city of Manhattan Beach based on actions that the city had taken due to concerns of pier fishing. The department, you'll hear about that later, but the the commission did receive a request from Hermosa Beach to also discuss pier fishing at their location. So we think it's advisable at this point for the MRC to talk about pier fishing in general and how you want to regulate it.
And I would just like to add, especially since your November meeting is in Southern California, it's kind of an opportune time to have a discussion about a local issue. So, yeah, so what we'll be asking to recap is to amend your agenda, possibly if you're interested at the November MRC, to at least start discussing how we proceed with this issue.
There's more shark fishing in that part of the state than in Siskiyou County.
Yeah.
Commissioner Rogers.
Yeah, it depends on the bait. It was a swimmer this time. I think it's very important. We're going to discuss this in depth a little bit later on in the agenda. I think it's very important that this commission send a message, and a very strong message to Manhattan Beach, that what they're doing is inappropriate, and for a whole bunch of reasons that I will expand on a little bit later in the agenda. Having been a former resident of Manhattan Beach and sitting next to one of those, we know what they're really doing, and we want to make sure that they know and are put on notice that it'd be very wise for them to attend that meeting in November.
All right.
Great, thank you. We'll look forward to hearing more about that later from the department.
If there's no other comments from Susan or department staff, I think we're ready for public comment.
Yep.
And with that, Mary?
Sure. Tom Trumper, Kathy Lynch, Jim Martin, Jack Shaw, Jean DiMaccio.
Come on up. We don't bite. Line up in any order and introduce yourselves. Come on up, Tom. You can be our first.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not a public speaker, so I'm going to have to read off my notes. So.
No problem.
Good morning. My name is Tom Trumper. I'm a sea urchin diver and processor. I've been in the sea urchin business since 1975, almost 40 years. My 3 sons and daughter, wife, and cousins all work with me in the sea urchin industry. Our goal is to make this fishery sustainable for our children and grandchildren. In order to do this, we must protect the resource. You've received a letter from some of the processors and trying to stop this process that we have going right now. And I'd like to attain to some of that. The MSY study that they use as their science is a decade old. This study was for sustainability, not for a business model for marketing sea urchins. Not all urchins are of good market quality. The MSY does not take marketing factors into account. MSY doesn't account for new MPAs, which have taken away as much as 40% of usable fishery grounds for sea urchins, which were responsible for high-quality urchin production. So now we are compacting the area left. The MSY has not updated to account for this compaction. We are also facing other issues such as climate change, ocean acidity, sea otter expansion. Our fishery is changing. We must change with it or lose it. So what I'm asking you is to either move this forward or drop the capacity goal and keep lottery at 1 to 10 until we can sort this out and come to the solutions that will ensure a future for all of us. Anybody have any questions on that?
Tom, would you repeat what you're asking again?
Yeah, what I'm asking for, the proposal is that we drop the capacity goal to 150 from 300. A little bit of history is that we started with, back when we had the gold rush for sea urchins, back in the mid-'80s, we started from around 1,000 divers. And at that time, we set capacity goals with the 1,000 in mind. And as we've gotten closer to it, we've reduced that before. And what we're asking to do now is because of what's happening with the ocean and our fishery and with the the closures and stuff we have going on, is to drop that to 150. Right now, a little over 100 divers are actually picking most of the urchins that are being picked, and so we are asking to drop it to 150. The processors came into this discussion late, and they're trying to stop the process that we've worked with Fish and Game for a couple of years now, trying to come to this where we're at right now. What I would like to see happen is that if we don't move ahead on the 150, what I would like to see is us just kind of step back and take a breath. But what we have to do that is to eliminate the capacity goal. So what we could do, with your help, is just continue on with the 1 to 10 on the lottery until we do that. So.
Yeah.
So, Tom, you're supporting, just to be clear, you're supporting the Sea Urchin Commission's recommendation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, thanks.
All right, thank you, Tom. Next speaker.
Good morning, Kathy Lynch. I think you might have called my name wrong on this item. I had put my name in on the Wildlife Resources Committee, but I got called up, so I wanted to make sure that I had
Sure.
the opportunity.
Yeah, so you have nothing to say about urchins?
Well, maybe, but not today.
All right, thank you, Kathy. Yeah, if we get it wrong, just let Mary know. Thank you.
Yeah, Kathy, you don't want to limit your market, do you?
Thanks, Commissioners. My name is Jim Martin, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Sonoma County Abalone Network. And we were really encouraged that the plan, the new management plan process is getting underway. We very much support that, and most of our board members have attended at least one of the workshops hosted by the department. And we did have one concern as we were listening to the discussion. It seemed like a lot on the existing abalone management recovery plan, a lot of material on that, and not a lot of information about what the department's thinking about a real management plan for abalone in the North Coast. And so we got a little concerned that this is just going to be kind of a few tweaks to the old system, and we're not interested in that. We want to see a full fishery management plan with a total population estimate. I mean, if you're going to have a TAC, you need a population estimate, things like this. I've submitted a letter, has quite a few details in it, but I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page. And what I've heard from the MRC, we've been to the MRC meeting. Milo will be coming to the next one to follow up on this. And it would be helpful if the Commission could give guidance to the Department that that's what you're interested in. Or if you're not, then we all know what we're dealing with. So that's basically what we're here for, and appreciate your attention on this. Thank you.
Jim, a quick question.
Yes, sir.
Briefly, how do you see the ARMP working in concert with a new fishery management plan?
Well, I think it needs a total overhaul. I think you need the ARMP to deal with Southern California, but we have real management needs on the North Coast. We have a number of different issues, like this issue of the index site gets low. You close it until it reaches an impossibly high level of density. There's no rebuilding plan. We'd like to see more index sites used in the North Coast. We want to use recreational divers. All these things that were fleshed out in the peer review that we really liked, and we're willing to meet with the department and talk to them about, what we'd like to see in that plan. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah, Jim, so therefore you share my expressed concern and our expressed concern that 8 sites, it's not necessarily, an algal bloom can wipe out a couple of them.
Yeah.
So you're uncomfortable with that, apparently, as I am.
Yeah, I think we're on the same wavelength on that. And
there's a lot of devil in the detail there, but
yeah,
I agree with you. Okay, so bring it. I think it's good.
Okay, so we're looking at an overhaul. If we could get some...
Yeah.
Well, we'll see the extent to which we can do that.
Dr. Schuman, Director
Thank you very
Barnum?
much.
Yeah.
Well, Dr. Schuman may add or correct what I'm getting ready to say. I think Jim is appropriately asking for the department, the commission, staff, and interested parties to kind of define the scope and purpose of the endeavor we're embarking on. That's a fair request. Second, the department voluntarily asked for the peer review, which is an important step and consistent with our renewed commitment over the last 2 to 3 years of creating a peer review procedure and protocol for department dialogue. So we should be open to the recommendations from the peer review. And the final thing I would add is, as Jim, you asked for clarity on scope and purpose, I'm asking for clarity and shared understanding between you and the commission. It's a timely, costly, and laborious effort to think about this kind of management plan. So it's not going to happen overnight, and it will require us finding ways to pay for what could be an expensive process. And my request to the commission is, if we are going to decide that it is of the highest priority, that should influence when we're deliberating whether to add additional items to the Marine Region's scope of work in the coming calendar year.
Thank you, Director Bonham.
Yeah,
Mr. Rogers.
thank you, Mr. President. I applaud the director's comments. You're, as usual, spot on. Jim appreciates that a lot of the modern, the best available science can be very site-specific, very geographically specific, and the extent to which that occurs, not only the development of the plan becomes more complex and costly, but the ongoing management of that asset becomes, when you're revisiting, if it's very site-specific, that means you're going to have to look at a lot of sites, and around a headland could be very different than on the other side, and so these things, we have to get a really good handle on what we're asking the department to do here, not only during the design of this, which is a cost, but the ongoing management of that plan, which could be profoundly more expensive than what we're currently doing.
Well, we are paying a lot of money through the punch cards, but I just want to reiterate an offer that SCAN has made. We have funds. We've offered to pay for meeting halls, and we can participate in this. So we don't want to be viewed as just standing here with our pockets out.
Jim, you've never been viewed as that. No, but I think it's very important to keep that in mind. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, we understand that, believe me.
Good.
Dr. Schuman.
And I'd just like to add from a process standpoint, where we are, because I think there's been some confusion. The first phase of workshops were intended to highlight what we're doing with current management, and then to hear from members of the public, from the tribes, what their interests are, what they'd like to see as we move forward. So now we've taken that information, we've gotten a lot of really good feedback. We're going to leave no stone unturned, and we're going to look at what are the range of options for how we want to manage abalone in California, and then what are the trade-offs associated with that. And then that's what we're going to come back with to the commission, to stakeholders in the next probably 4 to 6 months, and then we can have that discussion of, what do we want it to look like.
Thank you,
Dr. Schuman's, if I may, but Dr. Schuman's remarks are important to note, the way he said that. This commission and the department fully recognize that abalone is an iconic animal to the state of California, much the same way as the condor is terrestrially. The abalone and the viability of that population is in the marine world. Just because you can't see it when you're standing on the shore doesn't mean it's more important. It's less important than a condor. It is, at least as important. And so we're well aware that none of us want that resource, that public trust resource, to become endangered simply by the way we're managing it. We're not going to allow that.
One of the challenges for Dr. Schuman and his staff in this context is that it's a little bit unique, where we've got an existing management recovery plan. We're talking about developing a fishery management plan to work in concert with that. I don't think there's a similar fishery in the entire state, so this will be a little different than the ordinary fishery management plan development. So thanks, Jim. We'll depend on working with you.
And I will just emphasize that what Dr. Schuman mentioned, that we are beginning a journey here And I think a great way to stay tuned in is visit the department's website, which will be posting meeting summaries and also be giving hints of where we're going in documents. I think it'll be a great tool to keep kind of connected to this process, which will take at least a couple years.
And while we're on the subject, I just want to give a plug and a thank you to your staff, to Sankey and Susan, for all of their efforts facilitating and helping to organize the last round of workshops that we had. So thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Is that website abalone.gov or something like that?
Yeah. Yeah, iconic snails. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jack Shaw, and good morning. Thank you for coming to Mount Shasta to hold this meeting. I know it's a long way for many of you to travel. I've heard some talk that the Commission has considered or is considering cutting back on meetings this far from metropolitan regions, and I sincerely hope that that's not going to become the case. These meetings give people in relatively remote areas such as ours the opportunity and the ability to address you in person, and I believe that to be important. On this agenda item, I'd like to express my agreement with a letter that the Commission is going to be receiving, if they haven't already, from the Sonoma County Abalone Network, dated October 6, 2014. I would like to emphasize a couple of points. Through the recent workshops that Craig Schumann mentioned, the public has been asked, what kind of fishery do you want? I strongly agree with SCAN's point number 1. Maintaining and improving opportunity and access to the fishery. And then they go on to say, even if it comes at the expense of diver success rates. And that's the trade-off that we're talking about. As someone who has to travel quite a distance to dive, I'd rather have the opportunity to take a larger daily limit and not achieve it than essentially be guaranteed a small limit that's hardly worth the travel time. In other words, as long as the opportunity exists, I don't believe a Cadillac fishery is a necessity to having a fulfilling or a successful experience. The SCAN letter also refers to aspects of the Ocean Science Trust review. I like all of the OST recommendations, and as a member of the public, I took special note of this one. Make abalone dive survey data publicly available. They write, we believe the raw data from fisheries surveys should be distributed broadly and as soon as possible after collection. This would allow outside experts to verify and improve upon the analytical methods that are used for management of this important fishery. Broad dissemination of these state-collected data will also have ancillary benefits to understanding of the ecological context in which the abalone live, as well as help increase perceptions of credibility and build capacity without draining department resources. Most of all, what I would like to see regarding the OST report is an item-by-item document from the department responding to each of the recommendations or subsequent addendums with a detailed explanation regarding any planned implementations or dismissals of the report. Something else I believe needs to be included in any new management documentation is to address the difference between the fishery and the species, both in definition and management approach. Thank you again for coming here.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Gene Damachi with Tradewind Seafood. We are one of 10 processors, sea urchin processors, located in, we are in Oxnard, California. We submitted a letter to you, I believe you guys all have in front of you, about our, how we are opposed to the capacity reduction for the sea urchin permits. And, and I just want to, give a couple points here. And really, it's what we're so worried about is at the time, it's getting it down and how to get it down with a 10-to-1 ratio for new entries. It's going to be very unfair for new divers to come in, the young generations, like myself. My father, he started sea urchin processing in 1981. He's been doing this for almost 35 years. I just joined the industry, and I'd like to do this for a very long time. And having to go through a capacity reduction, there's going to be a big gap, a generation gap for the divers. And it's going to take a very long time. Last time there was a capacity reduction from 600 to 300. It took a 50% reduction took approximately 15 years. So another capacity, 50% capacity reduction, if it takes anywhere in that ballpark range of 15 years, that's a big gap for, barely any new divers, any opportunities for new people to go into this industry, people for us to work with. As a processor, we 100% rely on the divers, to go out and work for us, and that's how we do business, right now. And really going from 300 to 150 means, there's 10 processors right now. That means we're going to probably go down to 5. A lot of people are going to go out of business. A lot of people are going out of work. And those are the main points I wanted to make.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
George Osborne.
Good morning, Mr. President, Commissioners. George Osborne, representing the California Sport Fishing League. We just want to add our support for adding to the agenda for the upcoming MRC meeting the Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach debacle having to do with the pier fishing. Thank you very much, and we urge you to add that to your agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. A final speaker? All right, Commissioners, we now have some actions for you to consider taking. I think we have, your staff has requests to approve a draft November MRC meeting agenda with what I'm going to recommend adding the pier jetty fishing issue on that for your November. Mm-hmm. I also have a motion that would support the proposed process the Department of Fish and Wildlife has recommended regarding the abalone FMP with the additional guidance that you guys have provided during this testimony. And then the third piece that it's not clear to me, so I'm going to ask for some clarification, what you want to do with the urchin issue, whether you want to defer it to allow staff to see if we can come up with some agreement, or whether we proceed with the Urchin Commission's proposal.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers and I co-chair the Marine Resources Committee. Commissioner Rogers, I would suggest that we proceed to put the Sea Urchin Commission's proposal for capacity reduction on our 2015 rulemaking calendar, and we will work out the details of that through the rulemaking process.
I agree, Mr. President, but I would also, or co-chair in this case, I would also suggest that the staff do, in fact, reach out to the industry and work. There's been some commentary here during public comment that I think is relevant, and I think that we should be working with the industry. Of course, we would be in a rulemaking package, right. So that's just hat in hand.
To be clear, what that means to me is the person having to actually do this, we will work with the industry and the processors to make sure we have a single proposal for a rule change before we go to notice. You will see that as a draft to consider. We'll schedule it sometime in 2015. Just to make clear, what I don't want to do is flow to ISOR and then start trying to figure it out. That's okay. No. Just to be clear. No. Thank you. So with that, I think I have a recommended motion. I'll read it real quick. The Commission hereby accepts the draft November MRC agenda modified by adding the jetty pier fishing issue. The Commission also accepts the DFW's recommendations regarding the preparation of the abalone FMP with the guidance from the Commissioners and asks the staff to prepare an ISOR for scheduling in 2015 regarding the urchin recommendations.
Second. We have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you. We have a unanimous vote. Staff, did you get that motion and second? Thank you. We have quite a few elected officials waiting to speak on agenda item 2, and the rest of agenda item 1, B, and C will take some time. So out of respect of their busy schedules, I'm recommending that we interrupt our agenda, hop to agenda item 2, the wolf findings, and then once we're done with that, we would go back to 1B, if that's acceptable.
I'm good with that.
Sounds good.
All right.
Let's do it.
We will then hop to agenda item 2. Let me get oriented here. Okay, agenda item 2 is possible ratification of Commission's findings to list the gray wolf, Canis lupus, as an endangered species under the California Endangered Species Act. Again, this is not to reconsider your decision, but to simply adopt findings. In your binder and on our webpage, we have the draft findings published. As a note, we have some late developing information that we may need to do further editing on those findings based on input from technical and lawyerly staff. But with that said, are there any questions? And then we can take public testimony. Not hearing any, I think.
Yes, I actually do have a question with what you just said about the lawyerly necessary changes in the findings, which, of course, we have not determined that they are necessary yet.
Correct. So
what you're suggesting, if that we do determine that they are necessary, then we would not be adopting findings today. We'd be doing that at our December meeting.
correct. If the commissioners find that the issues that need to be resolved are significant
In today's meeting.
I would ask that you defer
And
adopting these
then go to
findings.
notice for December.
Yeah, we would reschedule this for consideration at your December meeting.
But it is important for the commission today to know what is wrong with those findings.
We will do our best
specifically
to tee those up for you. And with that, we have some dignitaries we have a custom of calling up first. We have Senator Ted Gaines. Then we'll follow that by Assemblyman Brian Dobble. My apologies if I butchered that name. And then we have several county supervisors that'd like to speak. Brandon Chris, Michael Kopsef, and there might be a third one I haven't seen yet. And then, of course, Sheriff John Lopi, I understand, wants to speak to this item. So if we would have those elected officials kind of line up, and then we'll take your testimony first. Thank you. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Senator, for being here.
Morning, Mr. President and members of the Commission, Director Bonham. My name is Dave Muir. I'm representing Senator Ted Gaines, and he's got a statement regarding the gray wolf. I appreciate the Commission holding this meeting in Siskiyou County, which better affords my constituents the opportunity to both receive and provide information. I reiterate my deep concern regarding the decision of the Fish and Game Commission to list the gray wolf under the California Endangered Species Act. As you are aware, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife has outlined its view that the gray wolf is not at risk of extinction due to any of the 6 factors considered by the Commission and therefore should not be listed. I believe the Commission's decision had a profoundly negative impact on the important efforts of the stakeholder working group as it has labored to craft a consensus-based wolf management plan. I believe that sincere efforts at consensus should receive careful consideration and all possible deference. As I have noted on prior occasions, CISA was designed to protect existing species from becoming extinct. The gray wolf does not currently exist in California. Listing the gray wolf expands CISA beyond its designed function, and this expansion is unnecessary. CDFW had other means to protect the wolf if the species reestablishes in California, including the creation and implementation of a California wolf plan. That flexibility has been severely curtailed in light of the Commission's decision. On February 12, 2013, the United States Fish and Wildlife Service issued a press release proclaiming successful recovery efforts prompt service proposal to delist gray wolf and focus ESA protections on Mexican wolf. I find it peculiar that even as the federal government is proposing to remove the gray wolf from the federal roster of a threatened and endangered species, California is proposing to list a wolf that is not currently within state borders. The gray wolf population as a whole is thriving. The federal government recognizes the fact that even though the wolf does not currently live in California, or Florida for that matter, this does not mean it is in peril as a species. California should not be fashioning public policy around OR7, its mate, and their couple of offspring. We should not ignore the totality of the wolf population in the United States, which is doing astonishingly well. As a matter of public policy, a CISA listing of the gray wolf should be denied due to the disproportionate impact on the Northern California agriculture community. Many of our constituents make a living through ranching and are concerned about the likely economic impact of a gray wolf CISA listing. These ranchers will be effectively unable to defend their livestock against a predator which is unknown in other parts of the state, leaving them at a significant disadvantage. In the absence of a CISA listing, the California Wolf Plan would have allowed the department to protect the wolf while also protecting ranchers from these disproportionate losses. I urge the Commission to revisit its decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Assemblyman Brian Dahl, or representative.
My name is Bruce Ross. I'm the district director for Assemblyman Brian Daly and representing him today. Thank you for having us. Thank you for being in Mount Shasta. I want to echo everything that Senator Gaines said, and maybe to elaborate just a little bit about the flexibility and how the CISA listing has some unique characteristics that we've not seen in other states as the wolf has been reintroduced and has thrived. You know, specifically when it comes to livestock, there is no provision under CISA to allow in extreme circumstances, lethal take of wolves, which was the case under the federal, it was an experimental population listing in the Northern Rockies. You know, it's not the first measure that anyone would take, you know, there's lots of great non-lethal measures. They work pretty well lots of the time. Sometimes you get an animal or a pack that are going to continue to prey on livestock, and that's not just eating a cow, that's eating someone's college tuition or new shoes for the kids. So the economic impact there is real. But unfortunately, when the wolf crosses the line into California, that experimental population under federal law goes away, and under CISA, there's no comparable provision. So it really puts much heavier restraints on management in California than they have seen anywhere else in the United States to date. And I think we think the history shows that under that more flexible management that they've had in the Northern Rockies, the wolves have thrived. They've expanded. There are dozens of packs, and now they're here. So it makes sense to have makes sense for the wolf population in the long run, and it makes sense for the ranchers, in particular in Northern California, who will be dealing with them firsthand, to have that more flexible management regime that would be allowed under the California Wolf Plan without a CISA listing. And I would add, as something comparable, the mountain lion is, of course, strictly protected from hunting under California law, and yet there are exceptions. You can get a depredation permit in an extreme circumstance where a particular animal is causing problems. We think that the department came up with a great plan. We thought it was very appropriate. We would encourage, again, the commission to embrace that. And, you know, one more item just about the findings. One item, I don't have a list, unfortunately, but I think it was number 14. Specifically, you know, it highlighted that some county supervisors had said, you know, oh, the wolf should be shot on sight, or, you know, something like that. You know, there has been some high emotion on both sides of this issue. There's been political bluster. I'm sure you saw that in Montana and in Idaho and in Wyoming and everywhere. You know, high emotions and political bluster are not a threat to species. You know, actions that we take on the ground are a threat to species. And I think that it's kind of insulting, frankly, for the people in Northern California to say that, oh, if we, you know, oh, we're going to go out and be shooting all the wolves. I mean, people are law-abiding, civilized people up here. And anyway, I took a little bit of it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. Michael Kobsev, Siskiyou County Supervisor, current chairman of the board. First of all, I'd like to welcome you to Siskiyou County and thank you for having the meeting here today. I have a letter that our board has approved to have read here today, and so I'll begin. President Sutton and commission members, there are no gray wolves in California. The Department of Fish and Wildlife understood that a non-existent species could not be listed under the California Endangered Species Act and advised the Commission not to give the gray wolf the status of an endangered species. By law, that decision had to be based on findings. Now the Commission is considering those findings 4 months after already taking the underlying action. The findings come from the fact following a decision that seems primarily driven by emotion and the abstract romanticizing of a return of wolves to California. From the distance and the comfort of urban and suburban California, the wolf may appear to be an icon of Western landscape. To rural residents, particularly in agriculture, who suffer losses and damages from the wild wolves in the 19th century, and those today who will bear the burden of any new wolf population, the animal poses a threat to their livelihoods and to the personal safety of their families. The wolf has recovered in northern and other western states to the point where Fish and Wildlife Service is proceeding with federal delisting, but it has no place in the 21st century in California. The Fish and Game Commission should respect the science and the analysis of the Department of Fish and Wildlife and reject the proposed findings that argue for listing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. My name is Brandon Chris, Siskiyou County Supervisor for District 1, the eastern part of Siskiyou County. If the gray wolf were actually an endangered species going extinct, then we could understand the listing of this species. The facts and science overwhelmingly conclude that the gray wolf is not going extinct. Canada has about 60,000 of their own gray wolves, which are so numerous they are legally considered a big game species in Canada. Gray wolves exist around the world, in Asia, Europe, North America, Africa, and the Middle East. The International Union for the Conservation of Nature was started by the first director of the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization. It's the world's oldest and largest global environmental network, with more than 1,000 government and NGO members and almost 11,000 volunteer scientists in more than 160 countries. This highly respected environmentalist organization says the likelihood of the gray wolf going extinct is at the lowest level of concern for a species. To be exact, the quote, least concern. Against the advice of the California Fish and Wildlife staff, this proposed action will result in the introduction of a non-native apex predator into California under state ESA protection. This will upend both the natural and human balance in the North State. Siskiyou County will be affected first, but we'll be the first one, the most impacted by this listing. We don't have the natural ungulate population in Siskiyou County to support the wolves. Deer herds are already low in this part of the state. For human concerns, human safety is threatened. For livestock owners, the Oregon Extension Office has done excellent scientific studies on the predation of wolves on livestock. They don't just kill, they harass, reducing breeding and weight gain. And none of us want to see lambs or calves, the effects that wolves can have on them. When a highly respected international environmentalist group, when the Fish and Game staff, and when the public that are going to be affected in the North State strongly request this not be listed, then please don't list and please don't burden us with overregulation of a species not going extinct, but in fact multiplying. Thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Patrick Griffin. I'm the Siskiyou County Agricultural Commissioner, and I've been a participant in the department's stakeholder working group to develop the wolf management plan. One of the things we've tried to keep consistent in working on the plan is the utilization and implication or implementation of scientific data, scientific research, and that's kind of the basis of my concern for your findings. It seems to me that there's a very strong flavor of the petitioner's influence in your findings. For example, number 5, speculation in my interpretation that the wolf is present in California. True, during OR 7's dispersal behavior, he was present in California, and that's well documented. However, since he found his mate, he's been confined to a much smaller area of use, a much smaller range in Oregon. and only on 2 occasions, 2 separate data points, was he actually in California, and he was so close to the border, it's almost, as I spoke with Mark Vargas yesterday from Oregon, and he said he was within spitting distance of the border. That was how close he was. That's what his statement was. So I'm concerned when you speculate and say that the wolf is present in California. Number 6, there was a statement, I believe, that OR7 has existed or utilized habitat primarily on public lands. And I don't think you can make that statement either. I think, again, that's speculation. And in number 8, the statement that a breeding pair was likely present in California for a period of time. Again, there's no scientific proof that OR7 and his mate were both in California. It's true that during the early part of the year, the 2 points that I mentioned, early part of 2014, there were at least OR7 was close to the border in California for maybe 3 days, and that's all in 2014. So again, I think it's inappropriate to say that we have a breeding pair of wolves. Number 13, when you're kind of stereotyping Siskiyou County, Lassen, and Modoc people as gun toters who are going to go out and blast all the wolves, I'm really concerned about that as well. There are people who feel that we need to decrease the human population so that more animals can survive. So there's always extremes on both sides. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning, Sheriff John Lope of Siskiyou County, and my perspectives are more related to public safety. But Commissioners and Director Bonham, President Sutton, and Executive Director Manstrup, and Chief Carrion, I really appreciate you coming to Mount Shasta and providing us the opportunity to be with you today. I am opposed to the California ESA listing of the gray wolf in Siskiyou County for public safety and economic reasons. Fires and drought have already threatened the ranching, farming, timber, and recreational industries vital to the traditions, freedoms, and economy of Siskiyou County. My research, most of it scientific, and also talking to other sheriffs in the Western State Sheriffs Association, California State Sheriffs Association, and this feedback and feedback from my constituents indicate serious potential public safety, human rights, and economic impacts on Siskiyou County residents. Any economic impacts could further reduce an already depleted law enforcement response capability. Gray wolves introduced to other states have devastated various wild game herds like deer and elk and moose. Wolves have exacted a heavy toll on ranching and farming, and depredation rates of 15 to 20% are common, and that's enough to drive a lot of ranchers and farmers out of business. Wolves carry a myriad of diseases which adversely impact other canines, and some diseases are harmful to humans, and wolves have also injured and killed some humans in the northwestern United States. An ESA listing could severely curtail ranching, farming, hunting, recreation, and could jeopardize domestic animals, and could inhibit and prevent citizens of this county from protecting themselves, their families, livestock, and property due to the threat of law violations, including severe fines and jail or prison time associated with the ESA designation. I respectfully ask that the Commission consider these points and not designate the northern gray wolf as a California endangered species in Siskiyou County. And again, I want to thank the Commission for providing us the opportunity to speak, and thank you again for coming to Siskiyou County. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. And that, I think, summarizes the elected officials. Are you elected official? No. Okay. You'll get your chance. Yeah. That's a spirit. That's a spirit. Don't forget election day is coming, so all of you need to vote. Those are, I understand there are no more elected officials or appointed officials present. Otherwise, commissioners, unless you have questions for any of them or the department. Oh, thank you for reminding me. Are there any tribal officials here? All right. So I don't know if there's any comments from the department, but otherwise we have about 29 speakers, and I would recommend we proceed with taking their testimony. With that, Mary, please call them up.
Kathy DeForest, Kim Richard, Noel Kramers, Lisa Edmond, Kirk Wilbur, and Barbara Coulter.
Come on up. Yeah, and again, in the interest of efficiency and time, we encourage you to be concise. Thank you. And if people want to cede, we encourage that also. With that, go right ahead.
Thank you, and good morning. Thank you once again for the opportunity to express my concern about listing the gray wolf as an endangered species in California. I obviously hope that you do not ratify your findings.
Your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Kathy DeForest from Aden, California. I'm a president of the Fall River Big Valley Cattlemen's Association and a rancher. First of all, my first concern is that to list a species under the Endangered Species Act, it should be done under facts. I believe that this listing has been brought about more by emotion and political positioning than really looking at the facts of why the gray wolf may be listed. Also, I would like to share my extreme concern about if we follow through with this, the complete burden will be put on the people of Northern California, and particularly the ranchers. Yesterday, I am also a person, I would like to add, I am a person that wrote you folks a letter, and I invited you to come and see our side of the story. I wrote that letter right after the June 4th meeting in Fortuna. I never heard one word from any of you. Yesterday, we were able to have a meeting with a few of the working group, livestock and ungulate working group people. My main concern was, here we are, the last day, and we're finally getting some communication. We didn't always agree with everything that we said, but we did find some common ground. We were able to speak with each other, and I think I felt so good about having the opportunity to talk face-to-face to people that are putting our lives in jeopardy, our livelihood. And one of the questions that came out yesterday was one of the persons asked me, why are you opposed to listing the gray wolf? And I told her yesterday that my job has always been to take care of not only the wildlife where I'm around, but also my livestock and my family. And it is of major concern to me to have to deal with the moral and ethical responsibility that I may be forced to use to feed my animals to a wolf. So please, once again, I've asked you this before, please keep the communication open and not ratify this right now.
Yes, thank you. And as a point of clarification, we have been working through Noel Kramers to try and set up. I have communicated your offer to the commissioners. There is actually a lot of interest, but because of scheduling, we weren't able to take advantage. There is interest, though, so I will continue to work with the commissioners, Noel, to see if we can arrange some of those tours, because I think I know there's interest.
Mr. Carmazin.
Hi, Kathy. I apologize for not being able to adjust my schedule. I would have loved to have come out and visited your ranch and seen the issues that you will face with this listing. However, I was able to meet with a large rancher in my area, and it was probably a 2.5-hour drive for me, and I did that on Friday.
I heard about that, and I appreciate that.
Okay. So I just want you to know that I am very aware of it, being born and raised in Eureka, and very aware of the ranching industry and those issues. So your efforts are not unnoticed.
May I make one more quick point that came out yesterday? Was that it was surprising to the people that came of our passion. Our Noel and the California cattlemen and the wool growers people, they do a wonderful job of what they do in speaking for us. But they go home at night. They do not live with this 24/7. There's no way you can see our passion unless you come and experience it with us. And the invitation is always open.
If I may, Mr. President?
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Ms. DeForest. No, please, it's okay. You don't even have to stand there. I don't think that you need to be concerned about Noel's representation of your issues, standing back there. She's actually in her professional and restrained, therefore, as a professional way, very good at getting across your concerns, at least in my opinion, as a rancher. I think it's important for everyone to understand the decision to list this animal was done 4 months ago. We're not at a decision point to list the animal today, so that a day ago was not the last day. June 3rd was the last day, not yesterday. We are now simply ratifying findings. It could very well be that a petition could be made to delist, but that vote has already been done. It's 4 months away. Do not, please, take this to mean that I'm not really interested in hearing your passion and what you do. It is very important for us to always listen to those things. But please understand our decision process. The rest of the commission is not here, and there's virtually no way we would do something as important as a delisting or a rescission of a vote without every single one of us being here.
And with that, next speaker.
My name is Kirk Wilbur. I'm with the California Cattlemen's Association. Myself and the California Cattlemen's Association members remain concerned with the Commission's legal authority to list the gray wolf under the California Endangered Species Act. As has been stated numerous times, including by the petitioner, California Endangered Species Act is concerned only with a species California range. As has been established numerous times today by other speakers, there are currently no wolves within the state of California. Therefore, legally, the gray wolf is currently extinct within the state of California, within its California range. CISA requires that in order to be deemed an endangered species, a species must be at risk of becoming extinct within its California range. That word becoming requires some sort of status change, for instance, from not extinct to extinct. Here there are no gray wolves within the state of California, and it is therefore not at significant risk of becoming extinct. Under the plain meaning of the language of CISA, therefore, the gray wolf is not legally eligible to become an endangered species within California. We also have some concerns with the findings that you've produced to justify the listing of the gray wolf under CISA. For instance, finding number 5 addresses that concern of the wolf's range in California. It does so by stating that over the last 4 years, for instance, OR7 has forayed into California. He's ventured into California. However, what you have to understand is that this was during OR7's dispersal period. That wide geographic dispersal, that area of dispersal, is not the same as a territory or a home range of a wolf. That he came into California during his dispersal is insufficient to establish a California range within the meaning of CISA. We also have concerns with findings number 8 and 9, which deal with the possibility of OR7's mate entering California or the possibility of other wolves entering California, because as you've noted, many wolves in Oregon are not collared like OR7 is. This is merely speculation. It's not actually a finding of fact. It doesn't rise to that level. And we believe that this speculative information, or this speculation, is insufficient to legally establish presence within California that establishes the wolf as eligible for CISA listing. Beyond that, we have further concerns with the findings that some of my colleagues in other associations will address in a moment. But my biggest concern is with what's not in the findings. Specifically, the findings fail to address the status report conclusion by the Department of Fish and Wildlife and its reasonings for determining that the species was not at risk of becoming extinct in California. Furthermore, those findings of fact do not address the concerns that we've brought to you time and time again about the gray wolf. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. That was an excellent job of cramming a lot of detail in 3 minutes. Use that as an example, folks. Go ahead, Noel.
Good morning, Noel Kramers with the California Farm Bureau Federation. I appreciate the discussion that's happened before, and Mr. Rogers, I appreciate your kind words, but I would agree with Ms. DeForest on the importance of the passion that the individuals who will face this on a daily basis address. She's right.
Not at all to diminish the importance of that. It is heartfelt and real. I understand that.
I wanted to speak specifically to one of the findings. I think Mr. Wilbur did a good job of talking about a few of the others, but finding 16 states in part, protecting the gray wolf under CISA will also strengthen the department's existing stakeholder process to develop a state wolf plan by providing clarity as to the management tools and options that will be available to the department and to stakeholders. Respectfully, I have to disagree with that statement. We have been participating in the stakeholder working group from the beginning. We continue to participate after the commission took the vote to add gray wolves to CISA. Unfortunately, the meeting since then, repeatedly, we are reminded of the CISA listing and the fact that management recommendations that we would like to have included in the plan are precluded by CISA. And I don't think that having the CISA listing strengthens the plan. In fact, it severely limits management options that are available. I also think, given the fact that we don't have any wolves in the state, we're doing our best to create a management plan with a lot of unknowns because we don't truly know where wolves will become reestablished, where they will make their habitat, and the impacts that they will have. But by narrowing the management at such an early stage, there's very little that can be done. And we're continuing to try to come up with recommendations, but that is rather difficult given the fact that so many actions are precluded by the CISA listing. I think I'd also just like to point out the fact that when species are listed under CISA, historically we have not seen very many delisted, and that's of significant concern. I think the point was raised earlier that even with mountain lions, which are have strong protections in place, there is an allowance for take when depredation occurs, and that is not the case for species listed under CISA. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Eidman with the California Wool Growers Association, representing the sheep ranchers throughout California. And we're strongly opposed to the CISA listing of the gray wolf, and we urge the Commission not to adopt the findings which would designate the gray wolf as an endangered species in California. As you guys have received, CWGA, CCA, and CFBF has a detailed letter to the Commission with all of our concerns in regards to the findings. One of the findings of most concern, which has been mentioned, is finding 5. Finding 5 states that the gray wolf is once again present in California on at least intermittent basis, and that OR7 has established a range that includes portions of Northern California. Firstly, it's untrue that OR7 is once again present. As we all know, and all of the reports that we have seen, that OR7 is currently in Southern Oregon. And though it may be true that OR7 has been intermittently present in California, the wolf is not once again present in the state. Most importantly, however, the findings of fact again fails to get a threshold requirement of CISA and the issue of the range. OR7 is briefly ventured into California, which we've discussed on many times this morning, but that dispersal does not establish the range within the state of California. Finding 5 more or less is insufficient to demonstrate that the species is eligible for listing under CISA and within your findings. As been mentioned, I too have been a member of the California Wolf Management Plan, and we have already seen many instances within our discussions of the management plan as to how an adaptive management plan cannot necessarily be created under the CESA listing. And so with the findings that have been proposed and the concern of the CESA listing, it's extremely difficult to develop a management plan that will allow for our ranchers to protect their livestock on the lands, both through non-lethal and lethal control. So again, we hope that you will thoroughly review those findings and consider to not adopt those today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
My name is Barbara Coulter. I'm a resident here in Mount Shasta. I would like to state that you are in an area here that has high prejudice and hatred against the natural systems around. These ranchers need to think twice about where their priorities should be. The people who are speaking here, I would urge all of you to take a trip through the Shasta Valley and take a look at the desertification that has occurred due to overgrazing, due to ranchers not taking care of the land. Hey, it's a mess. It's going to be years and years before it recovers. This is not wolf habitat here. The wolf can settle in otherwise, but the ranchers don't have to worry. They've already destroyed their own property. As far as what I've heard about depredation, the Yellowstone experience, I'm sure all of you already know about all this, is that the wolves came in, there are diseases, problems in the Yellowstone ungulate herds, and the wolves serve a purpose of taking out the sick ones before they can infect the rest of the herd. And that helps the ranchers too, because there are a couple of diseases, I guess, that can be transmitted to the ranchers' herds. The wolves are their friends. The trophy hunters, they consider the wolves competitors. Well, you're not going to get very much of a trophy or very much hunting out of a sick herd. The science supports predators being part of natural systems. You are absolutely right in listing the gray wolf. It's coming. Hey, these wolves travel up to 50 miles a day. Just because the wolf is maybe 25 miles over the border doesn't mean that a whole bunch, that numbers of them haven't crossed back and forth, and you are right to be setting up a plan now that you can properly deal with conserving and integrating the gray wolf into California. This is right. It's proper. It was part of it before. And we just have to look at what humans have done to the planet. It's time to reset and readjust, but and keep the world alive. I've seen science fiction movies, and you notice something about them? They all show concrete. They all show cars. They all show people in shiny suits. But I don't see trees, and I don't see animals, and I don't see any sort of an idea of our future living on this earth. And it's not just the wolves. The wolves are us. If we can't preserve our whole heritage, if we can't preserve everything that we've got, then humans are, well, I'm sorry, it looks like we are already on a very sad path because our planet is in very, very bad shape. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Richard from Angels Protectors, Animals and Wildlife. I represent over 63,000 people here in California, and I want to say a huge thank you to Mr. Rogers. For the last meeting, sir, I said that you do not listen to the majority of the people, and you, sir, are absolutely awesome, and you rock. Thank you for listening to us. And thank y'all for the consideration and willing to place wolves on the CESA as they should be placed. This is what the majority of the people in this great state want. Cattle Association do not run this country. They do not run our government. The majority of the people run this government. And working with the National Democratic Chair Committee, as well as working with the Central Democratic Chair Committee, I listened to all of those constituents and what their wants. And we are sick and tired of being placed second to Cattle Association. And again, thank you for the consideration and placing of the gray wolves on the CISA. They deserve it, and they deserve our respect. They're being slaughtered left and right. A report just came out of Wisconsin 2 days ago that even the Wisconsin Wildlife Services is not projecting the correct number of wolves that are being killed in that state. They don't know the number of the wolves, actually, because wolves are being shot. In Idaho's motto is shoot, shovel, and shut up. How many wolves are actually being shot and killed and buried and not being recorded or turned in? And that's exactly what's going to happen here if we don't take the steps and place something to protect them. You know, that shoot, shovel, and shut up mentality has no place in the 21st century. And we need to stop that. And we need to do our part. Wolves do play a huge role in the ecosystem. They keep the land healthy. Trophy hunters takes the biggest, the strongest out of the herd. A wolf will take the weakest and the sickest and the old, making the herd even stronger. You know, if there's no deer, it's not because of the wolves, it's because of overhunting. 52,000 elk was shot and killed last year. How many elk was killed by wolves? 22,000. So who's doing the majority of the killing here? Is it the predators or is it the humans with the gun? So once again, thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speakers.
The record will note that Commissioner Rogers is a giant among men.
Let the record note that Commissioner Rogers has decided to extend his stay.
Okay. Mary, why don't you call up some more speakers?
Francis Mangles, Amy Atwood, Michael Murray, Jim Lovett, Mark Braid, and Dennis Fox.
Come on, line up. Any order, doesn't matter. Go right ahead.
Substitution here. I'm speaking for Robert DePerna of EPIC, although I am Francis Mangels. Referring to the draft findings for the gray wolf CISA endangered listing, support adoption. This letter is
I'm sorry, could you repeat your name? I didn't think I caught it.
This I'm reading a letter from Rob DePerna.
Right, but I'm interested in your name.
Francis Mangels.
Thank you.
Retired
Go right ahead.
USDA scientist.
All right, go right ahead.
Dear President Sutton and Commissioners, the Environmental Protection Information Center, EPIC, presents the following comments in support of the California Fish and Game Commission adoption of its draft gray wolf CISA listing determinations findings. EPIC appreciates the opportunity to provide comments. EPIC is a community-based, membership-driven, nonprofit environmental advocacy organization dedicated to the protection and restoration of native species in the Northwest California. As one of the original petitioners, EPIC has a vested interest in seeing through the listing process for the gray wolf and adoption of the Commission's endangered listing findings. EPIC supports the adoption of the Commission's draft findings and encourages the Commission to adopt its listing determination findings in order to solidify its listing determination. CISA protections for the gray wolf are urgently necessary, and accordingly, we ask the Commission to adopt findings for its decision promptly so that such protections can begin to take effect. EPIC commends the Commission for its determination to list the gray wolf as endangered, and we continue to believe that this listing is warranted. Please do not hesitate to contact us as necessary if there are questions. Sincerely, Rob DePerna, California Forest and Wildlife Advocate, Environmental Protection Information Center, EPIC. And I have this letter for your files, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, just turn in the letter over there. Next speaker.
President Sutton, Commissioners, thank you. My name is Amy Atwood. I'm with the Center for Biological Diversity. I am here in place of Amaruk Weiss, who unfortunately could not make the meeting today. On behalf of the Center's thousands of California members and supporters, I stand in support of ratification of the draft findings to list the gray wolf under CISA. While the issues presented in the petition may have been unique, it is clear from the draft findings that the Commission and Department staff have developed findings in support of listing the gray wolf under CISA that are complete, thorough, well-supported, and consistent with prior Commission decisions and CISA. The return of the gray wolf to landscapes in California is awe-inspiring and remarkable, and you have shown sound judgment in your determination that protection is warranted, which the draft findings support. We fully support ratification and thank the Commission and the Department for their hard work and leadership throughout this process.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Michael Murray. I live in Mount Shasta. Welcome. Thanks for coming here. I hope you guys keep coming. We are an industry here besides just farming. We're also tourism. So if you look at 100 people around here in the room, if they all spend $100 in hotels, $10,000 or 10% tot tax allows us to buy 2 or 3 more computers for a municipality. It tries to balance the budget. So it's real. It adds up. There's other industries here besides just farming. And that's a valuable industry here also. So I have 10 years of public experience on planning commissions and councils and ex-mayor, but I'm here speaking as an individual. But I want to highlight that just like the rest of the country, half of us believe one thing and half of us believe another thing, and that's true also here. So having been in trying to make public decisions, you're generally trying to decide what is the best use or quality of service to the broadest set of users. And so I don't know much about the wolf regulations and what happened, but I believe what happened with the federal was that they put it back to the states to do the regulation. They said, this has grown to enough size that each state should decide itself how to regulate. So I think it's great that you're taking on this issue. It's a very tough issue, and I think it's hubris for us to say there's no wolves here. I've probably hiked 1,000 miles, 500 miles, maybe 1,000 miles here in the Marbles, the Trinities. I fish in the McLeod, the Sacramento, and the Klamath. It's a great wilderness, and I have seen animals out there that look like wolves. And so for us to say, oh, they're not here, or we know where every piece of wildlife is, I find kind of tough to believe. So I think I've seen animals out there. I've seen that maybe it's a coyote with the gray skin and elsewise, but I don't know if we can say they're here or they're not here. I kind of have an issue with that. But I wanted to welcome you here, and let's represent some of the other part of the constituency that lives here, that does value the hiking and the resources and the fishing and the beautiful place that we live. And thank you for your efforts in ensuring that we have as high quality of a place to live as we do. So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Murray, go ahead and sit down. I just want to make a comment about something you had said, 50% of us this and 50% of us that. Sometimes the numbers are entirely different depending on where you are and what the issue is. But, frankly, the most wonderful thing about being a commissioner, and it really is a wonderful thing, is that we get to see, no matter what the issue, no matter where the venue, we actually get a pretty good measure of the people. And think about this. Characterize the dialogue that we have all had in here this morning. There have been very disparate opinions, and no one is booing, no one is deriding the other people. You are wonderfully polite. You are wonderfully accepting of each other's opinions. Frankly, my hat's off to you.
And with that hopeful statement, next speaker, please.
I think my timing might be off here. My name is Mark Baird. I'm from the Jefferson Declaration Committee. We represent a coalition.
I take it back.
See, I hadn't said a word yet. So. We represent a coalition of 6 counties who have already declared and petitioned to withdraw from the state of California, and by the way, we're talking to 10 more. This is one of the reasons. This type of unbalanced single-species approach to wildlife management doesn't work here. The spotted owl determination and forestry management causing 250,000 acres to burn in Siskiyou County this year alone is a result of that. Where are the owls going to live now that the forests have burned? Where do the people get the money that it takes to preserve the environment? Because I'd like to remind you, it's only wealthy societies that protect the environment. I've been all over the world, and in poor countries, they can't afford to protect the environment. They dump their trash by the side of the road, they'll eat anything, they'll kill anything, because they don't have the money to sustain themselves, much less the environment. Now let's go to rule of law. If you list the wolf as an endangered species, you'll be in violation of the law, specifically Fish and Game Code 2118. It is unlawful to transport, possess, or release alive into this state except with a revocable, non-transferable permit as provided in this chapter, blah, 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 any wild animal of the following species, carnivora. And that's except for domestic dogs and cats. So if you accept this permit, this revocable permit, you become liable for the animal that you've caused to be released here. Also, Fish and Game Code 2087A exempts anyone from the accidental take of a listed species during routine and ongoing agricultural operations. Dog's a dog at 1,000 yards. So now let's go to Article 1, Section 1 of the California Constitution. And this is really where the rubber meets the road. We have the inalienable right. Inalienable right. Supersedes all regulations, supersedes anything government can do to possess and protect our property. That's Article 1, Section 1. If you list this wolf, you're simply going to be causing problems where there were none before. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board, staff. Dennis Hawks, I'd like to reiterate where I think this is a viable option. I notice most of the people in favor of the wolf listing are from Southern California and obviously not from up here. What I would like to see as a viable option, I've mentioned it before, is not the Rocky Mountain wolf, but the Mexican gray wolf, which is having a hard time in Arizona and is actually endangered. And being a Mexican wolf, as I have said, in Arizona it might get deported. But the main problem is that it lacks habitat there. It should be taken to Southern California. And people there may not be able to see how they like it, but the thing, it's similar habitat, similar climate, and my agenda is that it would be just a great management tool on ferals. Hope it doesn't keep kosher, but we have to eliminate some of the problems there. It would be a benefit. Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, Dennis, you forgot the major point of taking the wolves down to Southern California, because if they were Mexican wolves, I think your point was that they'd know the language. Is that what you were saying? Interesting.
Next speaker is Mary.
Damon Nagami, Patrick Griffin, Karen Vardman, Betty Hall, Mark Rockwell, and Kevin Ward.
Come on, line up. Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Damon Nagami. I'm a senior attorney with the Natural Resources Defense Council. We are an active participant in the stakeholder working group, and I'll keep my comments brief. On behalf of the thousands of members and activists who wrote letters supporting the listing, thank you for your hard work on this important issue, and to the department for drafting these detailed findings. We strongly support the draft findings, which correctly rely on the ample evidence in the record to support the Commission's decision. Just to comment briefly on the stakeholder working group process, I believe that the listing does provide clarity, and in that regard helps the process and strengthens it. So if we're talking about finding number 16, provides clarity as to the management tools that are available moving forward. And also, as far as I know, no stakeholders have walked away from the stakeholder working group as a result of the listing. These are difficult issues that we're trying to work through. And it's a difficult process because these are difficult issues. I also appreciate the clarification that the scope of today's hearing is to provide testimony as to whether these findings should be ratified and that we're not revisiting a decision that was made several months ago. So again, thank you to this commission and staff, to council, and to department staff for all your good work on this important matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I am Betty Hall. I am a liaison from the Shasta Nation, and I will read to you some articles sent by our chairman, Roy Hall Jr. It says, Shasta Nation, Undistinguished Aboriginal Lands. The Shasta Indian lands with undistinguished Aboriginal title include, but not limited to, Shasta County, northern section of Trinity County, Siskiyou County, northern section of Modoc County, counties of the Republic of California under the United States of America, the western section of Klamath County, Jackson County, Josephine County, Curry counties of the state of Oregon under the Constitution of the United States of America. Not to be confused with the Corporation of the United States or the Corporation of the State of California or the Corporation of the State of Oregon. These Indian lands will be negatively impacted by any introduction or presence of any species of wolves and will be subject to the Shasta Nation Wolf Ordinance. Now I'll read you the Shasta Nation Ordinance. Okay, this was written on March 18th, 2013. Shasta Nation Tribal Wolf Ordinance number 3182013. Article 1. The Shasta Nation is a sovereign tribal authority with status that above state governments, the Tribal Council of the Shasta Nation hereby finds and declares that there exists within the Aboriginal territory of the Shasta Nation an imposed issue of wolf integration into the ecosystem and habitable Indian lands and are declared not suitable for any wolf population. Section A, tribal sovereignty preempts state power within Indian lands. Indian lands and title have never been incorporated into the United States government by treaty. Section B, the Shasta Nation reserves the right to exercise jurisdiction over all tribal matters and of tribal interest within Shasta Nation Indian lands through their tribal council, tribal court, tribal police department. Article 2, the Shasta Nation hereby imposes this tribal ordinance prohibiting the release and or presence of wolves in the Shasta Nation tribal sovereign Indian lands. Section A. Such action shall be null and void within the exception of the Shasta Nation determining that there is sufficient evidence to support wolves in the Shasta Nation Indian lands. Section B. Any state action in regard to the introduction of wolves in the Indian lands shall be declared unlawful by the Shasta Nation and the United States Constitution. Any efforts to move forward on any and all plans affecting the Shasta Nation Indian lands shall be declared unlawful. Section 3. Any wolves that are introduced within the Shasta Nation exterior boundaries will be subject to removal in fairness to the animal and safety to the inhabitants of the Shasta Indian lands and livestock thereof.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Mark Rockwell. I am the California State Representative of the Endangered Species Coalition. And I'm also a member of the State Stakeholders Working Group on Wolves. The Endangered Species Coalition is a national conservation organization with 450 member groups around the country, 52 of which are in California here and have over 250,000 members. We salute and support the Commission for its determination that listing of the gray wolf is warranted in California. The Commission did a thorough and unbiased job in its evaluation and is following the legal mandates and historical precedences of CISA established in the previous years. Our members are supporters of wolves reestablishing their historical place in California's environment and are mindful of the impacts on the agricultural communities. And we want everyone to know that the Endangered Species Coalition is supportive of the agricultural communities in the north part of the state, Many of our members are members of the rural communities that are here or around here or along where I live near Grass Valley. So we are sensitive to that, and we look forward to working with the agricultural communities and ranchers as a way of finding how to make this work for everybody here in this state, including those members who are going to be on the front lines. So we appreciate that. Thank you very much for your efforts.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Karen Vardaman. I represent the California Wolf Center, and it's over 15,000 members here in supporters here in California alone. So appreciate this opportunity. And again, I want to thank you on behalf of our organization for all the hard work you did and the detailed information you provided all along the way. We're very grateful. On behalf of our supporters, the California Wolf Center does support the findings and agree that wolves are warranted under the CISA criteria, and so we appreciate that. Also want to share that as an organization, we do greatly appreciate and value the contributions that the agriculture community does bring to California, both economically and the preservation of the open space and the wildlife habitat that provides. And we believe strongly that there is enough common ground, including the love and appreciation for the animals, both wild and domestic, that there is enough common ground that peaceful and successful coexistence can occur. We've seen it happen other places, and we've had great success as an organization ourselves in the Southwest. With that, wolves do need a chance to get going. There is enough concern and negative sentiment out there that does bring concern to their ability to be able to reestablish themselves in their native habitats here in California where it is suitable. We believe that California is at the beginnings of what could be one of the most inspirational conservation stories, and these creative partnerships with all parties involved is part of that story, and CISA is necessary to enable us to be able to move forward by having wolves protected. We appreciate, again, your work, support, and hope that the findings will be adopted. And thank you for allowing this iconic species and important ecological animal to return to our state. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Kevin Ward. I'm just a private citizen, not representing anybody in particular. I have some information, food for thought, and some questions that I would like possibly to have answered as far as listing the gray wolf as an endangered species here in California. The gray wolf spreading into California is not the same wolf that was here historically. Our new wolf is from Canada. It's a subspecies of wolf that is 30% bigger than even the subspecies that was originally found in Yellowstone. That means it can kill bigger animals easier and requires more food per wolf to survive. These wolves have been documented to kill 22 elk per year. So you can do the math, they've killed a lot more than 22,000 elk in a year. Plus the other animals that go unaccounted for. Because of our much warmer climate, the few wolves that we may or may not have ever had here in California would have been much smaller than those originally living in Yellowstone. These huge Canadian wolves are much different than those that would have originally lived here. California Department of Fish and Wildlife has spent thousands of dollars and hours to restore our native elk populations. Why would you allow the wolves to come in and decimate the newly established herds? These are much larger wolves, and they'll really wreak havoc with our populations of small black-tailed deer. The Department of Fish and Wildlife has spent thousands of dollars also trying to protect our existing wildlife populations from other non-native species like zebra snails, water milfoil, and a whole list of others. To name a few examples, you spent thousands of dollars recently to try to kill the pike in Davis Lake. Why isn't this non-native introduced species treated just like the pike in Davis Lake? Some people want wolves in California. Some people may have wanted pike to fish for in Davis Lake. The situation is the same for both animals. Why are the wolves being treated differently than the pike? If there were wolves originally in California, they were removed by the citizens for a reason. That was a long time ago in a land far away. Times have changed. Is that reason still valid? Because wolves are such a huge, dangerous animal that can drastically change the balance of the wildlife in the state, in addition to drastically changing the recreational nature of our hunting, backpacking, and camping and livestock industry in California. Shouldn't the people of California decide whether or not they even want wolves in our state? Let the people decide. Your own statement says you have no real proof that wolves were ever native to California, yet you are planning on helping to introduce a non-native subspecies that is biologically much different than what may have been here originally. If that's the case, then why don't you spend your time and money working to bring back the grizzly bear? We have proof that they were here. After all, that's our state mammal. It's on our state flag. Maybe because nobody really wants the grizzly bear back in our woods or in our neighborhoods. When the state reintroduced endangered tule elk from the last remaining herds on Grizzly Island, they only put them in areas where they were wanted. Why don't we follow that same example? These Canadian wolves are not listed as federally endangered species anymore. There's plenty of them in other states to satisfy the federal requirements. We don't have to have them in California if we don't want them. There have been several counties that have stated they do not want them. In order to be fair to the citizens of our state, throughout our state, we should be given the opportunity to vote on whether the wolf is allowed to spread back into California. If it's voted in, maybe the management plan should decide which counties it's allowed to be in. If they want it in LA and San Francisco, let them have it.
Thank you very much. And just to be clear, if somebody wants to have the citizens vote, there's another body that you need to go to. That's the legislature. So work through your representatives. You want to put up a vote. The commission doesn't have that power, just to be clear. So thank you.
That could be part of the management plan.
Yeah, good points. Next speaker.
Fauna Tomlinson, Camellia Fox, Kelly Hernandez, Kimberly Boster, Kim Delfino, Donna Bacaglapia, and Stan Newts.
Thinking while folks are coming up, I'll reiterate something Commissioner Rogers mentioned earlier. The agenda item is not to reconsider the decision to list wolf. The agenda item is to consider the findings. You are, of course, always welcome to share anything you want. I just want to let you know what the Commission is looking for here. And with that, go right ahead.
Hi. I'm Fauna Tomlinson from Lake Tahoe, California. And Richard Rogers, you do rock. Actually, all of you rock. Gray wolves belong on the landscape. Peer review science finds wolves are essential to maintaining a healthy ecosystem. Gray wolves are returning to California. They're not being reintroduced. I'm so excited. They're a gift. They're going to bring millions of dollars to California in wildlife viewing. Sadly, wolves are historically and have been the most persecuted species on the planet due to many misperceptions. They are blamed for everything. Livestock herds have a 30% mortality rate due to disease, yet less than 1% die from wolf depredations. In my business, I would concentrate on lowering the 30% mortality rate. As far as the 1% of depredations, there are some awesome options. These are common ground options. Everyone wins. Ranchers, wolves, landscapes, and most importantly, me, Californians. There are non-lethal counties in California and Idaho that are role models to follow. Thousands of heads of livestock with non-lethal methods mean no predator or wolf kills. They are cheap, effective, and humane, and most importantly, they show tolerance and common ground. This happens to be one of them. It's called a foxlight. They're working in Asia for snow leopards, in Africa for lions and And right now we have Defenders of Wildlife using them in Montana, Idaho, Washington, and Oregon successfully. They're $80. They spin around an LED light at night, and they blink, and they tell the predator that there's human presence. They're $80. Most people say they'll never work, and I ask them, did they try them? Of course not. The people who do try them, they're working. So this is like a common ground area. Wolves are coming back to California. So I would love for maybe a non-lethal program to start in California. As far as the misunderstanding is thinking that wolves are 30% larger, it's just not true. The peer review science concurred that they are the same. I'll tell you a story in Washington. They spent over $56,000 to take out one wolf that killed $5,000 worth of sheep. That rancher was reimbursed the $5,000. They said that it was a young female. After autopsy, they found out it was the alpha female, and she was 66 pounds. So that just is not a large wolf. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners, Director Bonham, Camilla Fox, Executive Director and founder of Project Coyote. I just returned from Yellowstone National Park for a meeting with our Science Advisory Board and with the National Science Foundation, also with several members from the National Park Service. And we brought together social and ecological scientists and ethicists to address this very issue of how we bring people together at the table to bring back large carnivores with a focus on wolves. So I think the social sciences are absolutely important, and I think that I commend the department and the commission for what they've done to date in terms of creating a model plan here in California, bringing all people to the table. I think there's great opportunity for setting the trend for the nation here, as California does so well. And I will also say, well, I'll reiterate our commitment to this process, Project Coyote. We work with a variety of communities across the nation in promoting coexistence, both in rural and agricultural and urban areas. And Fauna Tomlinson just shared with you a new product that is being tested with wolves throughout North America, and we are about to test that same product in Sonoma and Marin with coyotes. So we reiterate our commitment to work with the ranching community. And I think, as you mentioned, Commissioner Rogers, I mean, there is a different ethos that you feel in here, and I think there's actually a lot of common ground to be found. So I commend you, and we support the findings, and we support the ratification. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Hendricks, and my husband and I run a cow-calf operation in Petaluma, California, and I'm also on the advisory board of Project Coyote. I'm here today in support of the listing of the gray wolf on the California Endangered Species Act. Our cows calve in pastures with mountain lions and coyote packs and badgers and eagles, and we use no lethal means to protect them, and we have very few problems. I know there are ag associations here that will claim that wolves would pose a significant threat to livestock and sheep and cattle, but we know that there are ranchers raising sheep and cattle successfully in areas with grizzly bears, wolf packs, and other predators. I also think it's important to remember that ranching is a business, and like other businesses, a certain amount of loss has to be tolerated as the cost of doing business. So, like Camilla said, I just got back from Yellowstone, where you see hundreds of people just there for the hope of an opportunity to see a wolf in the wild. And I think the non-conceptive public has a right to have that opportunity and that chance to see wild predators. And it's time for those of us in the ranching community to protect our livestock using some of the many effective available non-lethal tools that we have today. We have an ethical responsibility to peacefully share the land with the wild animals that were there first. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kimberly Booster. I live in Santa Clara, California. Thank you for allowing me to speak again. Also, thank you very much for the current position in our CISA protection of the gray wolf. So there are solutions in our great state of California for all our stakeholders in this state. We need to look at our state as a leader and a leader in change. I lived in Idaho for 25 years. This is a wolf state in crisis. However, there is a bright star in Idaho. Blaine County just passed a non-lethal management program for the wolf. I have gone to non-lethal training in Idaho. There are a lot of solutions there for our stakeholders. Blaine County ranchers in the last 5 years have only lost less than 10 head, which they have been reimbursed for. And they are also proud to be part of this management, just to add that. This is a working system in a state where wolf management has been truly faulted. The people do want a voice in that state, and they are actually talking about a wildlife stamp. Wyoming has been a complete failure. The federal government has stepped back into the management of this state for the wolf. I sincerely hope we as a state can learn from the positive and the negative experienced by other states and be the leader in how to manage any species at any state in our state. Next is the wildlife stamp, and I hope you truly consider something in this state because I believe this could really help the voice for the stakeholders also. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. My name is Kim Delfino. I'm the California Program Director with Defenders of Wildlife. Defenders of Wildlife has over 120,000 members and supporters here in the state of California. And we are also a member of the Wolf Livestock Committee. And I've been working for Defenders of Wildlife for the last 14 years, and I've worked very closely with many of the cattle ranching representatives, Farm Bureau representatives. Noel and I know each other well. And we actually have worked very hard to try to promote agricultural and ranching in the state of California, and believe that they have a very large role to play in the persistence of wildlife and biodiversity in the state of California. With that being said, though, we do support the findings by the Commission and urge their adoption for the listing of a wolf, to support the Commission's finding for listing of the wolf. We actually want to thank the department, their staff, the Fish and Game Commission members, and their staff for providing a very open and transparent process for working through and drafting well thought out and well reasoned findings. We do believe that the findings clearly articulate that there is substantial evidence in the record that the wolf warrants listing because it is in danger of extinction within its range in California. Wolves have been here, as you demonstrate in findings 4 through 10. They've been here. They will be returning, and frankly, they're likely here already, probably in uncolored form. There are also, I think, substantial evidence in the record that there is threats to the wolf, which then warrants listing. We urge the adoption of the findings, and we urge that we move forward into the real part of what we need to focus on, and that is completion of the wolf management plan. Because once the listing is completed, we really do need to have a plan in place for how we're going to coexist here in the state of California with wolves returning. And that can be a very good thing, or it could end up being a very controversial thing. And it's going to rely on the stakeholders to come together in a collaborative way and to compromise. And that's the part we need to be turning towards now, instead of arguing over whether they should or should not be listed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good morning. I'm Donna Batchgalupi. I'm a resident of Siskiyou County. Several months ago, we went to Sacramento to one of the wolf hearings down there. You made the comment that this is a very well-run meeting, that people are being very cordial to each other. When we were in Sacramento as ranchers, we were ridiculed, we were harassed, we were yelled at. This has been pretty much what's happened at every meeting that we've attended. Now you're in Siskiyou County, you see how we behave. We're very civilized people, and we're willing to look at the issues, but however, this is a very emotional thing for us because, of course, we have livestock, we're the front line. We know that this is where Del Norte, Modoc, Siskiyou will be the ones that will take the brunt of what you're planning to do. This was in the paper yesterday. Wolves kill Oregon sheep, injure protection dogs. Protection dogs have been suggested as one of the ways that we can protect our livestock. In this article, 5 dogs were protecting the sheep. 4 of them were injured. 1 is missing. This is what we have to look forward to. People that come up say we need to compromise. What is their part of the compromise? We know our part of the compromise. I'd like to know what the various stakeholders feel is their part of the compromise. Those wolves, if they do, we know they wander. OR7 has been all over the map. When he moves down to Sacramento, what's going to happen down there? Are they going to pick him up and bring him back up here? Because they are travelers. What happens if they end up in Marin County? Are those people going to say, gee, it's the compromise, what are we going to do? We're going to move them back up to Siskiyou County. Another article I have here, this was in yesterday's paper. Oregon wolf numbers trigger delisting 2015 in Oregon. They've got their, 4 breeding pairs. I think that's what the article says. It might be 6. So now they're considering delisting. Do we really want to go through this whole thing to have 4 or 5 breeding pairs here and then say, oh, let's stop, we've got too many? Why are we even going here? It's really hard to understand. So that's pretty much my comment. I think we need to step back and look at the people that will be doing the compromising. And as I say, it's not these groups that live south, it's us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Director, Commissioners, my name's Stan Newts. I represent the Shasta County Sportsmen. I have 5 minutes because there's 3 speakers here. I spoke over in Fortuna, and again, as I mentioned over there, I have a wolf pet in the family, but he's a pet. So I don't hate the wolf, but I would ask that you not ratify your findings, and like to echo Dave Muir, Kirk Wilbur, and Mark Baird's comments. We feel as Shasta County Sportsmen that bringing the wolf in will undo 70 years of efforts to restore our elk populations. It will further crash our stressed mule deer populations that are decreasing due to mountain lion predation, and further stress our black-tailed deer populations that are being decreased due to bear predation and marijuana growers. As some of you may or may not know, the Pacific fisher was just listed as a endangered species by the feds because of marijuana growers putting rat poison out, okay? This is also affecting our black deer population here in these northern counties. Due to its rapid reproduction rate, the wolf does not need to be protected. It'll reproduce just like the coyote. It'll reproduce just like a rat. If we're going to have a plan that Mr. Bonham has worked on, it needs to be hunted and regulated just like the coyote. Hunted 24/7, 365 days a year. It'll survive. We have a unique elk population here called the Roosevelt elk. These wolf herds will go through the Roosevelt elk herds just like the 7th U.S. Corps did, which I was a part of in 1991 as we went through the Iraqi Army. It will go through and devastate a very unique elk population. In Idaho, many of these herds that we've talked about have lost 70 to 80%. The article that I gave you there called Wolf Lies, put up by Steve Alder and Idaho Sportsman, really lays out many of the issues that we're dealing with. They're not on the verge of extinction. Alaska has 11,000, Canada has 60,000. There's not a slaughter continuing. Idaho is managing their herds or their packs of wolves appropriately. Wolves eat only the sick and the young. That's false. They eat adult also. They're also eating a large number of the calves. There used to be 40 to 60 calves per 100 cows. Now they're down to 10 per 100, sometimes some cases 15 per 100. So they had a tremendous impact. At 10 per 100, that's probably not enough to sustain the population of elk in those areas. Continually, as one lady mentioned, the goalpost is being moved. Is it 10 breeding pairs? Is it going to be 40 breeding pairs? Idaho right now has 10 times the number of breeding pairs that they're supposed to have under the federal listing. Wyoming has 3 times, and yet they stepped in and they tried to take the state's management away. Please add 2 more minutes. I've got 5 minutes. So the wolf management plan needs to really be put under the auspices of Mr. Bonham, and the wolf needs to be regulated and hunted, just like coyotes. There's enough coyotes and enough wolves out here to destroy enough of our deer populations that we currently have. And introducing any of these wolves in here will cause tremendous degradation of our ungulate populations. Also note that I want to tell you a little story. I'm a hunter. I have an X tag. I went out and spent 3 days, didn't see any bucks. But what I did find is tremendous numbers of mountain lion kills. The state needs to regulate mountain lions. In an area that I've hunted before and taken game, there was 45 deer typically, 14 bucks, the rest does and fawns. I saw 1 doe, but I did find 5 mountain lion kills. So if the wolf comes into our state, we will further stress our elk populations, we'll stress our deer populations, and there won't be many populations left.
Thank you. You need to wrap up, please.
Huh?
You need to wrap up. Your time's up.
Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. Next speaker.
That concludes the speakers.
Oh, all right. Well, thank you, everyone. So, commissioners, again, to remind you, just to be clear, your administrative record regarding this issue was closed in June, so your findings have to be based on information before you up to that point in June. And you have draft findings before. You've heard some testimony with some specific concerns. So we're looking at seeing what you are interested in. I don't know if the department has any comments on the findings either.
Thank you, Sankey. Let me just start by thanking everybody for sharing their thoughts and comments today. We're going to take a short break when we finish this agenda item, but first, I want to pay special tribute to the members of the California Wolf and Livestock Stakeholder Group for their diligence in continuing to work together and with the department and other interested parties. I think that's as important as it's ever been in the current day. As you all know, we've heard testimony this morning that suggests from the Farm Bureau and others and members of the ranching and farming communities suggesting that people here will have trouble coexisting with wolves. And yet we know, and we've heard testimony as well, that in other western states, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Wyoming, thousands of ranchers and farmers live with wolves every day. I don't know if anyone from these communities in California has spoken with their colleagues in these other states, but as you heard earlier, and I meant to mention myself, we are meeting tomorrow with members of the Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission. I'd encourage you all to try to attend that meeting up in the Rogue Valley, as we're going to be talking with our counterparts about issues of mutual interest, including how they handle these interactions between wolves and livestock, because Oregon has quite a number of packs of wolves. Now, as Sankey has just reminded us, the reason this item is on our agenda today is to provide an opportunity to adopt the findings prepared in the wake of our decision this past summer. However, we've heard there may be some issues with respect to the findings, so we need to hear more about that from the department and our legal counsel so we can make a decision how to proceed today.
As soon as I operate my mic, I'll just kind of preface the conversation is a lot of department staff and your council, including additional AG council staff, have been working diligently on the record, and it's a fairly big one, to draft findings. You have a draft before you. However, there have been some concerns raised since we posted that draft that we may have some additional editing required. What's not entirely clear is the significance of those specific issues are. Unfortunately, we ran out of time, so that's kind of the situation. I don't know if the department wants to add any specificity or not.
Director Bonham.
Sure. Hey, so I just crossed 3 years as director, and I had no idea when I started how much the commission and the department would work through with its many constituents in that time frame, including having wolf come back to the state for the first time in over 80 years. I'm thankful to the speaker who raised the Constitution because it allows me to remind you, as you know, the Commission is established by the California Constitution. You have exclusive statutory authority to designate species, and that authority in your establishment is in Article 4, Section 20, Subdivision B of the Constitution. I agree with Commissioner Rogers and the President that the narrower question of adopting findings is not a reopener for your decision whether listing is warranted. For those watching online, I'd just restate that we have had approximately 2 years of public dialogue through the Commission on the question whether to list, including an April 16th meeting in Ventura at which you affirmatively decided, based on a request, to schedule a second deliberation meeting on June 4th in Fortuna. I would thank Senator Gaines and Assemblyman Dolly for their statements today, Supervisors Kobsef and Chris for making the time to participate, Sheriff Lopi, all of whom I know have busy agendas. To tackle a few of the comments in public opinion, wolf are native to California. We have been pretty clear as a department that we expect it's reasonably likely there'll be, a functioning system of packs in the state within a decade or less. At this point, you have a pretty robust administrative record full of substantial evidence. Ms. Kramer's raised a really important point in my mind about what we're doing going forward and calling out why we've never delisted species in the state. And my personal opinion is that we have not spent enough time as stakeholders thinking about how to follow a listing with a management plan which is based on sound biological goals and objectives, and then commit ourselves to achieving that state of healthy population for then pursuing delisting. And my hope is that the stakeholders working on the wolf management plan stay committed to the prospect of establishing some credible objectives. Then we produce the collaborative work that allows the department to affirmatively request a delisting. That's my hope. But I would just remind folks who have used the department's status review report in this discussion, we didn't make a determination. Our task under the statute is to make a recommendation to you, and we made a narrowly prescribed recommendation based on our view of the science. But clearly in the same document, we told you we think your job is to look at a variety of other factors and reach an independent conclusion as the statutorily and constitutionally enabled commission. And you did that. So the moment you did that in Fortuna, to correct any misperceptions, the department is not in dispute with the commission's decision. You made the decision, and now we're about the business of implementing and perfecting the management plan. I think, Commissioner Hostler, you asked me in Fortuna, what happens to the department's approach on the management plan? And I commented on the record, we're going to wake up the following morning remaining committed to all the stakeholders and producing a plan whether the commission decides it's not warranted or warranted. And that's been our focus ever since. So let's get to the findings question. I think it's time for the commission to adopt findings, but I believe the findings have some additional work that need to be dealt with. Primarily, it is of concern to me personally that there is a paragraph in the findings in the legal basis about decisions that your predecessors may have made in the 1970s. Now, the standards under CISA in the 70s were different and not the same standards you used when you made your listing decision this year. back then in the 70s around Wolverine and Guadalupe fur seal, the decision was about whether a species was rare, and there were 4 specific criteria, none of which are really related to the standard you made your decision in 2014. We'd like to offer an opportunity to make the findings a little more precise in a few limited ways.
Thank you, Director Bonham. So we have a couple of options in front of us. I'd like to hear discussion of how to proceed and recommendations from the staff. Based on Director Bonham's comments, one option that occurs to me is we could adopt the findings striking that paragraph in question about the precedent, historical precedent, but that's just one option. Other comments, suggestions, Sankey?
Yeah, you're, again, to remind you, the findings you're adopting are an explanation of the facts and issues you as commissioners found that indicated why you made the choice you made in a non-lawyerly description. So, part of the purpose is to, as staff, is to prepare that, and hopefully we got findings that represent collectively your thinking about how you made your decision and explaining it. This particular paragraph is more informational, perhaps, than actually critical to your findings, but these are your findings. Yeah. So I think you have some leeway to decide on, as a group, what your specific facts and views were used to make your decision.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Jackie, did you have that's interesting, Director Bonham. The idea of, I take it from what you're saying is that you think that it would be of substantive improvement to make these findings in December more precise so that they could be more effective in the management plan ultimately. Is that what you're saying?
Almost. In the bottom of page 3, the draft findings do say the commission is also guided by its own historical listing precedents. And then it references both Guadalupe fur seal and American wolverine, which were decisions a commission made in the 70s under different legal standards.
Different criteria, different legal standards. Okay, I take your point.
So I accept the President's observation that a possible next step could be to strike that paragraph.
To strike
but
that.
You should, I think, seek advice from your own legal counsel, who's on the other side of the table here. For me, the goal of administrative findings is specificity, clarity, precision, and appropriate reference to substantial evidence warranting the administrative decision. So our suggestion is to not overlook that in a particular page and paragraph. You may be referencing legal standards which aren't actually applicable today.
Thank you.
If I may, to continue on this, then you believe that it may be appropriate, it may alleviate that concern.
Correct.
Were we to strike that paragraph.
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, I agree, Commissioner Rogers. That paragraph goes to the issue of listing species that currently don't exist in California but once did, native species that have been extirpated. Now, I have said before, I find, as a part-time law professor, I find the legal argument advanced by some stakeholders that the California Endangered Species Act doesn't somehow apply to extirpated species completely spurious. And so I don't think we need this paragraph in the findings to make them valid. Counsel, did you have any comment?
I see no problem with your striking it. It's certainly not a critical finding.
Okay. Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin?
I just would like to offer my thoughts and my opinion on this. I have only been on the commission for 1 year. And as Director Bonham and everyone has mentioned, this item has been on the agenda for 2 years. My concern are the ranchers. My concern is the ability to protect their herds, their livestock, and to know what they can and cannot do. I don't believe that they're there yet. And I don't know if they're going to be willing to come back and participate in that wolf management plan. My concern is the lack of flexibility with the listing and the ability for the ranchers to have viable means of protecting their property and their livestock. So I agree the findings are here. The vote was in June. We can't turn back the clock. However, I still have concerns. So I would prefer that there be more detail. I prefer that there would be more dialogue. I would really like to be able to have the ranchers understand what they can and cannot do to protect themselves. I don't think we're there. So while I was the only dissenting vote, I'll be the only dissenting vote today. I think that there needs to be more discussion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hostler-Carmson. Director Bonham and then Commissioner Rogers.
I see a couple of options. One is you could move the draft findings you have today in total. You could move them subject to, I suppose, a motion to delete a component. You could conclude you would like additional work on them and have them come back to you in December. Regardless which of those three basic options you choose, I will again offer that the department is willing to come to each of the subsequent commission meetings for a specific agenda slot of continuing to talk about progress on the wolf management plan and some of the particular thorny policy problems we expect to encounter, which may offer you a continuing venue for the disparate stakeholders to offer their input to you as you offer guidance to the department on how it should finalize a management plan.
Commissioner Rogers.
Jackie, I really appreciate your concern. I've been doing this now for 10 years, and every time we take a substantive action, we will have a group of people who are fundamentally opposed to that. And often there is so much passion involved in it that they will say something akin to, I'm through with this. This didn't work out the way I wanted it to, and therefore I'm going to not be part of it going forward. And they really mean it when they say it. And I imagine that's true here too. What I've found, and I cannot predict the future, no, I can't do that. But what I can tell you is my experience with this. And my experience is that people are smart. And the best way to get a wolf management plan that is disadvantageous to your interests is to not be involved in the creation of that plan. So what happens is people walk away from the meeting and they're still upset, and then it dawns on them that the best way to mitigate whatever problems they foresee is to be involved, and to be involved aggressively in the creation of that management plan, whether it's in marine world or in this case with respect to wolves. And I applaud that, because what we have found is, because of that robust commitment to the issue, often the creation of these subsequent plans are just enhanced dramatically because of that commitment. I do not respond to the I'm walking away, because it is my experience that actually people come back more invigorated.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. I want to associate myself with the comments of my colleagues here. We're all concerned about the impact of our actions on our stakeholders. particularly the regulated group. But I also want to reiterate what Director Bonham said. The most important thing going forward is the work of the department and the stakeholder group working on this wolf management plan. That is not less important now because the species has been listed. It's more important. And I would encourage everybody to continue working together. With that said,
I would like to propose, therefore, a motion.
Commissioner
Sankey
Rogers
can put it into what he needs, but I would propose, I am persuaded that the offending paragraph with historical references that are off of a state of the law that no longer exists be removed. That we approve the findings striking that section.
So you have a motion?
Yes, I think I have a draft for you. The Commission, pursuant to Section 2075.5 of the Fish and Game Code, adopts findings for its decision to add the gray wolf to the list of animals declared to be endangered under the California Endangered Species Act, minus paragraph 4 of page 3.
So moved.
I'll second that, making it clear that that paragraph in question is the one that starts. The Commission is also guided by its own historical listing precedents.
Sure.
Can we back up one moment from the motion?
Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin.
I failed to also mention my other concern, which is working with the Native American tribes. I think the representative from the Shasta Nation very eloquently stated that the tribe has their own ordinance. And I think it's really important for the department and the commission to realize the importance of working with that tribe. And I applaud Director Bonham and all of his staff because I know they're working very hard with all of the tribes. But I think it really needs to be a specific outreach by the department and the commission to consult with that tribe and help them to understand what measures they can take and to come to a mutual solution. So I'm concerned about the ranchers. I'm concerned about the tribes. I'm also concerned about the other stakeholders who are passionate about protecting the wolf. But I think that, in my mind, the management plan needs to be perfected. I think that there's a lot more work to be done. I echo my colleagues' statements that I hope that the stakeholders will not walk away from the management plan.
Thank you, Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin. We have a motion on the table that has been moved and seconded. Let's take a roll call vote on it, Sankey.
Commissioner Sutton?
Aye.
Commissioner Rogers?
Aye.
Commissioner Jackie Karmazin Hostler? No. So I have 2 ayes and a no. The motion passes. And with that, I think, Mr. President, you had asked for a break.
Yes, please. Let's take a 10-minute break. Be back at 10 minutes after the hour.
All right. About all the great things happening in California. Please have a seat. Everyone having a great conversation, go outside and talk to the fish. They will listen patiently. Thank you. As soon as we seat our 2 missing commissioners, we'll proceed. No, 2 is not a quorum.
2 is not a quorum, you're right.
No, I actually need 3. Yeah, shall we?
Takes 2 to tango.
Shall I step outside?
That's right.
Can we see that, please?
The tango?
What time do you bring?
I really like to see you guys do the tango.
No, thank you.
Right out here would
No,
be
thank
good. Particularly if the camera's on. Oop, I'm on.
We're going to go back to 1B, right?
I have a question. 3 minutes on each item under the Wildlife Resources Code.
Well,
All right. We will resume our treatment of Agenda Item 1 with Item B, Wildlife Resources Committee. I do want to make a quick note and make a plug that we're looking for a Wildlife Resources Advisor for the committee. The exam is open, and we're encouraging people interested in being the Commission's Wildlife Advisor. Applications have to be submitted by October 24th to our Commission office.
Sonky, let me reiterate that the success of our committees on the Commission is almost entirely dependent on good staffing. We've had that with the Marine Resources Committee. We've never had dedicated staff for the Wildlife Resources Committee because it's relatively new. We now have an advertisement out for the position of Wildlife Resources Committee Advisor, and it's really an important piece of our work. That said, today the two co-chairs of the Wildlife Resources Committee are not here, and none of the rest of us on the Commission were present at the latest Wildlife Resources Committee meeting, so we'll be all ears for the report.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. President. In the binder and on our webpage is a summary of the WRC. We had a very, I thought, successful meeting on September 17th with both chairs in Sacramento. It was a very productive meeting, and I'm here to report out on the recommendations from your committee for recommended actions on issues that will be coming up before the Commission, and I will summarize those real quickly. The committee recommended the Commission direct staff to prepare a cleanup rulemaking for falconry regs based on the action list that was generated when you did the falconry conformance with the federal rules. Remember, there were some outstanding issues. The committee heard those. The department presented a summary of those, and the committee recommended the Commission permit staff to pursue dealing with those. The second recommendation, and these are unanimous recommendations, by the way, from the two chairs. The other one was have the Commission direct staff to prepare rulemaking for the 2015-2016 season regarding mammal regulations based on the draft recommendations presented by the Department of Fish and Wildlife at that meeting, and it's your Exhibit 6. The third recommendation was that the Commission direct staff to prepare rulemaking to implement the Bobcat Protection Act by permitting trapping only in high-value counties and establishing a no-trap buffer around designated no-trap areas using well-defined landmarks. The presentations are Exhibits 4 and 5 in your binder, and they're also on the webpage. And the fourth recommendation was have the Commission direct staff to prepare rulemaking to phase in AB 711, the lead ban, as recommended by the Department of Fish and Wildlife at the WRC committee meeting, and it is that information is contained in Exhibits 2 and 3. As a reminder looking forward, the next WRC meeting is tentatively scheduled in January, and in a later agenda item we'll be talking about specific dates and locations. And your staff supports the committee's recommendations made at that September 17th meeting. And so unless there's specific questions.
Thank you, Sonky. The report from the committee meeting suggests that the committee also had recommendations for us, or maybe I missed this, on AB 1213 and as well as the predator management regulations issues.
Well, they didn't make specific recommendations other than on the predator policy matters. The department had Dr. Eric Loft presented the committee with an outline of how they would proceed with the predator issues. They shared that as a working draft. The committees liked what they saw, and they're looking for further development. So it wasn't in a condition to provide any specific recommendations to the full commission. It's something that's going to be ongoing business in front of them. And as far as the lead issue, as you know, both the bobcat and the lead issues are significant because both of them have statutory obligations for us as a commission to begin rulemaking by your December meeting, which means after this meeting we pretty much have to start preparing final documents, initial statements of reasons, economic evaluation reports, CEQA, to be prepared for December. So this is on those two items, we have you set up to accept or modify those recommendations or reject them for future action at your December meeting. Any other questions from the committee? If not, we could take public testimony.
Director Bonham, did you have something? Director Bonham's mic is not active. There we go.
I hope that's not because AGP is cutting me off over there at the command center. Hey, just a couple of thoughts, both on the Bobcat issue and the ammunition issue. Neither of the commissioners who participated in the Wildlife Resources Subcommittee are here today, Mr. Bayless or Mr. Kellogg, but I think the department's very appreciative of them using that subcommittee in a manner that's allowed maybe 2 full discussions on each of these. And on the ammunition aspect, I'll say, I think the department has taken about a year and done a pretty remarkable public outreach effort. We've done at least 14 meetings across 12 cities over the last year. And now we still have even more important public process. Once you kind of notice and move, we'll have additional meetings and venues for people to come directly in front of you and express their opinion. So I'm pleased we've taken that time. It's been a pretty responsive engagement, and that's an update, I think, for us.
Thank you, Director Bonham. Any other questions before we go to public comment? Sonke.
We have 11 speakers, starting with Stan Newts, Kevin Ward, Robert Martin, Ed Worley, Kim Delfino.
Come on up. Order is not important, but please start lining up.
Okay, Director, again, I represent the Shasta County Sportsmen. We collectively went together, so I've got 5 minutes. Thank you. I attended.
Hold on, just a second. The seated time is conditional on the president's approval.
He approved it.
You did?
When you get time seated, it's for each agenda item that you requested. I don't know that you requested it for every agenda item you're going to talk on.
I requested it for both. Yes, I did.
All right, that's fine. How many people are you representing? I mean, speakers here today?
3.
Okay.
All right, go ahead. 5 minutes.
I did, in fact, attend the July 19th meeting with Fish and Game in Reading on the lead hunting ban. This is more of an informational thing for all of you because really the action is the state legislature. But I want you to know how difficult this is going to be for the California Department of Fish and Game to actually implement this bill. It appears that AB 711 is another unconstitutional law passed by the state legislature. This is not the first unconstitutional law that the state legislature has passed. It has a taking of private property effect by banning lead bullets currently legal to purchase here and in other states. There could be a Second Amendment infringement. Furthermore, the ban is based on a politically driven, non-scientific study. This ban is essentially a push by the Humane Society to ban all hunting in the United States and to ban all shooting on public grounds, to include Department of Fish and Game lands, also BLM lands, and any other federal lands. So it's one thing that you guys need to be aware of where this is coming from. This is a politically driven issue. Did the state really do a comprehensive study on AB 711 as far as economics goes? You need to take a look at that. Was that legitimately done? The Department of Finance did write that the economic effects can be in the millions. The availability of lead copper substitutes, typically is going to be very difficult to find. You've got some manufacturers out there making them, but they're very expensive. I want to remind everyone that copper is $3 a pound on the spot market, lead's $1 a pound. So it's going to be a 3-to-1 ratio there in price. And that's essentially what we're seeing. A box of .308 ammunition used to cost $18. Today with the rush on ammunition, it's about $34. $50 to $60 is what a box with copper-tipped bullet ammunition would cost. It's going to be difficult to find. Also, DFG does not have an economic lead tester. Currently, the lead testers cost about $10,000 each. That's going to be about a $4 million cost to the state taxpayer. Maybe you can get that cost down, but it's going to be a very, very difficult law to enforce. I have a lot of consternation with the lead condor study. We looked at the 2008 study. The 2013 study was released after the state voted on this. So we think it's going to be an extremely difficult task for Mr. Bonham and the DFG to actually enforce this law. Okay. When we look at the stakeholders who push this, Humane Society, Center for Biological Diversity, Audubon Society, National Defense Resource Council, are all pretty much anti-hunting. And when you take a look at the ban on hunting of mountain lions, the gray wolf decision just made, the ban on hunting of black bears with dogs, and the attempts to reduce hunting of coyotes lead one to the conclusion that really the rural parts of the state are not getting the representation we need. Okay, many of these decisions are definitely anti-hunting, but they're also anti-human. We want you to take that into consideration as you go forth with this. This is going to be a very difficult task for Department of Fish and Game to take care of. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, I'm Robert Martin, and I wanted to talk to you about item 1B1A, which is the Bobcat Protection Act. One thing I wanted to urge the Commission to do is accept the Trappers Association proposal for using the GPSs to delineate the buffer zone around the Bobcat closures areas. I also want to make myself available to answer any questions that you might have. One thing I wanted to point out, I pulled off of your agenda items in one of the informational packets this map, which shows the Bobcat closure areas. And then I wanted to also point out to you, I was able to grab my GPS and pull it up and look at the state of California. And I zoomed in on the areas that are proposing being closed. And they are mapped already in my GPS. And then I could zoom in on the area, and there also is a scale bar down here at the bottom that shows what a quarter mile looks like. So I could see myself really easily on my GPS screen relative to the Bobcat closure zones. In this proposal, using GPS to delineate that is something you should hear more about later today, and I just wanted to give you guys my support in that. Any questions?
Thank you. Next speaker.
Yes, my name is Kevin Ward, just a private citizen, not representing anybody in particular. I've got some information and some questions concerning the banning of lead bullets in California. One, in the early 1980s, an effort was made to reintroduce bald eagles to the Channel Islands off Southern California. During that process, adult and young eagles were fed meat from wild goats and pigs that were all shot with lead bullets. The fledged eagles ate feral goats and pigs that were all shot with lead bullets and left the lie as carrion for them to eat. The bullets were not recovered or removed from those animals shot, and they were left on the hills for the eagles to eat. The eagles made a very successful comeback and now repopulate the islands. No eagles died from eating any lead poisoned meat. No eagles died from eating a lead bullet that was left in a carcass. For the details of the project, please see Reintroduction of Bald Eagles on Santa Catalina Island, California, by David Garcelon. I've attached the cover to his paper, and it's also available online if you want the specifics. When an animal is shot by a bullet, the blood and body fluids run out of the animal. They do not dissolve the lead bullet and assimilate it into the flesh and organs before the animal dies. Condors don't get lead from eating animals killed by lead bullets. Yes, there is a remote chance that a condor may ingest a bullet left in a carcass, but the odds are so remote it's not worth addressing. Garcelon's study on bald eagles on Catalina showed that the eagles actually benefited from hunters who shot animals that were not recovered and or left the gut piles from the animals that were shot and recovered. This allowed them more food availability. All these animals were shot with lead bullets. So why would eagles eating dead carrion shot with lead bullets be any different than condors? It doesn't make sense. You have absolutely no proof or even valid scientific studies that show the lead levels in condors comes from animal tissue that's been poisoned by the lead from the bullets that killed it. Your own studies show that the condors are having problems with lead. It also shows that the ban on lead bullets that's been in effect so far has made absolutely no difference in the lead levels in the condors. So the lead is not coming from bullets or animals killed by lead bullets. There's a multitude of other sources in our environment. We've burned lead in fuels for over 50 years. Why not quit wasting our time and money blaming the lead levels in condors on lead bullets and use it to find the real source? If not allowing lead bullets in the condor range had no effect, what makes you think that allowing lead bullets from outside the condor range will make a positive change? Condors won't even be around to eat the bullets from the animals that were not killed with lead. You have no scientific data to justify removing lead bullets from the condor range, but you did it anyway. Then why are you proposing to make it the rest of the state?
Yeah, so just thank you very much. Just to help everybody understand, the Commission's not in a position to renegotiate AB 711. The legislature adopted that, and the Commission is obliged to implement it. So that to be helpful to the Commissioners, what we're looking for is, does the Commission's proposal, given that we have to adopt a complete ban by 2019, is that the best proposal we can pitch and go to rulemaking? It's not whether to do it or not. That is not a choice of the Commission. Next speaker.
Good morning. Thank you. Yes. So my name is Kim Delfino, and I'm the California Program Director with Defenders of Wildlife, and we were one of the sponsors of AB 711. I wanted to echo Director Bonham's thanks to Commissioners Kellogg and Bayless for how they operated the Wildlife Resource Committee, the open process that they conducted around the state, the ability to allow all viewpoints on how to implement AB 711 should be conducted, and we think that that was very helpful, and the fact that they are now recommended to move forward these regulations to the Commission. Just to be honest, we, Defenders of Wildlife, would prefer to see a speedier implementation of the regulations. However, and we believe that we presented evidence to support that there is sufficient supply and not enough of an impact on cost by the report produced by Dr. Vernon Thomas, who is an expert in these matters. With that being said, we also understand all of the issues and concerns that have been raised by the hunting and manufacturing interests, and so therefore we are happy to move forward with what is, we believe, a compromise in terms of implementation. From our perspective, every moment of delay of implementation of these regulations in terms of when you start to actually phase out around the state costs has an impact on wildlife because of the effects of ingestion of lead, and has a human health implication as well. But we do want to try to be helpful and move this process forward, and so we're supportive of moving these regs forward. Thank the department for all of their work on this and holding all of the meetings around the state. We know that given all the issues that they have to grapple with and the short staff allocate time that they have, that this was a big issue for them, and we appreciate that effort. And look forward to engaging in further discussion as the regulations move forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Sutton, Commissioners, Ed Worley with the National Rifle Association. It's good to see you all again. This has been a long, arduous process going through AB 711. We've all had lots of discussions about it, and I want to thank the staff and Director Bonham for some very spirited conversations. We may not always agree, but the conversations are very key to understanding what we need to do. Part of the thing that Mr. Perriger and the other staff have pointed out is that there's a continuing ongoing problem with the supply of ammunition. Part of the thing I think you need to implement into the regulations is, in essence, if you want to call it a safety valve, that as you phase things in, if that's what you do intend to do, and we will see the final regulations you're going to go to notice in December, you have no mechanism in there if there are no supplies of specific ammunition available. So you've boxed yourself in that if there's no supply of X caliber of ammunition available, that those persons have no other option. On the way up here yesterday, I stopped by every single gun shop up to 99 and the 5. Big gun shops, small gun shops, everything else. Nobody had any non-lead 22. Not a single box. One of the largest retailers, it's a huge store, and I talked to the manager of the store. He did not know that non-lead ammo for 22 was even available because he's never seen it to be purchased. So part of the thing as we all move on in this continuing discussion, and we still disagree with a lot of the science that's been talked about, and we won't even go into that now because we need to talk about where we're going to go from here. But you need to talk about as you implement these things is that there's no mechanisms now to have an escape valve when there's no ammunition available of certain calibers. And remember, the expert from Canada who came here, and I'll call him an expert with quotes around it, part of the thing is that just because there's 30-06 ammunition available, it may be a certain make and model. That may not work in my rifle. It may not grip in my rifle. It may not fire well on my rifle. So to say spurious comments like there's plenty of ammunition available out there makes people think that all the ammunition is not like a piece of a thing. It's not going to work with certain ammunition. So we're going to continue to be engaged with you and the staff on an ongoing basis in discussions. I'm sure we're not going to like the regulations that come out, but all of us must move forward and try to figure out what we're going to try to do. So we'll keep discussions with Director Bonham, Mr. Perry, and the staff, and everybody else, and I do appreciate how things have been modified for the right to self-protection and those issues that we brought up. But I do think you're going to have a serious problem with the supply issue, and you need to take that into account when it comes to the regulations. So thank you again for your time. It's good to see you all again.
Thank you. Next speaker.
We've got Rick Bullock, Kathy Lynch, Doc Solis, Bill Gaines, Roman Porter, and Tom Pedersen.
Come on up.
Good morning, President Sutton, fellow commissioners, Director Bonham, and staff. I represent Apex. My name is Rick Bullock, and we, like most of the sportsman community, did not think that the lead ban was needed, but it is the law of the land, and we respect that the Commission and the Department must move forward with that. We hope, as you move forward, that you, as Ed noted, that you remain aware that the technology and availability is a key component to whether it can truly be implemented. But I do want to specifically note the Department and the staff for taking to heart the governor's signing message and truly implementing this plan in a way that is very sensitive to the folks that it influences the most. And again, I just really want to thank you for being sensitive to that situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you. I wondered if I could ask permission to have 2-3 minutes for the two different topics for two different clients. That would be appropriate.
Are you representing other people? Have other people ceded time to you?
No, but they're two different organizations, and these are two different topics from the committee.
Well, that's not our normal practice, but if you need additional time, we won't stand in your way.
Thank you very much. I'll try to be fast. AB 1213, I'd like to talk about the trapping regulations first. I represent the California Trappers Association. They are the statewide organization. And we do actually have something positive to recommend. We would recommend that you look at, you heard it earlier, the GPS model to implement this. This is something we have submitted 2 letters to you. The first letter was a historical perspective on the implementation of AB 1213 and the fact that the legislature specifically did not ban bobcat trapping. They were very clear. They actually denied that bill in the Water Parks and Wildlife Committee. They also were not specific about how to draw those boundaries. The recommendation out of the Wildlife Resources Committee suggests high-density boundaries or counties. We think that's problematic and would limit the option for trappers. We think that it also wouldn't do anything with the bobcat population. I think it's important to note that you have precedent in this. You have standing. The Marine Protection Area, you've adopted 4 times, twice in 2012. You've used GPS to guide that. There's no difference between land or marine environment as you do that. The BLM, since 2004, has used GPS very effectively to look at cultural resource areas. So we'd really encourage you to do this. In addition, I might add that just this morning in the LA Times, there was an article that Google is working in partnership with the Park Service. They have mapped the whole Grand Canyon using something kind of a Google Trekker. They are now mapping 14 of California's state parks. So technology is here. The Silicon Valley is our home. And you have precedent for consistency, for efficiency, for productivity, and for enforcement. The GPS is the way to go. I have it on my iPhone. The GPS device is right here. The trappers are happy to use this device for their enforcement. So we would encourage you to take a look at that model. And then I would like to talk for a moment about the lead issue, AB 711. I represent the National Shooting Sports Foundation. And I think many of you know we did commission a third-party research, Southwick Associates, to present at the Wildlife Resources Committee a full presentation on the cost and availability of lead. I think that's been made available to you here. We spent a good deal of time, and we do extend appreciation to the Wildlife Resources Committee and the department staff for creating that opportunity. They would also be available to come out to the commission in December to give that presentation to the full commission. I know Mr. Rogers had indicated at the last commission meeting that it would be good to have the industry present. They would make themselves available to do that. The third-party researcher actually did a hunter survey and looked at what would happen to hunting in California, looked what would happen to conservation dollars, went through the various caliber, all the questions that you have, they went through. I would like to also point out, as it relates to, in addition to the shortages, the loss of hunting of about 35%. In Section F of your proposal, this says that the department will make a determination to certify non-lead ammunition. The manufacturers are interpreting that to mean that the current non-lead ammunition on the market would be not certified as non-lead, that they would have to go through a recertification process, so you would in essence be deeming it lead until proven differently. We also have questions, and I'm speaking of the manufacturers now, about how you will do that certification, what is your area of expertise to do that, and what will that process look like that you're going to certify to put non-lead ammunition onto the market. These are just a few of the questions that we have. So we'd appreciate the opportunity, I think, to present to the full commission. Also, the public doesn't have full access at the Wildlife Resources Committee because it's not broadcast statewide, and so it would provide an opportunity for the public to hear about the cost and availability, particularly in the rimfire. We heard that it's like 0.5% availability, and it's not likely to grow due to the manufacturing sector that provides that. And you have some impacted species as you look at rimfire. So we encourage you to look at all that. Thank you. Thank you for the extra time, Commissioner Sutton.
Thank you.
Director Bonham, I don't know if you have a comment. Your light's on, but in general, our commission has been sympathetic to the use of modern technology like GPS, especially when area-specific regulations are implemented, like the MLPA. I know Commissioner Rogers and I have talked about this before. And I don't know, since I wasn't at the committee meeting, I don't know what was discussed there, but our commission generally likes to see the use of modern technology and making our regulations easier to implement.
Right. No, it's hard to be anti-technology. So it's been a pretty healthy conversation. I think institutionally the department has struggled to propose an approach to implementing the bill across 160,000 square miles or however big the state is in a enforceable, cost-efficient manner. And I think that has influenced the trajectory of what's emerging in the committee. But I'm also thinking, having read recent kind of letters and submissions and just quickly talking to the chief, while in some of these remote land areas, I'm not sure you'll get the same signal as you do in the open ocean, But I think we continue to remain open to further fine-tuning and incorporating technology. So, yeah, often I think the commission gets a recommendation for receipt, which then still facilitates the opportunity for additional input and fine-tuning as you're actually developing the final regulatory language.
Thank you, Director Bonham. Commissioner Rogers?
Yeah, Director Bonham, I think that's well said. Everyone thinks, what do you mean GPS doesn't work on land is the way it works in the sea? Well, on the sea, you're not in a valley. So your access to a satellite, if there's a satellite available, and there is for GPS just about everywhere on the globe, is not blocked by a mountain. You're not down in a ravine. So often GPS is terrestrially not as good as it is on the ocean. Having said that, I applaud you, and it's what we need to do going forward. If that simply means more satellites as we become more dependent upon GPS, I'm sure the providers will love to make more money. So,
well, we appreciate that consideration, and again, if I didn't say it, let me say it, that the trappers are willing to assume that burden, that they're in the proper location as it relates to the GPS. So,
understand that.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'd like to, we're wandering into turf that could be difficult to get through. So one is, thank you, Kathy. As you know, we are now recording the committee meetings, and we are putting at least the recordings on our webpage. So the good news is those of you who couldn't participate in the Marine or Wildlife committees, we are now fully recording and indexing them with the agendas. So
this is audio
recording, right. So we haven't, it's a budgeting technology issue or technical issue about going full video, but at least we're now making it so at least somebody can hear the conversations. Now going back to we'll take more speakers in just a moment, but this is an important issue, is technology is a rule or a tool by which we might hold people accountable, recognizing in your MPA rules, it doesn't say a fisherman has to have GPS. We're not, I don't think, talking about that. The question is, can we delineate a fictitious line on the water or in the land? And it's the responsibility, in this case, of the trappers to stay out of there. They have one of many tools by which to do that. They could use GPS. They could use a good old-fashioned topo map and a compass. I'm an old topo fan. I still know how to use them. The young kids probably don't know what they are. All the way to dead reckoning. There's many ways. The point is, can we use lines that are otherwise invisible, recognizing that most of these delineated areas we're supposed to stay from, there is no line on the land even. You can't see them. So this is a problem very similar to MPA, and the challenge is what's reasonable to write as a rule, setting a distance from an area you can't see, and having enforcement have the ability to actually hold somebody accountable in the court system. That's the conundrum we're going to be wrestling with. Right. We don't have the answers, but I think technology might be one of those tools to help make that work. So that being said, unless there are others, Dan Perigary has some.
Sankey, we appreciate your admission that you're a Luddite, and we'll take that. Commissioner Rogers.
No,
Dr. Perigary.
Good morning, Commissioners. Dan Perigary. Looking at the notes from your WRC meeting, the department's working under pretty clear guidance, and it doesn't include this conversation. So staff is working hard right now trying to meet your meeting information deadlines and things. And so if this is sounding like a deviation to me from where we left the WRC, and it's awkward without having the co-chairs here, I know.
Well, it is not the intention of us to do that.
Yeah,
the way our committees work is that they do the discussion and then they bring to us. So if you're feeling deviated, I'm careful how I said that.
Yeah.
Please don't, Dan.
Yeah, to be clear, I was simply expressing some of the challenges that were discussed at that committee hearing, but the recommendations in your binders on pursuing this high use area with efficient boundary descriptions was what the committee recommended. Ultimately, it's the full commission's choice on what they actually want to pursue. Just
Dan, my comment was, in general, we expect those writing regulations to make appropriate use of technology. I don't know how enforcement, obviously this is an enforcement issue, Chief Carrion, because the game wardens or the wildlife officers in the field have to have a way to identify where these areas are as well. And I'm assuming they're using GPS or some appropriate technology. Director Bonham.
A way forward might be, and I cringe at all department staff who are watching online and
in the emails you're going to get.
Could disagree. I mean, I think I am looking at the published meeting summary from the Wildlife Resources Committee, which says, after some public discussion, WRC recommended commission authorize staff to work with department to prepare rulemaking, ... by identifying permitting trapping in high-value counties. I suppose one could complete that work and present that as an alternative. And subsequent to then, we've had additional input that there may be, an equally valuable alternative, which is more about, demarcating lines and then connecting it to technology and GPS. So it's additional work, but you might consider approaching the topic from a limited, one or two alternative structure, and then you can have that discussion in December.
Yeah,
I know our practice is encouraging us to move away from you being presented with a suite of options, and I believe in that approach. But given none of your WRC commissioners are here.
Yeah, one of for full disclosure, so the commission and the public understand, your staff did meet with the author of the Bobcat Act and some of the supporters to update them on the work of the committee and their recommendations. To add to the complexity of your path, they weren't real supportive of the recommendation from the committee. They did not think it met the spirit of their bill. So we're in that perfect spot where we're making nobody happy, which is unusual for us. But the Bobcat Act's got some real bona fide challenges for us. One is, if you look at the map, it's both online and in your binder, there's over 250 of these designated areas. Drawing physical road reg descriptions is impossible. Or it's doable, but your reg booklet will be enormous. And the cost by statute that we have to transfer and have the trappers pay for will make their licenses very, very expensive and probably end the practice, which some folks, that's their intent. The other problem we're going to have, aside from just figuring out what distance we keep people away from these areas, which is a debatable issue, the other problem is the Act didn't prohibit depredation trapping in this no-go zone. It also doesn't prohibit other trapping for other critters. So no matter what we do, we're going to put the enforcement in a situation where they see a trap in this no zone. They first have to decide, is this a bobcat trap? And I don't know about you, but I know enough about trapping, you can't tell the difference. That's going to create a burden. And it doesn't actually prevent bobcat trapping because depredation would still be allowed. So it creates this, I'm speaking for enforcement, which I long ago learned not to do, but I think it's safe to say this is going to be a challenge to enforce in the field anyways. So the gist of my story is we have not figured this one out. The committee, for practical reasons, recommended what's in your binder, which is let's see what we can do with these high value areas, because there's some parts of the state there's almost no trapping, so why even bother? The trappers don't like that loss of opportunity, and the author of the bills don't like us allowing trapping in the high use areas. We were told that that's the area they actually don't want anybody trapping. So we're making no one happy at the moment.
Okay.
Just as a background.
Commissioner Rogers.
Hi. Thank you. As a quick aside, I've been noticing sort of an undercurrent during this conversation earlier from public testimony. Biologically, there is a huge difference between how individual organisms process lead. An eagle does not process lead the same way as does a condor. The condor's stomach is such that the outlet pipe is above the bottom of the stomach. Lead is very heavy, So it goes and sits down at the bottom of the stomach. It doesn't pass out. It sits there until it's gone. It doesn't get out. With a human being, you process lead out. Yes, it does damage while it's in you, as we all should by now know. But we process things differently. Birds, not all birds process the same, not all animals process the same. So it's kind of important to understand a bit of the biology before we say one animal is affected and another is not.
And unless there's other comments, I would recommend we finish taking our testimony from our public speakers.
Let's do that. Thank you.
Karen, cue them up.
Don Solis, Bill Gaines, Roman Porter, and Tom Pedersen.
Go ahead.
I'm Don Solis. I live here in Siskiyou County. I'm a trapper.
Can you pull the mic a little closer to your mouth? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
Yes, I'm Don Solis. I live here in Siskiyou County. I'm a trapper. I'm also a director for the California Trappers Association. I'd like to reaffirm what Kathy Lynch has proposed. I believe it's a personal responsibility of a hunter or a trapper to know where they are at all times. Consequently, the use of GPS would allow us to do that. And I believe the Bobcat bill in itself has set a precedent as far as marking boundaries. It's a violation to set a trap on private land according to the Bobcat bill. It doesn't say anything about that private land being marked. In our country up here, we have large areas of timberlands, and those lands aren't marked on the ground. Consequently, in order to be within the regulations, we would have to have written permission from that landowner. But we could use GPS to stay outside of those boundaries. So I believe that the use of unmarked boundaries is well within the intent of the Bobcat Protection Bill. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
President Sutton, members of the Commission, Director Bonham, Department staff. My name is Bill Gaines, and I'm here today representing the California Houndsmen for Conservation, California Bowman Hunters State Archery Association as well. I had the opportunity to sit through the Wildlife Resources Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and I also had the opportunity to listen to the presentation that Kathy Lynch just alluded to that was given by Southwoods Associates. Southwoods has been around for a long time. I've seen many surveys that they've done over the years. They are highly respected in that arena, I can assure you. I'd like to give a couple of take-home points that I drew out of that presentation. First of all, they were surveying the manufacturers, not the retailers. They were surveying the people that actually produce the ammunition, the people that will be faced with any problems that may be associated with producing that ammunition and getting it out on the street. All the retailers can do is put out on the street what those manufacturers deliver to them. So the manufacturers truly are the ones that know just how readily available non-toxic loads may be in the future. One thing that they noted was that even those few calibers that are available in California in non-toxic loads today won't be once a statewide mandate is implemented to where everybody has to use them to shoot those specific calibers. Secondly, they made it very clear that manufacturing lines are already maxed out with lead ammunition production because lead ammunition right now is at record sales highs. There's absolutely no economic reason for them to swap their lines over from lead ammunition, which they can't make fast enough now, to start producing non-toxic loads. Neither is there any economic reason for them to invest in new facilities with the future of non-toxic ammunition demand nationwide being so uncertain. They made it very clear that the mandate that's been handed to the Commission of fully implementing AB 711 by July 1st of 2019 is truly unimplementable. Secondly, Fish and Game Enforcement has also noted that they currently don't have the ability to legally, or I should say, to enforce it. They don't have anything in their tool chest to determine what is or is not lead out in the field without actively cutting those loads open. In essence, Commissioners, you've been handed a mandate that is unimplementable by the timelines that are presented in AB 711. I'd like to make two recommendations to you. One would be that you take the time to send a letter to the legislature asking them to consider cleanup legislation in 2015, which would provide you with a little longer phase-in period. Secondly, I would definitely take Ms. Lynch up on her offer to have Southwest Associates provide that same presentation to the Commission. I realize none of the Commissioners here were at the WRC. I can assure you that there is information in that presentation that will be very meaningful to you in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, President Sutton, Commissioners. Roman Porter, CEO of the California Deer Association, is speaking on behalf of the proposed changes to the deer tags. We're looking at mandatory reporting. California Deer Association is in favor of that. We think there can be a lot of good information derived from getting that information. We are, however, concerned with the possibility of finding individuals before they have an opportunity to fully understand what this new implementation is. So I would just ask that we work to notify the public of what's happening, look at some of the other states that have done this. This is not a new thing, so we could look and learn from other states to see how we can process this in such a way that our deer hunters throughout the state don't inadvertently violate the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Tom Pedersen, representing California Rifle and Pistol Association. I'd like to speak to the issue of implementation of AB 711. I appreciate the Department's efforts. I think they've been handed a very difficult job in terms of implementation. And I think that the longest period is the best, and I'll say that at a minimum. I think it's still going to be very difficult to implement. But one of the issues I'd like to speak to is the possibility of copper ammunition being listed by Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms as armor piercing. As you know, because of the makeup of the material in the bullet, it's generally made of one type of alloy, but there's other alloys that occur in there naturally, so it's a combination which qualifies as armor-piercing ammunition. And when Mr. Keene was speaking from National Shooting Sports Foundation, he mentioned that they had several petitions that have been pending for a number of years. And I'm just asking that the Commission engage. I know Mr. Mastrop had indicated a willingness to do that, because this could be a very large problem. And the fact of the matter is, this Commission, when we were before you at a previous meeting, we pointed that SB 53, a bill at the time that would have prohibited the potential purchase of ammunition by hunters by either a mail order or online sales, would have been prohibited. There were a number of problems with the bills, and I know that the Commission engaged on that. We appreciate it. It also had a number of other problems and was ultimately defeated at 2:30 in the morning on Saturday, the last day of the session. But I think that's a perfect example of the Commission engaging, and this is one that I would really urge you to at least consider. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Last speaker? Yeah, I'd like to add one more item, because I know the chairs, this was a tough conversation regarding the AB 711, that two chairs generally reflected that they thought the proposal that the department developed with a lot of input from the hunting community and others was the best deal that the hunting community was going to get to implement this bill, given the constraints of the bill. And that's one of the reasons they supported the department's proposal. They recognize there's a bunch of challenges. The availability of ammunition is going to continue to challenge implementation, but they felt that the department's proposal made the most sense in light of all these issues, just as a reference. And unless there's other questions or discussion, I do have a suggested motion.
Questions? Discussion, Commissioner? Department? Sonke, would you like to read that suggested motion,
yes,
please?
That the Commission accepts the WRC recommendations. And
So
those
moved.
are for
Second?
Moved and
We have
seconded.
a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 We have a unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Moving on to agenda item 1C, the Tribal Committee. The Tribal Committee, and I'll let Commissioner Jackie Hostler-Carmison speak, but I will just introduce it. We had a meeting on September 17th also. It was a productive meeting, and in your binder you have several recommendations based on those meetings that the Chair may hope to have you consider. One is staff is recommending placing the draft tribal consultation policy on its December 3rd commission meeting to start the discussions of it, since the governor is expecting us to adopt one. Also direct staff to work with DFW on a process to solicit tribal input on MPA tribal cleanup rulemaking, which is becoming an increasingly big issue for us, and then direct staff to work with DFW on annual coordination meeting with the tribes on its business. So with that, Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Thank you, Sankey. It is my pleasure to introduce this item, and we're very optimistically confident that we have hit on a strategy, a consultation plan that is extremely inclusive. It is based on communication, collaboration, and sharing information, and really sitting down and addressing issues one-on-one with each tribe as they have a problem, or as they have a concern, or if they just want to share information. Getting out there immediately when the tribe contacts the commission. Sankey's just recently met with the tribe who had some concerns, and being part of that planning, the tribe has an ability to help create the plan, and it's able, much like I would like to do in other areas, to find solutions before we have huge issues that are not solvable. So I'm very, very pleased with Sankey's efforts on this. One of the things that have been said is let's work on the mixture of the concrete before it's dry. I really like that analogy, because that's what we need to do. The training is hopefully a collaboration between the department and the commission to hold an annual meeting where tribes and interested persons can come and to become aware of the process of how it will move, the calendar will move throughout the year, and to maybe have different stations where they're interested in a specific area. They can go to that station and it'll be staffed. I think it can help all of us. So those are the recommendations, and I'm very, very pleased with the progress this year. I think we're ready to put that draft consultation policy on the December agenda.
Thank you, Commissioner Hostler-Carmison. I want to applaud your leadership of the new tribal committee. I've been, as you know, to as many of the meetings as I can. And you're right, you know, it is possible to work with concrete after it's dried. You just need a jackhammer or explosive. Much easier to work with it before it's dried. So with that in mind, I really appreciate your leadership of the committee. Questions, comments?
Are there any public speakers?
Yeah, we have one. Reg Elgin.
Well, why don't you step on up, line up behind Reg. Go ahead, Reg.
Thank you, Commissioners, Director Bonham. I bring you greetings from the largest tribe in California, the Dry Creek Band, the Pomo Indians, from down in Sonoma County. I want to just commend this group, you commissioners, for beginning a tribal committee and involving California Indians. We have many traditions, we have many stories, we actually have many needs that we have been enjoying for hundreds of years. And you're taking the time to listen to us, but more importantly, you're hearing us as well. Chairman Jackie, we're very, very proud of the role that you play. Now, we have spoken to, and I know I've seen Chairman Jackie, Tribal Chairman Jackie, at the Central California Tribal Chairmen's Association meetings. Today I brought a very important person that is the tribal chairman of my tribe. And it was during the time when Jackie was first appointed to this commission that Sonke came out and said, hey, listen, you guys, hang in there, because we have something in the future and on the horizon that will benefit all of us. And you know what? Over the last year and a half or so, it's come true. So I want to thank you very much again. Our tribal chairman will be attending the Central California Tribal Chairmen's Association meeting on the 14th and 15th of this month. And he will certainly listen to all of the needs and all of the hopes and all of the solutions that other tribal chairmen will share with him. We have numerous tribal chairmen that are standing in solidarity with Jackie, with the tribal committee, and I want you to know that they've asked me just to be one of the older people in our tribe to share that with you. Once again, thank you very much, or as we say in our language, Yahui Takashot.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello again, I'm Betty Hall from the Shasta Nation, and you talk about...
Could you pull the mic, pull the mic a little closer to you? Thank you.
Okay, I'm Betty Hall from the Shasta Nation, and you talk about consultation with the tribes. Consultation means nothing at all. You can hear us, you can hear all the Indians you want, then go do whatever you please. You look that up, dictionary. We want collaboration. That will mean something, and it will mean someone from your commissioner, somebody that can be at that meeting and make decisions right there. And I also want to point out 2 Shasta chiefs are painted right up there on that wall. The first one on the left is Henry Joe from Happy Camp, is a chief. And the next one is our chief, Sergeant Sambo. He's also from the Klamath River, near the mouth of the Scott River. All these artists on this wall are represented by Native Americans, Siskiyou County. Peter Wright painted the paintings on that side. Hazel Davis, Grundon painted all those. My daughter painted these. We're well represented by their art in this room, and we want you to respect us. Okay, tribal consultation means nothing. Shasta Nation wishes a collaboration. Coordination meeting with an official, that can make decisions at the meeting. Shasta Nation opposes the ratification of wolf listing. I'm going back to that for a minute. You and others here speak of protecting wildlife. How will you protect deer from being tore up by the wolves? My daughter lives in Idaho. She had a young colt just tore to pieces by wolves. It was awful sad to see the big wounds that colt suffered, but it did survive. And there'll probably be many more incidents like that with domestic animals. They need protection too. Okay, okay, that's about all I have to say right now.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmison.
Betty, I just have a quick comment. I'm sure you haven't had the opportunity to look at our draft policy. And
no.
I understand why you make the comment you do, that consultation is meaningless. In the past, many times you have been correct. With the governor's executive order, B1011, I believe, he has really emphasized and prioritized tribal consultation. and each department in each agency is coming forth with their own tribal consultation policy. The commission has a little bit of a different policy. Our policy is not 10 pages. Right now it's 2 pages, and I'll share that with you when we speak. And what it says is we are going to commit to sit down and discuss the issue, which is what you're asking for. We cannot make individual decisions at that meeting. We do have to come back to the full commission and deliberate publicly. But I guarantee you, your concerns are going to be discussed at the committee and also at the commission. But we do respect the tribal sovereignty. We do respect the opportunity and want to be there with your leadership and yourself to talk about the issues and to try and find solutions and to find out what's happened in the past regarding fish and game or fish and wildlife issues. So I say that with the utmost respect. I do hear what you're saying.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin. I'll also note that tomorrow, as part of our meeting with the Oregon Commission, several of us will also be meeting with the tribal chairman, Don Gentry, of the Klamath tribe. The tribe, as most of you know, won significant new water rights as a result of the adjudication that was completed last year. And we're going to be, the first issue on our agenda tomorrow with the Oregon Commission is restoration of the Klamath Basin, 2/3 of which, as you all know as well, is in California, not in Oregon. So this is a really important joint issue for the two commissions and the two states, largest river restoration project attempted in the nation so far. So, and the tribes play a really important role in helping make that happen. So thank you.
So, Commissioners, now that we're done with public comment on this one, unless we hear otherwise, I will take your head nodding as general direction to pursue those recommendations, which is largely administrative at this point, and we will tee up discussion at December, an opportunity to talk about your draft tribal policy. With that, I recommend we break for lunch. So we will break for lunch. We will do our executive session after lunch, and then I assume you'll want to do the red band trout tour before we come back?
Oh, good point. Before we come back and take up agenda item 3, that means we should probably give us till about 2 o'clock? Would that give us enough time?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll adjourn until 2 for lunch and the tour of the hatchery.
All right.
Thank you. Let's reconvene from lunch. Thank you very much. We had a very interesting tour of the Shasta Hatchery's effort to rescue and save the last remaining McCloud River red band trout. Congratulations to your staff, Stafford. Very interesting tour and great piece of work they're doing in the face of exceptional drought conditions. Sonky, let's pick up where we left off.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners. Our next agenda item is number 3, authorization to publish notice of intent to establish regulations for petitioning the Commission to change regulations, adding a new section 662. In your binder and posted on our webpage is the actual draft ISOR. And basically what it's doing is establishing a form and specific requirements for somebody to petition the Commission for regulation change. The bottom line is, as you know, both the Department and the Commission taking on regulation changes is a very expensive and time-consuming process. And to avoid confusion and wasting everybody's time, we're asking petitioners to provide a little bit more information about their petition. Often what you say, Mike, in front of the public, what's the problem, what do you want us to do about it? So this is creating a regulation requiring somebody to submit this form as part of a petition. So this is our request, permission to go to notice. Are there any questions and any speakers?
We have no speakers.
Any questions? If not, I have a prepared motion.
So just to recap, this would be a new method to bring issues to the attention of the commission.
It would
and
be a
make a
requ-
specific ask.
Yes, so if somebody wants, it doesn't affect non-regulatory, but if somebody wants the commission to change a regulation, they would have to submit this form, and it would also be more compliant with the Administrative Procedures Act, which actually by statute has minimum requirements for a petition, which we've never really held folks to. This would make us accountable and consistent with the APA, and then add a few characteristics we think are vital for us to effectively serve the public.
And you're asking to go to notice
Yes.
today on this. Commissioners, any questions or comments on this?
In the plan, just to further, we'd have discussion in December and possible adoption in February, so we're giving people lots of time. I have a suggested motion.
Go ahead.
The Commission authorized publication of a notice of its intent to add Section 662 related to petitions for regulation change.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous, I think.
I didn't hear you, Commissioner Jack? Yes. Oh, yes. Okay, 3 affirmative votes, so we have unanimous. Thank you very much. Rogers made the motion, and Jackie seconded. Okay, good. All right, moves us to agenda item number 4, sport fishing. This is a discussion. Traditionally, this is where we give the department any chance for any updates, and it looks like Mr. Stafford Lair of the Fisheries Branch has something for us.
Yes, I have a short presentation to discuss a couple of key items that have been added and one major one that has been pulled back. So, good afternoon, President Sutton, Commissioners, members of the public. Stafford Lair, Chief of Fisheries for the Department of Fish and Wildlife. I'd like to just go ahead. Do we have the... Thank you. So this is the second of 3 meetings for the annual sportfish freshwater regulation changes. And
Hey, Stafford, could you go back one slide? Do you notice that guy's hands are bigger than his head?
all perspective of the photo shot. Tricks of wildlife photography. That being said, I'd like to point out, this is the overview of our presentation. The blue font to the upper left-hand corner, Central Coast Streams and low flow restrictions in Sonoma Creek, those are new additions at this point based upon information and discussion with Commission staff about bringing those forward now. At this point, we still meet the legal requirements for notice. The red font, third bullet in the right-hand column, North Coast Streams low flow restrictions. I'll discuss that in more generality. The department is currently preparing a negative declaration and going to OB, Office of Planning and Research, State Clearinghouse, around October 15th for the 30-day public review. So I'd like to talk about the Central Coast Streams low flow closures. This was brought to the Commission in late 2012, 2013. To establish new triggers and new locations for low flow closures on Mendocino and Sonoma Coast and Marin County streams. The indicator previously was a low flow gauge on the Russian River. A gauge on the Russian River. It was not reflective of the actual hydrologic conditions of the coastal streams. So the general public had come to us along with NOAA fisheries staff to use better calibration tools to establish these low flow closures. The Russian River did not have a low flow closure. And as you know, last year in February, you closed the river for an emergency. And what we were doing now, I must say that our Central Coast regional staff and North region staff have conducted 4 public meetings regarding this issue. And this is the result of that public outreach and discussions with the constituent groups. So there's no low flow closure restriction on the Russian River currently. We're proposing to establish one using 300 CFS as the low flow gauge there. There is transferring the gauge from the Russian River. We're proposing to use the lower Gualala River gauge for 5 streams in Marin and Sonoma counties. And the Navarro River is a better indicator of stream flow conditions in the 12 Mendocino County streams than the Russian River gauge. So we're proposing to now build into Section 8.0 B of the Title 14 these new triggers. Sonoma Creek, it's actually adding about a half mile of closure to a section of the stream that originally allowed recreational fishing there. This is determined to be, my understanding, part of an anadromous reach, and we need to protect that population of steelhead there. This map here in the handout I showed you, it's the section in the call-out box between the seasonal waterfall and the Adobe Canyon River Bridge. The controversy that was stirred up about the filleting of salmonids, we went back and regrouped with our enforcement staff, discussions with members of the public looking at physical creel data for the Sacramento River and a few key tributaries. We're proposing that filleting of salmon be allowed in the Sacramento River. We prohibited that. The commission did in 2012. A lot of public outcry. I'm personally wearing that with you. That was a mistake when we went back and revisited it. So we have come up with, we believe, a protective compromise. We're not relaxing any filleting restrictions on the coastal streams to protect coho, but we found that wild steelhead are not a significant part of the catch during the salmon season in the Sacramento system and the Feather River and the American River, so we are proposing that it be people be allowed to fillet their fish. And there's a whole bunch of things, you know, from a person traveling 150 miles, you know, to be able to package their fillets and put them on ice versus taking back a 20 or 30 pound salmon in an ice chest and most likely going to waste. We're also proposing to define a commercial preservation facility and including licensed fishing guides in that definition, and that's tiered off of federal waterfowl regulations that allow duck clubs to process birds there. So the precedent is already there for that. Dip nets, we're proposing to better define and increase the size of a dip net used for legal take white sturgeon. The bag size would be 36 inches at the mouth in diameter and a 60-inch long bag. So that'll better facilitate that, and we're proposing to keep the dip net restriction for the capture of bait fish. A couple of little quickies for black bass. We're looking to change some size limits on Capitan Reservoir and changing the bag limit from 2 fish to 5 fish at Lake Castaic. For Commissioner Rogers, we are proposing to seasonal angling closure on Callegas Creek to protect steelhead. Single fish was found up in the tributary to Conejo Creek, which is tributary to Callegas Creek, and to protect the steelhead. So we're proposing a seasonal closure during the time steelhead are present. And that would be, you would be open to angling the Saturday preceding Memorial Day to November 30th for fishing of non-salmonids in that watershed. Questions came up last time about the Pitt River. We're proposing to open it year-round in a section between the towns of Canby and Likely to year-round fishing. Mainly, there's warm water fish in that reach. All the high blue ribbon, high profile, high value. I don't want to say that fishing for bass is a lower value than fishing for trout, but there's a high public interest in the blue ribbon trout areas on the Pitt River, and those are much further downstream than the town of Canby. Silver King Creek, due to the restoration efforts on Silver King Creek, this closure would essentially close all of Silver King and all of its tributaries from Snodgrass Creek upstream to the headwaters to protect the federal threatened Paiute cutthroat trout, which the department will be entering its third year of restoration and recovery on. Another huge success story for the department. And then general cleanup. We have several points that we discovered in our low flow, emergency low flow closure recommendations in Title 14. It's referenced in Section 8.0, a water that has a low flow closure, but in 7.50, where they talk about each individual water alphabetically listed, it doesn't reference a low flow closure. So we need to make sure that there's cross references and linkages when a water is open or closed to other pertinent regulation sections. We're proposing to amend the boundary to include Butte County in the sturgeon regulations. And then in sturgeon, we're also replacing landing with take because there's no formal definition of landing. So with that being said, again, the bullets here highlight general cleanup, no significant change. I mean, misspellings, we just need to get our act together. So I'd like to finally end up here. When I came to you in August and discussed where are we going to be with the North Coast streams, mainly from the Eel River north to the Smith River, should we enter another year of drought, we figured that it would be better to have a preemptory extension of the low flow closure that's already present in the regulations, but it only goes to January 31st. When, once again, lessons learned, there was not good public outreach on this to make this permanent. Department biologists went back and began to actually look at the data regarding what is the frequency beyond January 31st that these rivers actually sustain flows low enough to trigger a low flow closure, and what was the rationale that was used to develop the low flow closure. So let me touch on the 2 points. For the low flow closure date from January 31st to April 30th, to mirror what you did last year, that only occurs 1.5% of the time, and we use 20 plus years of hydrographic record, so the frequency of it occurring is minimal. Okay? Second thing was the rationale that was used to develop the regulation was based upon Chinook salmon passage. Chinook salmon require much higher flows to pass than steelhead do. We could not apply a low flow standard rationale to steelhead because you might get down to a point that the hydrograph never reaches in these systems. So therefore, we have recommended to not move forward with extension of the low flow closure for those North Coast streams. The fishing effort for wild steelhead, looking at creel data, there are very few wild steelhead caught during that time, and those that are, it's all catch and release. The frequency of occurrence is 1.5% or less, and we believe that the current measures are protective and in place. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Stafford. Questions for the department?
We have one speaker.
Great.
Dennis Fox.
Come on up. You've been called.
I thought there was somebody previous. I'm Dennis Fox. I'm with Cal Meeting. And I previously did not talk to you about bullets, which was come up earlier, because I think it's more appropriate this time. The effects of bimetal bullets. People quit using lead. Bimetal is what causes fires, loss of habitat.
Excuse me, Dennis. This is about sport fishing rags.
Yes, and what I'm getting is I'm not too sure where it comes in. Two things on this. And one is that fires end up what they're putting in to put it out with is fertilizer. That is the nexus. And I think that is one. The other one that is coming up is when you go into Oregon, you'll see a sign about you need a boat invasive species permit. And I think that would be appropriate here. And I would like to add also not only for the boats that you're fishing, but the boats that they take in the refuge. That's why I think I'd like to see the commission expanded. People in the valley, you see boats going around with, they're in the back of pickups with duck hunters. They're not washing the kayaks that they go out into the marsh with, and it's a vector to carry stuff into the rivers. And I'm proposing this stuff as something you might want to talk to Oregon about on both subjects tomorrow.
Yeah, this is not a sport fishing item, so we'll get back to you under public forum if you want to talk about this further.
Yeah, I'll public forum. I have something else.
This isn't a sport fishing item. Thank you, Dennis.
Yeah, take care. Thank you.
Any other speakers? All right, commissioners, what I hear here is the department has modified their initial statement of reasons with the recommended changes presented by Stafford Lair. And so the action item here is a request to amend your noticed meeting. And if that's your interest, I have a suggested motion. All right. The commission authorizes publishing a continuation notice of its intent to amend sport fishing regulations for 2015 with the addition of the recommended changes as presented by the department.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, we have unanimous vote. Thank you very much. Next item is agenda item number 5. And this is discussion item on the proposed regulations to prohibit inducements for non-game mammals and fur bear hunting contests. As a reminder, at your last meeting, you approved notice. And this is a regulation to clarify what research has shown is already illegal in the state of California. And so your regulation would make more clear and specific this current prohibition. And unless there's any questions, I'll queue up public testimony. Go ahead.
Patricia Smith, Hillary Pickles, Kelly Hendricks, Kimberly Boster, and Fauna Tomlinson.
Come on up. Don't be shy.
Never been accused of that.
Oh, boy.
Okay, I am Patricia Smith, and I am a commissioner on the Modoc County Fish, Game, and Recreation Commission. And I'm here to ask you to add injurious field rodents, specifically of the genus Urositellus, to your list of non-game mammals exempt from the Commission's proposed regulatory changes meant to resolve the potential inconsistent treatment of game and non-game mammals. In Modoc and Lassen County, we have Belding's ground squirrels, Urodellus beldingi, which cause significant damage to the forage and hay crops grown there. These are not the arboreal squirrels found in cities, and they do not keep food in caches. Instead, they store fat reserves to survive their long periods of hibernation. As such, the ground squirrels must eat a great amount of food before hibernation. In Modoc County, this is estimated to reduce farmers and ranchers' crop yields by approximately 25%. And there is a lot of data to support that, which I will be sending you by the date. Anyway. As there is no available above-ground pesticides, they've all been taken away from us, to control these pests, we must rely on shooting as the most cost-effective and environmentally friendly means to control them. The Surprise Valley Chamber of Commerce began an annual 2-day squirrel roundup over 20 years ago to aid the landowners in this control. The Chamber estimates that the shooting of squirrels brings in approximately $120,000 in gross lodging income, in addition to associated but unquantified restaurant, grocery, fuel, license, and ammunition sales. It is likely that the economic benefit to Surprise Valley alone is well over $250,000. This does not include the reduction in crop damages that equates to increased revenue to the ranchers. According to the 2012 Ag Census, the value of forage and hay in Modoc County is estimated at $36 million. All of this means increased tax revenues to the county and the state. Alfalfa and other hay sales will be reduced in Modoc County, and with lost pasture income, that is a direct impact on the job market in Modoc County. That does affect our ability to compete with other growers within and outside the state of California. So we would request that you add injurious field rodents to your list of exemptions. You have frog jumping exemptions and the others.
Thank
Please.
you. Thank you for the request. Unfortunately, the Commission does not have that authority. This is in the code. The legislature is the only one with the authority to change that list. So your issue needs to be addressed to your local representative, to the legislature. The Commission does not have that authority.
Okay.
So if you need help with that, don't hesitate to talk to us later. We can help you understand that. Next speaker.
Mr. President, members of the Commission. My name is Hillary Pickles. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. I'm from Sherman Oaks, California, and today I am here representing Lush Fresh Handmade Cosmetics. I represent nearly 400 employees across the state who support the proposed rule in the fur bearer hunting contest and also ask for a permanent ban on the indiscriminate killing contest in our state. I had mentioned in previous testimony at the Ventura meeting that the humane treatment and protection of animals is and always has been at the heart of our Lush brand. And since we maintain a large presence in the state of California, we cannot stand back and accept the killing of animals for contest in our state. Imparting this ban is important to us because, number one, we believe in peaceful coexistence between people and wildlife through science-based education and in the non-lethal prevention that has also been proven successful in several communities so far. We are an avid supporter of Project Coyote, and we also ask that you consider the science-based solutions that they have successfully proposed. Number two, we believe that indiscriminate killing can lead to serious strains on our ecosystem that can take decades to correct. And with the ecosystem under constant attack from a gamut of issues that have stemmed from unnecessary human interference, that is time that we just simply do not have. Every part of the ecosystem is vital, as you know, and indiscriminate killing contests show a lack of respect and understanding for the natural sustainability of our ecosystems. Number three, indiscriminate killing has not proven to assist in wildlife management. In fact, coyotes specifically replenish their numbers at an increased rate when persecuted, and that can lead them to target domesticated prey and increase the kills actually on that prey in order to feed their increased litter numbers. So again, just showing a lack of understanding for natural sustainability when these kinds of killings are allowed. I would just like to thank you, or like to conclude by thanking you again for making animal welfare a priority in our state and urge you to support a permanent ban on wildlife killing contests in our state. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. I am speaking in favor of banning the killing contest. Oh, excuse me, my name is Kim Booster.
Thank you.
Thought you might remember that from the last time, but I guess not.
For the record.
A little further down? Okay. So your department has spent many dollars on hunter education. Fair chase is part of that hunting. The principles of fair chase have been part of the American hunting tradition for over 100 years, popularized by Theodore Roosevelt. Jim Posovitz wrote, "Fundamental to ethical hunting is the idea of fair chase." This concept addresses the balance between the hunter and the hunted. It is a balance that always allows the hunter to occasionally succeed while animals generally avoid being taken. Killing contests do not support this idea. In fact, they display the exact opposite. Please review the need for allowing these sorts of hunts. Number two, many time killing contests are promoted by ranchers and or hunters to limit the amount of coyotes in nature and keep their numbers in check around a ranching area. Unfortunately, the outcome can be the exact opposite. Killing contests promote a nomad. A nomad can migrate over 100 miles to take over territory left open when an alpha male or female are killed. I got this from a hunting site, a person that is actually promoting a hunting coyote. If either of the alpha pair is killed, the female juvenile females may become breeders. A male that is at least a year old can replace the alpha male. In fact, hunting and trapping may actually encourage short-term growth of a coyote population. This is especially true in areas where there is plenty food and habitat. The hunter goes on to say, a good coyote habitat will remain good hunting ground season after season. Scouting and finding good ground is a prerequisite for successful calling. When ground is hunted out, wait a few months for new residents to move in. If the food and cover is there, the coyote will find it. So basically, killing the coyote is actually increasing its numbers, but then basically the coyote becomes a nomad, and the nomads travel over 100 miles, and they become stronger, and they start learning how to live with humans. We're actually starting to create a problem that we really can't fix unless we allow the coyote to live naturally. So, in conclusion, do we want to be a state known for frenzied killing contests that actually create a bigger problem for the exact reason they were created? Or one that makes good hunts and citizens of our wildlife having empathy for fair chase being the pillar ideas of hunting? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Fauna Tomlinson from Tahoe City. I was born on a dairy farm. I'm a certified member of California Council of Wildlife Rehabbers and an avid supporter and volunteer for Project Coyote. I have come here today to ask the commissioners to please ban wildlife killing contests. I've been driving up and down the coast from Ventura, Fortuna, Sacramento, San Diego, Shasta, and I invite you to come to Lake Tahoe, California for a meeting. The keynote here is to find common ground. It's refreshing to see the commissioners recognizing the voices of the non-consumptive users as we feel and see this cultural shift happening in California. Banning the wanton waste that comes with wildlife killing contest is a good common ground. The Hunter's Pledge agrees there is a clear line between ethical and unethical hunting. Clearly, wildlife killing contests break many codes of the conduct, including don't flaunt your kill, take only what you need, even if it's under the legal limit, be considerate of non-hunter sensibilities, strive to leave them with a positive image of hunting and hunters, exercise caution at all times, set high ethical standards for future generations of hunters to help ensure hunting will continue, and most importantly, compete only with yourself. The frenzy that comes along with any competition is exasperated when you add guns to any competition. The bottom line is, during wildlife killing contests, public safety is at grave risk. It is no joke. As you know, recently a California warden was shot on Valentine's Day at a nighttime wildlife killing contest. Other hunting groups also agree these killing contests give hunters poor image, and Ducks Unlimited recently banned a killing contest because it breaks many of the hunters' code of ethics, including fair chase. Let's not forget wildlife viewing contests bring in more revenue into California than hunting. Wildlife killing contests are far from being science-based. They actually work against nature, killing off the functional social structures like Kimberly was talking about, leaving chaos and untrained, dysfunctional young to fend for itself. The truth is, there's no place in the civilized country for wildlife killing contests. Also, with the wolf coming in, wildlife killing contests will put them at risk too, because it's easy to mistake a wolf with a coyote. As more people learn about killing contests, they're getting outraged. Please let California lead by example and ban the cruel sport of wildlife killing contests. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Hendricks, and my husband and I are predator-friendly ranchers. We have 300 head of mother cows we raise, and I'm also on the advisory board of Project Coyote. I'm here today to support the proposed rule regarding killing contests. We know the science now which shows that indiscriminate killing of predators does nothing to protect livestock, and in fact that it can possibly increase the amount of conflicts between livestock and wildlife. And these killing contests take place over wide stretches of land, often nowhere near ranches or livestock, and most of the animals killed have likely posed no threat to anything outside their natural prey. So it's amazing to me that it's 2014, yet we are here having to explain why awarding prizes for people killing the highest number of our native non-edible wildlife needs to be discussed, yet here we are. These contests are not about fair chase. They're not about protecting wildlife. They're about serving up our native wildlife as nothing more than target practice. And they show a lack of appreciation for the important role that these animals play in our ecosystems. My hope is that California can lead the rest of the nation in stopping these killing contests, which are unethical and unsportsmanlike, and I just hope that we can once again set a trend to put an end to these. Thanks.
Thank you. Any more speakers?
Noel Kramers, Camilla Fox, Chris Howard, Frank Gala, and Kelsey Elberly.
Come on up. Go ahead, Noel.
Good afternoon. Noelle Kramers with the California Farm Bureau Federation. I appreciate that we've had extensive discussion about this issue and been given ample opportunity to provide input. I want to continue the conversation about making sure that there are not unintended consequences. As you heard before, some specific concerns about the Belding ground squirrel and the impact that that would have. I do have to respond to the statement that was made that the Commission has no authority over this, making that change.
Go on.
If the Commission has no authority and it was already illegal, then we wouldn't have been having these discussions over these many months. If the Commission does have authority to further clarify in regulation, then there would be opportunity to specify and address the focus of the concern, which I have heard repeatedly is predator contests, and not have that apply to rodents. Not only Belding's ground squirrel, but muskrats, which are a fur bearer, can have significant impact on irrigation systems and the levees that are involved in that. So I just want to continue to point out, we want to make sure that we don't have unintended consequences. The ranchers and farmers in northeastern California do see significant impact from, I know, Mr. Rogers, you'd prefer not to talk specifically to ground squirrels, but those squirrels do not eat grain, and so the bait is not effective, and so shooting is one of the very few effective ways of controlling those ground squirrels.
Anyone who has ever seen the varmint grenade video knows that's true.
Thank you, Noel. I think the the answer to your question is one of nuance. We do have the authority to publish regulations to clarify the legislative intent in a statute. We do not, however, have the authority to go beyond that statute or define new species in this case. In this statute, as you know, the legislature exempted certain things from the overall prohibition on contests. Big game was one of them. Frog jumping contest was another. It wasn't us. That was the legislature.
Yep, I understand.
So to do another exemption, that suggests that that's really for the legislature, not for us. That's not a clarification. That's a change to the statute. We are simply clarifying the original legislative intent as our lawyers understand it and as we interpret it.
But if I
Sonky,
might
is that-
respond, if...
Well, let's
Okay.
hear from Sonky
Well, yeah,
first.
so
He
I
can
always
probably correct
appreciate
me.
when people make us think. I enjoy that. To be clear, as Commissioner Sutton was pointing out, we're clarifying a statute that has been interpreted upon investigation perhaps incorrectly. Now, this does not prohibit depredation take. It doesn't impact that at all. Depredation is a totally different issue. This is about inducements for contests, and all this rule would be clear. It doesn't actually prohibit contests. What it prohibits is offering inducements for contests. That's the very narrow scope. So now you can rebut.
So, 2 points. One, if the interpretation is correct, then coyote hunting contests were already illegal.
Correct, and that's what the eyesore says.
So, then why are we here today, first off? But in response to the depredation issue, the concern is you have to have significant pressure placed on the ground squirrels. And so farmers they provide inducements to bring people out to control the ground squirrels, for example, purchasing ammunition. So that becomes a problem.
So you bring up an interesting nuance, and we haven't done the research, so I'm not asking anybody to respond, but there is some flexibility under depredation permit. In other words, the department issues depredation permits for certain classes of species. They don't do it for ground squirrels. But that may be an area to explore, is the flexibility in the depredation side of this. We're simply dealing with the statute where sportsmen using a hunting license are participating in this activity. That is the very narrow scope of this thing.
And to answer your question about why we're here today, clearly not everybody understood that coyote contest, that rewards and prizes for coyote contests is already illegal. Part of our job is to help explain
and
clarify what the legislature meant in its statutes.
Yeah.
So that's what we're doing.
So I would love to continue this conversation in more detail about that specific problem. But again, here, Commissioner Rogers.
Well, I agree with Noel. I mean, in the sense that I would like to see us make depredation, if it's depredation permits, the best way to do this, easier for those squirrels. I mean, I thoroughly understand the damage they're doing, and if we don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater here. I mean, it's very important, in my view, to stop things like coyote contests. I really have a moral obligation, I think, to stop that. But on the other hand, ground squirrels, to me, are a known depredation issue. And I believe that we should make that easier to do, not harder.
Which requiring a depredation permit would be an additional burden.
Yeah, but
there
there might be a way to make that a lot easier. And you know as well as I do, there's easy permits and then there's not so easy permits.
And there is some authority under the depredation code for the commission to make some provisions. So that's something I think is worth exploring to deal with this specific issue. Again, the legislature in its infinite wisdom created this interesting code section about contests, exempted frogs, exempted fishing contests in oceans, and a few others. Those were the only exemptions provided for. So that's what we're reacting to. Depredation is a totally different issue, I think.
The feds, as you know, for example, have standing depredation orders for certain species. But I see Chuck getting nervous over there.
Making work for him.
That's my general state during most commission meetings.
No, I thought it was for the last 3 years.
To begin with, it's a confusing confluence of particular terms of art: depredation, game, non-game. It strikes me that Ms. Kramers is right in the sense that the squirrel issue is not a depredation problem, as we don't now require depredation permits for landowners to manage squirrel. They're non-game and it's open year-round. It sounds like the conundrum is produced relative to your members' interest in inducements as an incentive in their eyes to better manage the depredation risk. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Director Bonham. I just want to point out the irony here that we're talking about killing contests for coyotes. Now it's brought up with rodents. If we actually kept
Camilla,
the natural...
you actually, for the record...
Yes, apologies. Camilla Fox, Executive Director and founder of Project Coyote. Thank you. So the irony is that in the same areas where we're allowing these killing contests of coyotes and bobcats and other amazing rodent controllers, natural rodent controllers, we are also hearing that the ground squirrel populations are overabundant. So I think we need to look at that irony a wee bit.
Somehow I knew you were going to say that.
Someone had to point it out.
My Weimaraner is a good antidote to a rodent problem as well.
And I want to just point out... Assassin, I have heard that, yes. Well, coyotes assassinate approximately 1,800 rodents a year. So really, truly, they are nature's natural rodent controllers, and we need to keep that in mind here. They do have a role. So as the organization that originally petitioned you on this issue, we support the proposed rule. And by our count, you have received over 50,000 emails and letters on this issue because we're CC'd on a lot of those letters and emails. And I want to go into a little bit more on the predator management side because this emanated from the Wildlife Resources Committee where we were discussing modernizing predator management and wildlife management in the state, recognizing that there's a lot of inconsistency with the state's regulations, codes, and policies. So as trustees of California's wildlife, we hope that you will listen to your constituents and to sound science and support this rule. And as you look further to modernize predator management statewide, we hope that you will use the best available science as your guide and recognize that wildlife is held in the public trust for all Californians, not just narrow constituencies and interest groups. I'd like to share an excerpt from a paper co-authored by members of Project Coyote Science Advisory Board that is currently in press in a peer-reviewed journal. They write, U.S. governments hold wild predators and wildlife in trust for current and future public use, whether lethal or non-lethal. That trust cannot be abdicated, the assets jeopardized, or the assets allocated to narrow interests. This vision of the environmental public trust doctrine, articulated by Judge Joseph Sachs 35 years ago, is rarely fully implemented in the U.S. today because states interpret their trust obligations variably and wildlife agencies rarely act as accountable trustees of assets. Democratic reforms would be needed to recognize broad public interests in the environment and a government trust obligation. Powerful but narrow interests protect the current system for the benefit of a minority. The full implementation of the public trust doctrine also awaits environmental trustees that can and will transparently account to the beneficiary public for the democratic use of trust assets via careful, sophisticated measurements of costs and benefits. We call for a true partnership between trustees and independent scientists. That partnership must avoid the political misuse of scientific evidence and eliminate the current conflicts of interest that undermine the science being done by many state agencies in service to narrow private interests. So I would say the first step here that we recognize through the Wildlife Resources Committee are things that are inconsistent with the public trust doctrine, inconsistent with ecological thinking.
You need to wrap up, please.
So I support the rule and hope you will.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Eberly. I'm speaking on behalf of the Animal Legal Defense Fund, which is a national nonprofit of over 100,000 members. The Animal Legal Defense Fund strongly urges the Commission to adopt proposed regulations to prohibit coyote and other wildlife killing contests. Contestants Contests in which the goal is to shoot as many animals as possible are out of step with the Commission's commitment to resource conservation and with the science-based approach to wildlife management. Coyote killing contests also pose an unjustifiable risk to protected species like wolves, which can get caught up in these killing sprees. Finally, providing incentives to kill as many animals as possible in a short period of time promotes cruelty to animals and perpetuates the dangerous view of coyotes as pests to be exterminated rather than important predator species that play a role in our ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Chris Howard, manager, Alexander Eco Dairy Farms, also a wildlife and fisheries biologist by training. I'm here today to speak about the issue specific to the depredation of the Belding's ground squirrel. We operate 4 organic dairies on the coast of California, 2 in Humboldt County, 2 in Dillard County, and we also operate on 2,000 acres in Surprise Valley, Cedarville. I was glad to hear Commissioner Rogers recognize the real problem that farmers face in the valley specific to our hay crops. And it goes a long way in a year of a drought when you have a very populous population of Belding ground squirrels eating 25% of your crop. It does have a great effect and economic impact on what we're trying to do here in the state. We, as an eco dairy, we work with wildlife, and you'll hear from me later during your public comment period what that means. But I want to encourage the Commission to find that vehicle that's going to work for all of us to try to reduce the population in an effective means, but not make it too difficult for us to incentivize programs like we have today to help reduce those populations. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Come on up.
Frank Galea, certified wildlife biologist. Mr. President, Commissioners, the reason I'm here to talk to you today is because years ago I was trying to help a client do a PLM plan, and so I contacted a very knowledgeable licensed guide, and I was talking to him about a property in southern Humboldt County, a very large ranch that he'd taken over, and they wanted to put a PLM program in it when PLM was in its infancy. And he told me that the first thing they did is walk around the property. They didn't see hardly any black-tailed deer. And he's thinking, geez, you got thousands and thousands of acres. You have hardly any black-tailed deer. But you sure got a lot of coyote burrows everywhere. And in the front of every one of those coyote burrows is a big pile of fawn hooves. And he said, you got a coyote problem. You're not going to have a deer population here unless you learn somehow to manage the coyote problem you have. So he brought in some people who enjoy hunting, the shooting of coyotes. I don't know if he induced them. You know, what's an inducement? You spend the night in the cabin for free. Does that count as inducement? You got a box of shells and I don't know what he did. They controlled the coyote population for the next few years, and the black-tailed deer population rebounded amazingly. They now have one of the best programs in California when it comes to trophy blacktail hunting. My point is flexibility. That landowner had flexibility to be able to utilize a tool to be able to manage wildlife on his property. Now, why would you want a PLM program on your property? Because you want to keep your property whole. And in order to do that nowadays, under economic conditions as they are, you need to make money. If private landowners can make some money with a PLM program or any other means, they can maintain and keep these large land holdings, which are so critical to wildlife in our state. 25 years I've been a consulting wildlife biologist, and in those 25 years, all I've seen is greater restrictions, greater economic stress, greater loss of large landowners who have to subdivide their property, sell their property, and it gets divided, and all I've seen increase in California is illegal marijuana cultivation. So I would ask this commission to try to maintain as much flexibility, give landowners the tools they need, where appropriate, to be able to manage their properties. Why do they have these kind of contests? This isn't a spur-of-the-moment thing. Usually there's a problem in an area specific. Maybe it's an overabundance of ground squirrels, maybe it's overabundance of coyotes, whatever it may be. They have a contest to bring in the management tool, i.e. hunters, to be able to help them with that specific problem. I ask you not to take that flexibility away. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may.
Commissioner Rogers.
You know, it strikes me, this gentleman's presentation on this issue, but then there are a whole bunch of other issues that we've talked about that actually cry out for the legalization of marijuana in the state of California.
I believe that's beyond our ability to accomplish as well.
I don't think it'd be controversial, would it?
Well, the other thing, while we're at it, Commissioner Rogers, the other thing that we have tried to separate, and I don't think we've done a very good job, is the role of hunting and the role of depredation. The director addressed this earlier. The depredation regulations are separate, are different from the hunting regulations, and we have been trying to distinguish those over time, not particularly successfully, since people keep referencing hunting as a depredation management tool. So we'll keep trying.
Yeah, and assuming we don't have the authority to legalize pot, is that our last speaker item?
Yes, it is.
So, Commissioners, again, this was a discussion item. I will point out for informational purposes, as you know, this was one of many items I expect to see come out of the Wildlife Resources Committee. When the Commission authorized staff to go to notice with this back in August, the Commission asked the Department to come back with a timeline for working on the other predator issues, particularly concept of bag limits. The Department at the WRC meeting came with a framework for dealing with the other predator management issues that the WRC is wrestling with. So I think it was a sound the committee really appreciated the time frame the Department put out there. So this is not the end of this discussion. Sounds like we are going to be diving into depredation on some of this. So this is the beginning of a long journey and review of predator policies and regulations in front of the Commission. So with that, I think we're ready to move to agenda item number 6, discussion of proposed changes to recreational groundfish regulations for 2015-16 for consistency with federal rules. And does the department have anything to add? Doesn't look like it. I will highlight real quickly that the basic package is extend the season length of Mendocino, San Francisco, and central management areas, increase allowable depth in the southern management area, increase bag limit for lingcod from 2 to 3, correct a scientific name of all things soup-finned shark, redefine species included in skates and other fish, and change rat tail to the correct name of grenadier. You will be scheduled to adopt this in December 3rd after the November PFMC meeting, and this is just an update. Are there any speakers?
No, there is not.
All right. Moving right along, next items 7 through 11 are consent. And unless there is, anybody want to speak on any consent items?
Yes, we have one speaker that would like to speak.
On which item?
Sorry. Number 7, Livermore tar plant petition.
All right. Well, I would recommend, Commissioners, then to remove this item from consent, take the testimony, and then assuming you don't hear anything that changes your mind, add it back to consent and adopt.
We don't have to remove it from consent just to take testimony.
Yeah, we have to. Sorry.
All right.
All right. So why don't we call that speaker up on agenda item number 7, the listing petition for Livermore tar plant.
Kim Richard.
Come on up. Not seeing Kim Richard. We're moving on. All right. We'll add item 7 back to consent, Commissioners. And I have a suggested motion. The individual wanted to speak has forfeit their opportunity. They're not here. So when you're ready, I have a suggested motion.
Please.
The Commission.
Read it.
I heard something. Oh. The Commission adopts consent calendar items 7 through 11.
Moved. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, unanimous. Thank you very much. Item 12 is the executive session, and our council has an update based on our executive session we held earlier today.
At the executive session, the Commission denied the appeal in the Westfall matter and adopted the reasons set forth by the administrative law judge.
Are there any questions or public testimony?
No, there isn't.
None, Commissioners? All right, moving on to new business, 13A. We have a couple items we'd like to share with you. The first one is we've been receiving quite a few requests, or not quite a few, several requests for having the commission consider issuing experimental market squid vessel permits pursuant to Section 149.3 of Title 14. These are experimental permits that the commission adopted when they adopted the squid FMP to explore unfished areas in the North Coast to see if they could develop a fishery. It looks like we have the marine region. Oh, nothing? So under the regulations, this is discretionary. The commission may adopt regulations or may issue permits. You have to do it in a public setting. Now, in your binder, we've had several requests, but staff have several concerns with this request. Yes. Fundamentally, the fleet is currently over capacity. We're currently have 87 seine vessel permits, 43 brails. That was what it was. In the capacity goals, 55 and 18 respectively. The current fishery is fully utilizing the fishery. In other words, we're having no trouble catching the total allowable catch every year. The other thing is the fishery is already fishing in Northern California. We have permitted squid boats fishing out of Eureka right now, or very recently. And then the final item that has been drawn attention is possible interactions with other species on the North Coast that we haven't had to deal with. And we've also recently received additional public comment through a letter, concerns about user conflicts by having a fleet operate in areas traditionally not operated, specifically salmon fishermen in conflict with seiners. So for those reasons, staff are recommending rejecting the request at this time based on those issues alone. But if the commission would like to direct staff to develop or work on this more, they certainly are welcome. But at this point, we see no reason to move forward with issuing any of these permits.
I agree with the staff recommendation. By the way, do you know where we are vis-a-vis the 118 TAC?
Yes, as of October 3rd, we're at 95,000 tons.
95, going to 118, okay.
So we're at 80%.
So your estimate is what, about 3 months, 3 weeks later, maybe 4?
Hard to tell, but probably pretty quick.
Yeah, okay.
I tend to agree with my fellow commissioner. Do we have any public speakers on this?
Yeah, I'm assuming one of the persons requesting this permit wants to testify on this matter, so I would recommend we take that testimony now.
Let's do that.
Mary?
Mary Fairbanks and Dan Yocum.
Come on up.
I'd like to succeed 2 minutes to Mary Fairbanks.
Fine. Come on up.
So are you speaking for Mary?
No, I'd like to succeed 2 of my 3
No,
minutes.
we don't do that. You either take your minutes or you give them all up. We don't do it parts.
Okay, then I'll give them all up.
Okay.
There.
So
Thanks.
come on up, Mary.
Thank you.
How much time are you looking for?
Oh, about 4 or 5 minutes.
All right.
I had a 3-minute speech planned until I read the letters of opposition from the other fishermen, the other squid fishermen in the fleet. So on it went.
As my predecessor used to say, it only took President Lincoln 3 minutes to free the slaves and put the country back together, so we can do better.
Okay, let's work on it. Well, good afternoon, Commission. My name is Mary Fairbanks. I'm a commercial fisherman from the Fort Bragg area, and I'm here representing the people of the Noyo Harbor Fishing Village. At first, I wanted to come here and express my appreciation to you for writing these 3 experimental permits into the market squid FMP and let you know we are so excited and proud to energize these experimental permits at this time in the spirit in which they are intended. to develop a squid fishery in an area previously undeveloped, Fort Bragg. Through many conversations and teamwork at the harbor, we are greatly looking forward to bringing some much-needed life back to our very economically depressed area, particularly our home port of Noyo, which has never recovered from so many fishery closures, including rock cod being shut down for years and salmon, which right now we have a half a season up there. By energizing these permits, we will employ good people of Noyo Harbor, and plenty of them, and that will help us unload and process this wonderful product and help restore the broken economy of our Noyo fishing village. We fully understand this is a risky venture. Squid come and go, but we believe they are there for far more than they're recorded to be. There's been squid here most of this year. I know I've been salmon fishing and I've seen lots of them. By us working together with Fish and Wildlife and the rest of the fleet, we can provide more consistent data on market squid up and down the whole coast at the same time. I mean, let's face it, if there's squid outside of the SoCal fisherman's home, they're going to catch them there, and you'll never know what's up and down. By the way, we're a much smaller operation. We're not these huge super seiners. We're barely getting going. We don't have lobbyists. I did call an attorney, Ilse New, who's taking the opposition case on for no money, actually, because I don't want to get sued. And I think these letters of opposition, they came from lawyers, not even the fishermen, which I'm not used to dealing. I've never been here. I'm just looking to fish responsibly. We would like to pursue this immediately so we can bring in the infrastructure and have it ready for the 2015 season. We believe these experimental permits should be for 9 years and reviewed every 3 years. This time period allows us to explore the economic viability of this venture and hopefully recover the massive startup costs that we finally have. Also, to see just how many squid there really are, we think there's a lot. All of us working together up and down the coast could lead to a much bigger biomass than any of us previously thought. I believe so. I hope so. That was all I planned to say. And then I heard about the letters of opposition, found them, read them, and surprisingly, they come from fellow fishermen through the means of an attorney, I'm pretty sure, which surprising to me because in the 3 fisheries that I participate in, we all work together. We all want each other to succeed, and we all help each other. So this is new to me, and it scares me. And I hope I don't get sued. I don't know what goes on around here. I feel compelled to rebut these accusations in these letters because they're false. Many of them are false. The first one was by Del Mar Seafoods, accusing these experimental permits of negatively impacting the permittees, who, by the way, are the richest fishermen in California. Probably, I'm not sure, they might be the richest in America. May I go on with his time? Well,
so I think we get your point. You want the commission to issue one of these experimental permits. There's other people who opposed it. The commissioners have those letters so they understand. So thank you very much. Are there any other speakers?
all right, thank you, Commission.
Yeah.
No, there is not.
So commissioners, you heard the staff recommendation. You do have 2 commissioners who aren't present that have had an interest in this subject. I don't recommend it, but in theory you could defer for continued discussion at a later commission meeting. But I think you're going to hear basically the same arguments from both camps on this issue, so up to you.
If we're going to go further with this, it seems to me the appropriate way to handle it would be to send it to the Marine Resources Committee. However, I tend to agree with Commissioner Rogers in supporting the staff recommendation of the department on this issue. So we have a motion.
Yeah, if I may, yeah, there is.
Commissioner Rogers.
Ms. Fairbanks has confused my views on this. I think I need to know a little more about this. I mean, one of the things that I really like to promote throughout the state of California is local sustainable fisheries. I don't like big boats going from one part of the state to another part of the state. I know that that's probably not very popular with a lot of people, but I like to see local sustainable ports thriving. I think it is good for our culture. I think it is good for the fishermen. I think it is the best economic use. It has the lightest carbon footprint, if you care about that kind of stuff. I do. I would like to defer it and take a better look at this.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Are you suggesting that we send this to the MRC?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I don't think we need a motion for that, Sonky.
Well, actually, you do.
Oh. I stand corrected.
Sorry. Yeah, you adopted
There's always a bureaucrat among us.
Parliamentarian, I believe.
Ergo the tie.
Just a question asking for clarity before there's a motion to send it to the MRC, because I think we're conflating a couple of different issues here. So there's the issue that's before you today, which is the experimental permits as specified in the SQUID FMP and the regulations. And then I believe there's the issue that Commissioner Rogers brought up about the need to look at capacity, distribution of effort among the fleet. And I think those are somewhat different entities, and I think what Commissioner Rogers was getting at is more of a wholesale look at effort and distribution of the squid fishery as opposed to these specific experimental gear permits.
Dr. Schuman is right about that. I morphed. What she did was she brought out a line of thinking that started to resonate with me. And I think it morphed into exactly how you're describing it. I think it would be better for our fisheries. She's right that the squid fishery is a wonderful, hugely profitable, sustainable fishery. I think it may be time to take a look at how we allocate that, just as you were suggesting. I'm not suggesting that you're suggesting we relook at that, but the way you described it is something I agree with.
And I recognize that the slippery slope that I just brought up there, but in the quest for clarity, I just wanted to make sure that was clear, and recognizing the ambitious task that would be.
I'm just so happy that you so beautifully stated the issue.
Particularly in light of the complexity of the squid fishery management.
We just slipped down that slope. So, kind of going back, you adopted an agenda for your MRC already. You've loaded it up pretty big.
We have until the 15 fishery to take a look at that.
Yeah, the good news is this is not urgent.
It's not now.
And frankly, there are so many issues.
Yeah.
A more in-depth look at what you would be getting into.
I would object to putting this on the November agenda because we have a very full November agenda. The next one is March, Susan?
Yes, March.
I think that would give us time.
Yeah, so that I think is workable. I hate to touch the November agenda.
No.
You've already done that. Plus, you have before you issues of the Braille fishery. You've had quite a few petitions to change the Braille rules. You've had people petition to change the TAC. And now this. You're starting to accumulate enough issues, it's pushing the question of whether this really requires revisiting the squid FMP, because you're now changing so many fundamental components of it. I think you're pushing yourselves to a review, and that we, of course, don't want to take on until we're ready to do it.
Yeah.
So I'll leave that word of caution, and what we will do is what I'm hearing is no interest at this point. I'll do a motion, but that doesn't prevent us and staff to try and explore how we work through this issue and tee it up for comment. So I do have a motion. You can always change your mind at the next meeting.
This falls into that broad category of be careful what you wish for, as Dr. Schuman has indicated. So.
Well, it's true, but we're hearing about a lot of things. Canadian boats coming down, and the Coast Guard saying, "Well, I can't do anything about that. You know, we don't have any people to certify the fact that this Canadian boat is now multiple times more capacity than we think it is." And so we're going to allow that to come in here. I think we're ripe to take a look at this, because I object to the Coast Guard turning their back on a fisheries management problem because they think they don't have enough money to go inspect a boat.
So with that in mind, I have a recommended motion that the commission finds...
I'd like to hear Susan's
Oh,
comment.
Susan, I'm sorry. Throw something at me next time, Susan.
Thank you, Commissioners. Susan Ashcraft. I want to clarify what it is that you're wanting to do with respect to the 3 applications you've received for experimental permits. Granted, their request is for 2015. That season starts in April. So it'd be helpful to clarify for the applicants whether you are interested in entertaining those through the MRC, recognizing that they won't be geared up following that if you decide to issue them through commission action following the MRC meeting.
So here's what I heard. I heard that we're going to table those requests for the time being and not act on them right now because they raise other issues. We've got to take this in context of the rest of the fleet, how the fishery management plan is prosecuted, and so forth. So I think discussing this at the next MRC meeting beyond November would be the right.
That's my take on it too. And since we are the MRC along with you, Susan, that's what we need to do. And obviously, Craig weighs in there. I don't want to reopen the Squid FMP. I don't want Marcy Rimko hating me that much. So, having said that, there's a lot of what I perceive as inequity going on here, and frankly, in my opinion, hanky-pank with these Canadian boats, etc. I don't like this, and frankly I think they're taking advantage of the slowness and deliberateness with which we have to proceed to take advantage of it in the marketplace, and I don't like it. So what I'd like to do at our next MRC, not next one, our March MRC, is take a look at this, Craig, and you can help us with this. You guys know a lot about it, you two. Talk about this, get it out. Let's have some. I don't want to reopen the FMP, but I also don't like what I think I'm seeing here. And then, of course, I do like, as Craig knows intimately because he had your position for so long, I really love sustainable fishing communities along our coast. I mean, that is the penultimate goal for all of us. So, against the background of not wanting to reopen the FMP, let's see what we can do to get some of this bad stuff put away and to nurture some good things.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers.
And I have a suggested motion.
Sankey.
The commission finds that issuing experimental market squid vessel permits to develop a fishery in the area previously not utilized for squid production is not warranted at this time.
So moved.
And direct staff to prepare for a discussion at the March MRC.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous vote. Thank you very much.
And I would ask you guys to be very prepared for that March MRC.
I will. Thank you, sir.
All right. That brings us to...
do you want to do Klamath now under new business?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay, I have another agenda item under new business, partly in anticipation of our meeting tomorrow with the Oregon Commission. I have a draft letter to share with my fellow commissioners to the Secretary of the Interior, asking the Department of the Interior to release additional water to the National Wildlife Refuges in the Klamath. As you know, the fall migration has begun. There's insufficient water in the Klamath to accommodate the water birds that are migrating through. The Bureau of Reclamation has the water in Upper Klamath Lake to supply additional water to Lower Klamath Refuge. And our letter would ask them to do that. In addition, our letter, the draft letter, and I'll pass out, I have extra copies of it here for the commissioners. Our letter would also ask the Department of the Interior to recognize the new adjudicated water rights in the Klamath, and that the refuges now have a junior water right at least, and ask the Bureau of Reclamation to prepare a contract for delivery of that water to the Klamath refuges to accommodate the fall migration. In addition, the final thing it asks for is the administration to, the Interior Secretary to transfer the administration of farming on the Klamath refuge lands from the Bureau of Reclamation to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so that the revenue collected from those leased farmlands can accrue to the service and provide funding for additional pumping of groundwater to create flooded habitat on the refuges. This letter was developed in consultation with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, so it's not a surprise to them, and they welcome its content. So I would like to, what I'm seeking is your approval of this letter so that I can take it to the Oregon Commission tomorrow and offer them the opportunity to sign on. I know the director may have comments about this since he's a Klamath veteran. I realize also that water rights and water allocation in the Klamath is a hot button issue. Our job, however, is to make sure there's enough water for wildlife in the Klamath. That is our narrow responsibility, as I see it, and this letter would be in pursuit of that responsibility. So I'll welcome questions, comments. Director Bonham.
Yeah, I don't know if I would take a position of, advising you don't send a letter. So what I'd like to do is put the letter in some context around other events, so you're more informed when you have your subsequent conversation here. So I think it's important to understand that, at least from my view, currently the state and the Federal Department of the Interior are communicating and collaborating well on how to manage drought across California, which includes the Klamath. The lines of communication are open and are being used pretty regularly. I think as a result, that has contributed to the Bureau of Reclamation actually taking very clear affirmative steps already. They have already released additional water down the Trinity side of their system out of Lewiston to push colder water through the lower 40-something miles of the Klamath River to avoid fish disease outbreak. The disease is called ick. Subsequent to that, which was an action that drew litigation, which the department participated in through the form of an amicus to the federal district court. The Bureau most recently, I think this week or last, with the voluntary help of Pacific Corps, has moved additional water out of Iron Gate Dam, which is not but a hop, skip, and a jump from here, to again try to reduce the risk of ick as the fish have now moved up to up in the middle part of the system. So a tone of a letter that may give the impression the Bureau is recalcitrant, I think, is an inappropriate tone given what they've already done. Then that brings you to the question whether this Bureau should take an additional action and move water out of Upper Klamath Lake to the wildlife refuges, which, by the way, are some of the original wildlife refuges, arguably one of the first most important stops on the flyway for birds as they're moving south. As I understand it, there's very little water left in the lake that the Bureau has flexibility to manage. I know that the irrigation community wants it. My understanding is that Klamath tribes may actually prefer some of it remain because they have lake-level reservoir suckerfish concerns. But there's no question we face already existent avian cholera outbreak on these particular federal refuges. They're bone dry. But I would note that I don't yet have a good handle on, but I am of the understanding that some of the birds are already, they're migrating, and they're moving over it.
Yeah.
They're already on their way, into the Central Valley. So it's hard to quantify disease risk benefit from moving some limited water on an already parched landscape at this late date.
Yeah. Thank you, Director Bonham, and I certainly agree with your point about the Bureau of Reclamation releasing water for the fish. This letter, of course, is focused on the birds, but I would be more than happy to add a mention at the beginning of this letter thanking the Bureau for its, contribution of water to avoid, fish diseases downriver. I think that's a very good point. Commissioner Rogers.
I agree with everything the director said. Obviously, he knows a great deal more about it, the interaction between ourselves and the feds from his perspective. So that's interesting to know that those are really open. Fish don't have wings, and when they are in a stream, there is virtually nothing you can do but save those fish by releasing water. The fact that there is almost no water yet to be released, and we still have fish in those streams that cannot escape, makes me be very wary, if not reluctant, to release water into the refuges, because the birds, as was noted by the director, have noticed that there's no place to do water landing, and they keep going. And they can do that. Fish can't. So I'm worried about that. I love the idea that we have a wonderful communication going right now, at least a very open communication, for what the director said. And I wouldn't want a letter like this to be taken improperly. I also would not want the last available supplies that could be augmented, could be released for an environmental emergency to go to animals that can move and not to potentially fish that can't. So I'm worried about this, Mike.
Mm-hmm.
In other words, I don't like it.
Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin.
In my mind, there are so many extenuating circumstances and situations with the Klamath tribes, with, as my colleague Richard just said, with the fish. And I do know that the release of water came down through the Trinity River into the Klamath with a collaboration of tribal effort, Karuk, Hupa, Yurok, and I believe the issues with the water going to the irrigators. I think there's too many surrounding issues to have this be perceived well without having a little more background in the letter acknowledging those situations.
Director Bonham.
Like I said, it's not. I don't have a position on what the commission should do. I believe it might be possible, although I'm reluctant to suggest an editing exercise. But rather than a core request, which is to the Secretary of the Interior to order one of her constituent agencies to do something, if perhaps that were shifted in a fundamental way to acknowledging the crisis, illustrating the complexity of the competing demands, and asking the Secretary not forget to consider the legitimate refuge and bird risks when she and her agency heads are making what will inevitably be a very hard decision.
You're living up to Silver Tongue Devil. I like that. I like that very much.
Of course he is. He's a lawyer, Richard. What he does. This is a great discussion, and I appreciate it. There is no doubt that the Klamath is a complex situation with a capital C, and I would be more than happy to redraft this letter for both tone and to recognize the water that the Bureau has already contributed to the fish.
And to recognize the importance of each of the competing interests here,
right.
And to state that we realize fish can't move and birds can, Having said that,
Right, okay. We will, that's exactly the feedback I needed, and thank you for that. We will work on that letter today and hope to get your approval to send it. If those, maybe we should do this, Sankey, with those changes made, is the commission comfortable with us sending that letter to the Interior?
I'm good with it. With those changes that we have enumerated made, I'm good with it.
And to
Thank
be
you very
clear,
much.
just in case I'm asked to edit it, what I'm also hearing, based on the director's comments, converting it from a prescriptive letter to a recognition of the issues that we're facing and not to forget, which is a very different tone. Is that correct?
Fine.
All right. So I know what I'm supposed to work with.
Yep.
I would like to see everything called out, tribal, irrigator, fish,
Yes, okay,
everything.
right. Indeed. We will call out the full complexity of the area.
All right. So it sounds like
Thank you.
sounds like we have support from the commission to redraft a letter based on the guidance and send it out. There is one other new business, mostly as a heads up. As you know, we've received quite a few comments from various organizations about need to establish commission procedures, conflict of interest code, etc. The rulemaking we discussed earlier about regulatory petitions was merely the first step in that. So you will be seeing in a stepwise fashion in the near future a draft conflict of interest and statement of incompatible activities based on the statute requirements and some other changes going on to start those conversations about adopting your own. We'll also be probably December or early next year bringing you some rules on committee procedures based on public input. And then also looking at some other rules and procedures that we've been petitioned to look at, and frankly for the ability of the public to understand how we operate and make sure they engage us in the most effective way, I think are reasonable. So I just want to give you a heads up. You will be, over the course of the next several meetings, seeing additional suggested changes to address those requests from the public. And are there any other public comments on other?
No, there is not.
Any other from the department? Not seeing any. That leads us to agenda item 14. Items of interest from previous meetings. This section is still a relatively new item. We've only been doing it for a few meetings, where we take public petitions for regulation and non-regulatory items from previous requests, and then we serve it up for action at this meeting. This is that item for previous petitions, and in your binder you have both a table of regulatory requests that we've received since the presented up to the August meeting, and we also have non-regulatory requests received in preparation or on the August 2014 business meeting. We do have one change we're recommending in the regulatory one, and the tables we're referring are on the web page and in your binder, and that's A1. We're recommending a change to items dated 7/15, James Walsh from Tri-Marine, regarding this boat capacity issue. Because we have no authority to regulate boat size or even measure them, we're changing our recommendation from defer to staff, MRC staff, to reject. So as a reminder, you have the options before you are to reject the request, accept the request, or refer it to either the MRC, WRC, Tribal Committee, Department staff, or Fish and Game Commission staff for further evaluation. And in that table, you have all our recommendations. If you have any questions, we're all ears. Are there any public speakers on 14A?
Yes, we do. Kelsey Elberly, Laurel Fagenbond, Lisa Stark, Mary Jo Morrison, and Pam Van Allen.
Just to be clear for the public coming up, we're taking comments on 14A and B, so the regulatory and non-regulatory. Order is not important. Step up. State your name.
My name is Pam Van Allen. I would like to defer my time to Pam Hansen. I'm with the Purebreds Plus Cat Rescue.
All right, thank you. Next speaker. I need somebody or I'm going to move on. Doesn't matter.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and Director Bonham. I'm Pamela Hansen, and I'm here to talk to you about the domestic cat issue with hybrid cats. And I have a handout here for you. Like to follow along. You know, this petition proposes a plan of extinction of selective breeds of domestic house cats. They've been mislabeled as, quote, essentially wild cats. You'll find that on pages 21 and 22 of the petition. So I'm here to tell you that they're not wild cats. I'm at a disadvantage because I didn't bring my glasses to the podium, so if you'll excuse me for just a moment, I need to go get them.
And just for those folks who are preparing to speak to this particular request, the Commission's staff recommendation is to reject this petition, just so you understand.
Yes, I'd like to state that I agree with that.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you very much. So the petition proposes that all generations of these specific breed cats either be spayed or neutered. It bans breeding for pets, and it looks to you, the Fish and Game Department, to manage the enforcement that threatens this species to eventual extinction. That's what happens at the end of the day if you follow what's been prescribed. So this is the well-established breed of purebred domestic house cats defined in the petition. They don't belong in the classification of exotic wild cat regulations. They are not wild cats. And they're supported in as domestic in Title IX of the Code of Federal Regulations. Realize that you're not governed by that, but that's a fundamental grounding. This kind of regulation is unnecessary. The petition lacks verifiable statistical data derived from scientific studies specific to the state of California, supporting the claims that these breeds of specific cats are problematic to existing wildlife, habitat, or plant resources, or present a public safety concern. These are charity-based organizations who actively solicit support through public donations. Their mission statements are in direct conflict with their formula for extinction of hybrid cats. Wildcat Haven says their mission is to provide a safe and natural lifetime home. I'd like to tell you that these specific cats have waiting lists to be rehomed, the ones that are in need. Wildcat Sanctuary says that they provide a natural sanctuary to wildcats in need. Well, domestic cats aren't captive wildlife, and natural to domestic cats is in a house, not caged next to wild predatory cats. It's in a home with people. Born Free states that they're devoted to compassionate conservation, and they take action worldwide to protect threatened species and stop individual animal suffering. Ironically, they propose a clear and present threat for extinction of these established breeds. And Big Cat Rescue has a dual-purpose mission that says that they want to provide the best homes for cats in need and avoid extinction. The Animal League Defense Fund says they protect the lives and advance the animals' interests. So does it seem ironic to you, as it does to me, that these mission statements are in direct conflict with this petition, claiming to be animal conservationists, protectors of the lives of animals, and filing a petition with you with a plan of extinction? Moreover, they presumptuously look to place the burden of regulating, managing, and enforcing their plan of extinction upon the Fish and Game Department and have California taxpayers fund it for them. I'm going to condense this a little bit. The Animal Defense League person from last meeting had said, we just seek to turn off the faucet of this deluge of animals. Turning off the faucet literally means extinction. It simply makes reason stare. And I agree wholeheartedly. that there's no practical enforcement possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, President and Commissioners. I'm Laurel Fagan. I am past president of Purebreds Plus Cat Rescue and currently on the board of directors. Our mission is basically to rehome, rescue, and rehab purebred cats. We do take in other exceptional cats, but most of those are purebred rescue cats. All of our foster homes are pretty much purebred, based on the, sorry, I'm a little nervous, on the actual breed of the cat. I just want to give you statistics on some of our adoptions and the numbers of cats that we actually took in. These are numbers compiled between 2011, 12, 13, and year to date. So far, for those 4 years, we took in 1,265 total cats, of which a total of 4 Savannahs, 9 Chauceys, and 67 Bengals, which were less than 5% of our total. So in regards to the bill, obviously they're not a big concern as far as rescue goes. Thank you.
So, excuse me, so you're opposed to the commission prohibiting hybrids?
We strongly feel that this bill should not go, this petition should not go through.
Thank you. I want to make sure I understood what you were asking. Thanks.
Good afternoon. Excuse me. My name's Lisa Stark, and I'm a concerned pet owner from Southern California. The information in the folders that are being passed out are just for the files on this topic, if you need it for future reference. A number of our concerns is that this petition brings forth claims that are inconsistent with the thousands of pet owners that have these pets, not only throughout the state of California, but around the world. And I'd like to just bring up a couple of those issues specifically today. When referring to these domestic breed of cats, specifically Savannahs, Chauceys, Bengals, and Serengetis, the petitioners have said, quote, "They want to eat your other pets. And they don't care if it's a German Shepherd. They're going to be constantly looking for ways to take that dog down. They pick fights with 500-pound tigers," end quote. The fact is that the majority of these cats weigh between 8 and 15 pounds. My F1 Savannah weighs 15 pounds. She doesn't spray, she doesn't bite, she hides her head under the pillow when the housekeeper comes because she's afraid of the vacuum. And I'm to believe that she's going to pick a fight with a 500-pound tiger. There's thousands of families with small children and other pets that have these cats all around, not only our state, like I said, but around the world. Are we to believe that these parents are putting their small children at risk by having these dangerous wild animals living in the house with them? It doesn't make any sense. The petitioners also claim, quote, "Hybrid spray. They all spray, male or female, neutered or not, first generation or fifth generation. I have never met one that didn't spray urine all over everything in their path," end quote. I can tell you that my husband and I have 3 Savannahs, an F1, F2, and F3. They don't spray. None of them ever have. I've never had a cat that sprays. I know more than 3 dozen people personally that have these cats, and none of their cats spray. Do some cats spray? Of course they do, but that's not a breed issue. That's a specific cat issue. Some cats spray. It's not specific to hybrid domestic cats. The petitioners also claim that such a huge number of these cats are being abandoned that it's causing a burden to shelters and rescues around the state. And I'd like to know where their facts are for that. I and another pet owner emailed numerous shelters and rescues around the state of California, and their responses are included in your folders. And I asked them, do you get a lot of Savannahs and Bengals? If so, are they harder to adopt out than other cats? Because the petitioners have stated, quote, "Animal control and local humane societies know that hybrid cats rarely work out as pets, and most of these cats are euthanized." Every single one of the locations that we contacted responded back with the same response, and that is, we rarely, if ever, receive these cats in rescue, and when we do, they're adopted out immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Mary Jo Morrison. I'm the Secretary of Savannah Cat Rescue. I'm here today to address 2 points. First being, we've heard concerns that the Savannah cats are overwhelming sanctuaries and that there are no homes for them. I do want to go on record as stating that Savannah Cat Rescue has over 11,000 homes waiting to adopt a Savannah cat. We do extensive interviews with the families to ensure that the cat that needs a home is matched with a home that's available. But by the sheer number of 11,000 being available, I think it's safe to say that we are able to handle more adoptions. And should any of the organizations involved in this petition want to refer their customers to us, we would be more than happy to aid in finding homes for these animals. My other point today is I'm here to represent more than 3,800 people that took time to sign an online petition created as an opportunity to voice opposition to this request for regulation. At the back of the binders that have been passed out is a copy of the virtual signatures that were placed on that petition. The front tab is probably a little more interesting than a list of signatures. It contains a comment section that people entered as they signed the petition if they felt that was needed. If you're at all uncertain as to how you're going to vote on this issue, I urge you to take a minute to review those comments to maybe help better understand why people feel so passionately about this request. I'm not going to take any more of your time here. When we met with you in August, we left you with a ton of information, a wheelbarrow full, we felt like, trying to help you understand that these cats don't need to be regulated any differently than any other breed of cat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, you've been very convincing. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelsey Eberly, speaking on behalf of the Animal Legal Defense Fund. In 2009, this commission recognized the need to regulate hybrid species and proposed regulations. In its initial statement of reasons, the commission said, "Nature and science can produce hybrids, and an agency which enforces plant and animal laws is placed at a disadvantage if it lacks regulations to reasonably address hybrid issues." That is no less true today than it was 5 years ago. The commission declined to follow through with those regulations, apparently in part because of controversy over wolf dogs and whether certain pets would be regulated as hybrids, among other issues. Because opponents of this petition have painted it with the same broad brush as the 2009 regulations, I'd like to clarify a few points. First, and most importantly, this petition is not aimed at taking away anyone's family pet. The petition proposes regulations to define hybrid cat and to regulate the commercial importation and breeding of wild domestic cat crosses, not to remove cats from their homes. However, calling the Bengal, Savannah, and Chelsea registered domestic cat breeds is misleading. Hybrid cats are, by definition, not like other domesticated cat breeds. The Caracal lineage, which includes the serval, diverged from the lineage leading to domestic cats about 8.5 million years ago. A similar gulf of millions of years separates the leopard cat lineage from the domestic cat lineage. It strains credulity to think that a few generations of breeding these wild cats with domestic cats could make up for what can only be accomplished by thousands of years of domestication. Breeding wild cats with their domestic cousins cannot remove all biological, physiological, and behavioral characteristics of the wild species and make a wild cat into just another house cat. The petition urges the Commission to follow the lead of 21 states that currently regulate hybrid cats, including Nebraska, Hawaii, Georgia, Rhode Island, Alabama, and others. At a minimum, the Commission should adopt rules addressing the as-now unregulated breeding of domestic cats with wild cat species. This is a wildlife issue. California law requires the restriction of wild animals that are a menace to native wildlife. If wild cats' predatory instincts and hunting capabilities are passed down to hybrids, and there is no reason to think that they wouldn't be, then released or escaped cats could decimate wildlife populations. If those hybrids further breed with each other or with existing feral cats, the effects could be even more devastating. The Commission staff recently recommended rejecting a petition to repeal the state ban on ferrets, also because of its wildlife impacts. As the Commission states on its website, predatory pets and non-native species can be detrimental to vulnerable prey species, even if the predators are not part of a breeding population. Finally, the Commission has recommended rejecting this petition because of the difficulties of enforcement. I would just urge the Commission to consider any type of regulation, not necessarily the exact regulation that's proposed in the petition. It's not an excuse not to do anything, because we believe that there is ample reason to address this issue. Thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate you putting in this writing. Thank you. Next speaker.
Ed Wordley.
President Sutton, members of the Commission, Director Bonham, good to see you again. We're here to support our petition, and we've put in to you about some of the technical issues with the WRC and how it operates. We have a very good working relationship with the staff, and we really appreciate all the hard work they've done. We've submitted a petition to you about that and on conflict of interest issues. We think it's very important that we sort of streamline the processes and clarify the processes. We would like to see them, of course, on the internet. I think the more people you get to watch this, especially the discussions, we can have more freewheeling discussions to the WRC. I think it's better for everybody because everybody can understand the issues and people can go back and look at the issues. So on our petitions we've given to you, I won't go through those today because we don't have enough time, but I think it's very important. You might want to look at also the FPPC and the conflict of interest regulations that they have. Because I, as a registered lobbyist, I have to report every quarter. I have to report everybody I meet with. If I give any kind of a gift or compensation to any legislator over $10, I have to report it, which I think is a good thing. So I think it's very good we're moving in the right direction. I think clarity and openness is very crucial to everything that we're doing. I think it's very important that we have clarity at these meetings and we have minutes and we have documents everybody can go back and do. But also I think as we do this process at WRC, I think we're also building up a good expertise on issues. I think we're building a good foundation for interaction for stakeholders. I think it's a good positive process. I look forward to doing it even more. I've been at every WRC meeting there is, and I intend to go to every one that we're going to have. I think it's a very good open process with the department. I see nothing but positive things can come from it. But in our petition and the conflict of interest stuff that we've submitted to you, but also in the regulatory parts of the WRC and how it operates, we would like for you to move forward with that and fix those technical aspects that we've outlined for you. So thank you very much for your time.
Ed, for a moment there, I thought you were going to testify on hybrid cats, but this is good. What a relief.
Director Sutton, I have more than enough things to do that I don't need to get involved with
cats. I thought the same thing, Ed, and I'm so disappointed when you...
Well, see, you guys lumped all this together for 14 has all these petitions on it, so I got thrown in with the cats.
Well, it's good for you guys to mingle.
Well, it's okay. I don't mind. My daughter's cat is not dangerous, and my daughter loves her cat. So,
to quote a certain person, talk among yourselves.
Talk among yourselves. Have a nice day. Thank you very much.
But in the spirit of that request, that we received 3 petitions, again, using our new handy table. We got 3 separate petitions from the NRA, Safari Club, and National Shooting Sports Foundation on very similar requests. Mm-hmm. And you will see in your handy-dandy table that your staff is recommending that those be referred to staff for work. And I kind of hinted at that on new business. So we're recommending we pursue and look at these requests as legitimate things for us to look at.
Great, thank you.
Kathy Lynch and Tom Pedersen.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Appreciate the opportunity. I won't repeat what Ed has said, but I do represent Safari Club International and the National Shooting Sports Foundation, and we too did submit a lot of requests for operational and procedural matters as well as conflict of interest, and we appreciate very much some of the work that's been done in this area. However, on the recusal of Mr. Sutton, we continue to have grave concerns there. We would recommend, in addition, that the governor's office has a new incompatibility for activity statement that has been in place since 2013, and yet there's only one commissioner of this commission that has signed that particular document. We think that, like all good government that you should update and keep current on those kind of conflicts of interest. The governor's conflict of interest was done in the spirit of looking at some of the ethics charges and things that have been going on with public officials and the lack of confidence that the public has in its officials. This incompatibility activity statement, if you look at it, is much more supportive of the public side of the equation, which gives the appearance of a conflict of interest, whether it financially benefits or not. It doesn't defer to the FPPC. It doesn't defer to the governor's office. It defers to the commission to manage its own affairs and to recognize when there's a conflict of interest. So I would submit to you that you do have some of those conflicts present here and that you should take expediency in adopting this new conflict, and all commissioners should sign it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the Commission. Tom Pedersen, representing California Rifle and Pistol Association. I'd like to address the issue of conflict of interest and also the policies and procedures issue relative to the WRC. Welcome the comments by Mr. Mastrop, and also appreciate his willingness to always discuss these issues when we bring them forward. And hopefully this will result in I think the type of credibility that the Commission deserves and the openness that I think the public would appreciate, especially when it comes to the WRC. There's a lot of people that are very confused about how that works, and I think by bringing those things forward, I think it will help everybody and make it move much more quickly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Is that the final speaker?
Yes, it is.
All right. Commissioners, unless you have any changes you propose to our recommendations on the regulatory and non-regulatory 14A and B, I have a motion.
Questions, comments? I'm going to read your proposed motion.
The Commission accepts staff recommendations for actions on regulatory and non-regulatory requests as described in the published tables, with a change to the James Walsh Tri-Marine petition to change to address boats, and we're changing our recommendation from refer to reject. Do I hear a motion?
So moved.
Second? All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. That brings us to agenda item 14C. We've made somebody happy.
And we probably made some others not.
Yes. It's a rarity. So we're now moving to 14C.
I'd like to actually weigh in on that just for a second, real quickly.
Mr. Rogers, please.
If someone brings to us a petition to preclude other people from enjoying something they do, I think it's very incumbent upon them to be loaded with information as to exactly why that does pose, not might pose, not could pose, not maybe will pose, but poses a risk. Anything less than that, I regard as just mean.
I say that to my doctor all the time, Richard. But I don't disagree with you.
Thank you.
All right. So we've got a fan club going. So item C, D, are updates on work we did for the Commission based on previous direction. Item C is an update on the Manhattan Beach issue regarding fishing regulations. As an update, Manhattan Beach City Council has backed off a little bit, but in its place, Hermosa Beach has requested essentially the same thing. And as part of our negotiation with the great help of the Resource Agency and the Undersecretary, Coastal Commission, State Parks, State Lands, it was really nice to see all these agencies come together and help us resolve a conflict that was spinning out of control very quickly. So you as a commission had an effect, along with a lot of help from our sister agencies and the department, of course. This is a big issue, and just as an update, we think it's this issue, and you've already added it to your agenda based on a previous agenda item, but this really, it's an issue not about Manhattan Beach or Hermosa Beach, but what are the regulations on piers and jetties? Are they still appropriate? We haven't dealt with those regs in many decades. and then make sure they're servicing all users in those areas. I think that's a worthy thing to look at, so we'll be continue to work on that. On item D, you sent a letter to the council based on bluefin tuna.
Yeah.
Your letter was actually read into the record. It got a lot of support, and the council ended up modifying and reducing their bluefin recommendations, not all the way to what we had requested, but substantially different. And more importantly, it's generated a lot of conversation about how the feds are going about managing bluefin tuna.
I heard the sport fishing industry wasn't particularly pleased with our letter, but
No.
I'd love to hear Dr. Schumann's report. Can we take these one at a time, though, Sankey?
Oh, sure.
Exactly what is the city of Manhattan Beach asking for?
Well, Manhattan Beach wanted, as a result of the unfortunate incident with the angler hooking the blue shark that ended up biting a swimmer, they wanted to ban. Yeah,
One of
you're
those
right.
colors.
Yeah, blue, white. They all got teeth, and if you get too close, they hurt. Manhattan Beach wanted to change a bunch of regulations. The issue is they don't have the authority. The commission has authority to set regulations. The other problem is it's not actually their pier. State Park owns the pier. So once we got them to not adopt illegal regulations, we said, well, if you want to and want us to review these regs to make sure they're effective, safe, and dealing with minimizing user conflicts, that's our job, but you have to come and ask us. So Manhattan Beach hasn't, they're kind of backing off a little bit, but Hermosa has come in and said, we want what Manhattan Beach wanted, essentially.
So are they asking us to initiate a rulemaking, or are they asking
Yes.
us to delegate to them that?
They're not they're not asking us to delegate. They're asking us to fix the regulations so those kind of things don't happen again.
Okay.
We have to actually dive in and decide what's really the underlying problem here and what are the appropriate changes, if any, to rules. It may simply be a best business practice. In other words, most of these cities and counties have swimming restrictions around being near piers, but they're not being enforced necessarily. So there may be more than one responsible user group here to really resolve this, and that's what we think's worthy exploring. Whether it results in a regulation, we have yet to see.
If I may.
Commissioner Rogers.
I think there's a social issue involved here as well. I mean, as a former resident of Manhattan Beach, Manhattan Beach is a very Tony place. There's people on the Strand now all are multimillionaires. Those houses are worth millions, not a million. The people who fish on the pier aren't so Tony. They come from a mile or 2 or 3 or 4 inland of Manhattan Beach. I'm accusing Manhattan Beach of maybe having a reason for stopping fishing on the pier that they're not really willing to talk about. And I want these people to come and present their information to us. And so far, they've been very reluctant to do so. They don't respond to letters. We've had people from the department, people from the commission in front of them, and they're very reluctant to even engage. I think they're fighting their own little local political battle. They're completely wrong legally, completely wrong. As a state agency, we have to jump through a whole bunch of hoops before we put somebody in front of that pier saying, oh no, to their local police force, this pier is open. That is a very difficult position to get into. For the state to sue the state of Manhattan Beach would be a very complicated and difficult thing. What I would like to see us avoid is next summer, which I think is coming, Manhattan Beach, gee, school's out again. It's time to put the ban on again. Oddly, maybe it's just one of those strange little things. The ban came off when school was back in session. I mean, you don't really have to be much of a conspiracy theorist to think that there's something else going on here, and it doesn't have a darn thing to do with fishing on that pier.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Other questions or comments on that particular item?
I was just going to add that based on previous action, you have added this to your MRC meeting in November.
Okay. We'll deal with it
And
then.
we'll take public testimony on the rest of 14 when we're done with all these.
Right.
Regarding Bluefin, Craig, did you want to add something? This item will be on the November council agenda in Costa Mesa?
Yep.
Yeah.
Just wanted to thank the commission for their letter. As Sankey mentioned, it was read into the record. It was very well received. I think it was instrumental in the getting support for the California's motion, which was the preferred alternative for a 2-fish bag limit, a 6-fish possession limit, which would represent about a 30% reduction in catch. There's still some details to be worked out with filleting at sea and how to tell bluefin from other species, but I also want to recognize the efforts of Marcy Uremko. She's been shouldering a lot of this load, and her staff are doing a great job.
You and Susan did a great job on that, Craig. Just to clarify that, so they're suggesting a 2-fish bag limit?
That is the preferred option.
Right. Thanks. Thanks for all your leadership on that, because I know the department represents the state on the commission, on the council.
And going on to item E, that's an update on Broad Beach project. You sent a letter, and based on, I guess, a lot of letters, including yours, the project proponents have backed off and extended the comment period, I guess. Do you know, Craig, the specifics? I know they've deferred action for a while.
So the Coastal Commission and State Lands Commission have taken it off of their current calendars. Under the discussion with the applicant is that they are modifying their proposal. However, the Army Corps has released its public notice for the project as initially written, and comments are due on that October 11th. And what the department will do is send our previous comments on the initial project description with a cover memo explaining that here are our previous concerns. It's our understanding that the proponent is in the process of modifying the proposal.
So you're going to send a copy of our letter with that to the Corps?
We can do so.
If you, I think that'd
Unless
be a good idea.
our letter may have already gone out. I need to double check
Yeah,
that.
and or I can have staff send our letter
It'd
to
be
the
good,
Corps.
because, as
They
you know, the
request-
federal permitting process is parallel but separate, so
Yes. Yep.
sometimes there's not
So
always
it
that
continues to-
cross-pollination, you know.
The good news is they're rethinking their approach based on a lot of the concern about impacts that might be mitigated or
Our letters
avoided.
seem to be getting more powerful.
Let me ask Craig and Sankey, and maybe the director even. Let's say the Army Corps issued the permit as originally written,
Still need a
which
state
they
permit.
certainly could do, right? Where are we then with respect to protecting that MPA at the west end?
Well, you'd still need State Lands and Coastal to issue their permits
And
as well.
it is your impression that State Lands and Coastal are up to speed on our concerns?
That is my understanding, correct, and which is one of the reasons they pulled it from their previous agendas.
Okay.
I hate to say it, but this is an example of where the sometimes burdensome complexity of permitting can work to our advantage, because we make sure that these issues get dealt with before the permits are all issued and the project can begin.
And just clarify that the department's comments went in this morning to to Army Corps.
Okay.
Are there any public speakers on this? Why don't you call them up?
Tom Raftican and George Osborne.
Come on up.
Mr. President, members of the Commission, Director Bonham, Tom Raftigan, the Sport Fishing Conservancy, and I just came up to say thanks for the hard work the Commission did and the Department on getting their letters and putting the action behind the letters to the Manhattan Beach City Council. The city changed its position, and they changed it after you guys came to the fight, not the first time, but you came back the second time and helped them make the right decision. The city of Manhattan Beach has decided that they're not in the fishery management business anymore, and you folks did a good job. Very interestingly, both Dr. Craig Schumann from the department and Sankey Mastrop received some positive praise in Western Outdoor News, including a picture of the Manhattan Beach Pier with a fishing sign out there. And I know that this, I look across here and I see the smiles and the looks of amazement, but you folks actually were recognized for the good work that you did in helping fishermen and the fact that the department and the commission actually are looking out for fishermen on this. We still have an issue with the sinks, and we'll try and follow up with that at the Coastal Commission because the city of Manhattan Beach, while they haven't regulated fishing, have taken out the fish cleaning stations without a permit, interestingly, and this is getting up to catch up with a permit. So, but anyhow, thank you very much for the good work you've done on this.
Thanks, Tom.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, Commissioners. George Osborne, representing the California Sport Fishing League. We appreciate your referral of this matter to the Marine Resources Committee for November. The California Sport Fishing League and its members actively opposed the City of Manhattan Beach's illegal pier fishing ban. As of today, nearly 1,100 Californians have objected to these illegal regulations by signing our petition to protect pier fishing, which I have submitted to the Commission. The city, as Tom said, did remove and destroy state property in those sinks and cleaning stations. We expect them to be replaced and would ask that the Commission urge them to do so forthwith. The California Sport Fishing League agrees with the Commission that only the Commission has the regulatory authority to adopt fishing regulations and method of take in state waters, including from fishing piers. We respectfully request that the Commission use this authority to make sure that Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach understand that. We would request that the Commission contact the City of Hermosa Beach regarding its plans to enact restrictions similar to those that were placed by Manhattan Beach. We would also ask the Commission to take appropriate action to prevent other municipalities throughout California from enacting similar rules and ordinances. Preventive action will greatly reduce the amount of time and effort the Commission will have to expend to enforce state laws. It is very important that the Commission exercise its authority before anglers face a hodgepodge of rules that are impossible to understand or enforce, especially for those who speak English as a second language, or perhaps even a third language. We ask that the Commission put a halt to the adoption of such helter-skelter rules which have no basis in the science of fisheries management. Instead, these municipal regulations are nothing but attempts at social engineering, with the haves in certain communities trying to keep the have-nots out of their communities. We appreciate your attention to this and look forward to working with you. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, George. Unless there's any other direction by the Commission, based on our recommendations in your documents, we will...
Mr. Raftican appears to have left something out of his testimony.
Oh.
Are you having a digestive problem?
Richard, this is good. This is about you. It was just some of the things that you brought up. I did bring up the fact that this clearly was a social justice issue in Manhattan Beach, and the City Council immediately said, no, we're not going there. So, which means it probably was.
They did, Tom.
But
I
anyhow,
think Shakespeare said it best. Methinks he protesteth too much.
Too much. Amen.
Okay. Before we go to the motion,
Yeah.
I'd like to, Craig, again on this issue with Trancas. I just want to say this publicly so that everyone understands, and I'm on the record about my concerns. State lands and the Coastal Commission did not go through the decade of Sturm and Drang that we did implementing the MLPA process. We know about the agony and the passion and the give and take for every single one of those MPAs and their degree of take, if any, all the way down the coast. To them, to the Coastal Commission and to state lands, it is not going to be the same understanding of what those MPAs mean. And I believe not the implied promise, but the denoted promise that we would protect those. I think it's imperative that this commission and the department be as strong as possible in protecting those MPAs, because if we do not, and that beach replenishment project, to which I'm not objecting, but only as it impacts the MPA, will be seen in the worst possible optics that I think a public agency can demonstrate, which is there's not a house on that beach that is worth less than $6 or $7 million, which means that a whole bunch of very wealthy landowners were able to trump a process of regarding the fishing rights of the people of the state of California, and I really object to that. So it's imperative that we be as strong as we possibly can to defend what we all did.
Well said, Commissioner Rogers. Any other comments before we move to the...
I think I'll, unless I see otherwise, I'm getting general agreement that you're expecting staff to continue working on these issues for you, working with the department, make sure the cities are working with us to look at these pier fishing issues and to continue working on the Broad Beach project, make sure we ensure protection of our marine protected areas. And with that, I think we're good enough.
Thank you.
To go. And no more public speakers on this, Mary?
No.
All right, that takes us to...
We need a motion here.
Now, I think this is general staff direction.
I can never figure out when you're comfortable with a motion or not.
Yeah, I like to keep you guessing. Yeah, don't want you to get too complacent here.
Excuse me, Mr. Mastrip, you do have a motion on the record of this.
So I get called by my staff. I got busted by my own staff.
It's under 14C through E.
All right. Thank you, Mary.
You're welcome.
You were saying...
She controls my life. The commission directs staff to send letters to permitting agencies considering permitting for the Broad Beach restoration project, and directs staff to continue working on the pier jetty regulation issues with the appropriate cities.
So moved.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
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 There you go,
Thank
Mary.
you.
You have an unanimous motion. 15A, next meeting. This is to let you know what we plan on putting on your next meeting. December is going to be a long day, just so you're aware. It's, of course, in Van Nuys. We provided you with kind of what we expect to see on there. This is an opportunity to add or ask us to remove anything you don't want on there or do want on there that you don't see. Yeah, this is one of the reasons we do this, is let you know we have a lot of hefty items to discuss in December. Also to give the public an opportunity to see what you're looking at and also to make any requests. Mary, are there any public speakers on next meeting, Agenda 15A?
No.
All right, thank you. So unless you have any questions, we will pursue putting this agenda for December together. That takes us to 15B, 2015 meeting dates and locations. This one's very important. It takes us so long now to secure locations, go through the contracting process. We need commitments on dates and locations. You have before you your staff's best attempt to move us around the state, get some coverage there, avoid significant meetings of our sister agencies and the councils as much as we can. So if you have, and we have both the WRC, the commission meetings, the MRC, and the tribal meetings scheduled there, along with 2 teleconferences that we need for the salmon regs. So are there any public speakers on our schedule for next year, Mary?
No, there is not.
All right, so unless you have modifications, I will be looking for a motion to lock you guys in.
Sanki, I have a comment.
Sure.
We did have a request today, and I'm not sure if the person is still in the audience, to meet in Lake Tahoe.
In Lake Tahoe?
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I thought that might be something we might want to consider. It's
Well, I like Tahoe. What we'd have to do is switch it with something.
well, it would be what, Central Eastern California?
Let's see, what would make the most
Or
sense?
is Lake Tahoe considered northern still?
So, excuse me, Commissioner Hostler-Carmerson, so when you mean switch, you want to have a full commission meeting there, correct?
Yes.
Okay, problem with having in Lake Tahoe is very hard to find a location, so we'd have to pick a month that is non-seasonal, not June, July, or August, and it's very hard to find a location that would accommodate us there.
Can't do it in the winter.
No.
So you're talking
Well-
spring or fall then, I guess, maybe, at best. So that give you a hint. What's your guys' call?
Just wanted to bring it up for discussion.
Sure.
It's not a...
It is hard. It is difficult.
Has everybody checked their calendars for conflicts, potential conflicts next year? I know that I haven't, so we may need to revisit this as usual. Even though you'd like to lock us in, Saki, it doesn't always work that way.
Right. Well, what I'm warning you is because we will start locking them in from January down.
Yeah.
Because of requirements. So obviously, the second half on is easier, but January, February are pretty much they're locked in already.
Actually, some of us, Mr. President, have the Fish and Game Commission responsibilities as our number one priority.
Snap.
Very good.
Snap.
No wonder you have a fan club, Commissioner Rogers.
I may not have a ride back to Medford, but...
So, of course, every year we seem to run into a little unforeseen problem. So the point is when I get you to do your motion, we will be working using this schedule, these locations. If something really doesn't work, we'll talk to you in December. But just be aware that we're working. We need to lock these things at least 3 or 4 months ahead of time.
Just for example, the Wildlife Conservation Board hasn't, I'm assuming you can coordinate with other state bodies.
Yeah, we've avoided. This takes into account Wildlife Conservation Board.
Wildlife Conservation Board has not set their
Oh, that's
dates
right.
yet. They won't set their dates until November's meeting.
So we'll tell them what to avoid.
Good.
Correct.
I can help with that.
Okay.
Well, so can the director.
We've got two-thirds of the
We have a quorum here as it is.
One more question, Saki. The teleconferences to be determined.
Oh, yes. Thank you for asking that. The rule requires that we notice every location any commissioner calls in from. Public, and it's a public, so it can't be your house unless you're willing to invite everybody in. Cannot be your car, because your cars aren't big enough. So the point is when we set those up, you either come to Sacramento, or when we set it up and agendize it, we need to know a public location. We can help you do that, but you actually have to be there, and the public has to have access to it. So there's very specific rules on those. So as a forewarning, we had a little trouble with that in the past. So that's to be determined, and so we would need to know for each one where you would be or whether you can come to Sacramento. So Jackie, in your case, if you want to go to the department's Eureka office and the department's willing to have you there and use their facility, we would notice the Eureka office as a location, one of the locations for that teleconference.
Mine's always the department's
Yes.
offices in
Santa
Santa
Barbara.
Barbara.
And Monterey.
Yeah, so just as a forewarning. So with that, recognizing you have the power to change this in spite of staff grumblings, I have a suggested motion.
Please.
That the commission directs staff to secure meeting facilities for the identified dates and locations.
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
All in favor? Seconded by Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. That takes us to 15C, rule-making calendar update. This is an item where we publish a rulemaking calendar with the Office of Administrative Law in December, and then we soon begin updating it. We've been updating it. So in your binder as an exhibit is the latest version. We will in December be asking you to approve at that point in time the rulemaking calendar, which we file with OAL. That's to help them plan their workload. So You have the latest versions of your rulemakings. You can see when you refer to it, it's on the web. We're busy, and we have a whole bunch of items in the unscheduled section where we'll be adding those as we figure out when we're ready to do them. Are there any public comments on the rulemaking calendar?
No, there is not.
Unless there's questions, I have a motion for you, Commissioners.
Please.
Commission adopts the updated regulatory calendar.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, have unanimous. Thank you very much. Agenda item 16, department informational items.
I think the folks at AGP have yep. Hey, I don't typically rely on some slides, but I thought it might be useful to take a 10-month look back and then turn that into a discussion going forward around drought. Because you've accomplished much in really difficult situations. So I hope you could just indulge me for a few minutes. I'll take us through a few slides. And this is also intended for those who maybe still be watching online. But before doing that, a result of me crossing my 3-year mark as director is on a daily basis, I'm becoming more and more aware of how remarkable our 3,000 staff are in the department and how much a sense of family exists, from births to deaths to personal challenges people experience to their professional accomplishments, and seeing people come and go. Unless I've got my timeline wrong, and he would not mention this, so he may regret I'm going to say it, I believe this might be Chief Carrion's last. One more. Okay, so I'm putting you on notice. His last notice will be meeting will be in December. Correct. So the Van Nuys meeting. All right, we'll get ready for some sort of PowerPoint presentation you may not like. Okay, so here are the slides. What you see right here is a map of biodiversity. The takeaway from this slide is dark circles and colors represent higher biodiversity. Turns out this state has the highest number of species of any state in the Union. It also has the highest number of endemic species, which means found nowhere else.
Looks like we should be called the Appalachia of the West.
Yeah.
Chuck.
It's one of the 25 biological hotspots on the planet. It's a remarkable confluence of geography, geology, species diversity. There are about 6,400 species all in.
Is there a way to get a copy of that?
Yeah, I can track that down.
Really interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so go from biodiversity to often life at the department and the commission feel like the fish that's stuck between these two birds. And drought has only exacerbated this tension between, if you could contemplate as a metaphor, water being that fish. Water is our scarcest resource. It defines California's future. It has defined our past. It's a highly variable natural resource. We have periods of abundance and scarcity historically looking backwards, and that's only going to increase in the future. So in the last 10 months, perhaps the most important visual image that you may need to appreciate is the shot on the left is from January of 2013. This is NOAA satellite imagery, and the shot on the right is 1 year later. The takeaway is white is really good. That's snow. 1 year later, see how much less snow. This is largely a product of something that was dubbed the ridiculously resilient ridge. It was an atmospheric high pressure that sat off the west coast. It was 4,000 miles long, or no, excuse me, 2,000 miles long and 4 miles high, or something ridiculously huge. And it blocked all no appreciable precipitation for like over 12 months, maybe 18 months. And as a result, as we were coming into 2014, it was literally coming into the driest period we've ever experienced in recorded history in California because of that ridiculously resilient ridge. And this drought has produced, no question, substantial impacts to California. We're fallowing land in the Central Valley. The UC Davis has done a study that will tell you the economic loss in the agricultural community. I think they ballpark it at about $1.5 billion. They project the number of jobs lost. So what you see here is Oroville and the Feather River. So the shots on your left are July 20th, 2011, and the shots on the right are August 19, 2014. Now the Feather's a huge river, and take a look at the bottom right corner. And Oroville, which is the reservoir, is the state's largest storage reservoir for the State Water Project. Okay. Now, interesting, this is from the U.S. Drought Monitor. You'll see what you've got is a time series here. They plot out drought presence across the western states. And 3 years ago, so we're actually in the third year of a drought, what's most noticeable is the acceleration between July 22 and 29. The takeaway of the images is dark red is really bad. There's actually a category of drought that's called exceptional. It's worse than extreme. Over 58% of the state is now an exceptional drought. All counties in some form have drought going on in California. And that acceleration may be both the combination of lack of precipitation and unusually hot weather. So you see an escalating effect, which Stanford University last week was putting out some information saying that's what may be one of the things we see more of, the combination both of drought and exceptionally hot weather occurring at the same time. We've always had periods of drought. Okay. I'll leave this one on the screen. This is from Commissioner Hosletter's area. This is the Eel River near Fortuna. The eel often goes dry, right? So this is just from September 11th. But rarely does it go this dry this time of year, this close to the ocean. Now it's underground, but nonetheless, the eel's another huge river and important fishery. So what does that mean for your department and the commission? Well, let me walk you through a series of actions you've done with us over the last year, but start with, know that in the budget that the governor proposed in January, augmented with the so-called May revised, debated through legislative hearing, and then passed and signed by the governor, now operative, included a $38 million augmentation for our department for drought activities. That's kind of unprecedented, both trust and investment in the department. We've broken that funding across major categories. We're going to be spending it in these basic areas. Emergency activities in the Upper Sacramento, primarily to deal with winter run Chinook risks and exposures. Emergency monitoring, primarily in that same area to keep track of our winter run reds and temperature thresholds. Applying 21st century technology, principally down in the Delta. We're not doing well enough tracking our out-migrating fish relative to how that may influence our decision on big operational changes for the Central Valley Project. For example, we open, close something called the Delta Cross-Channel Gates, but we're not monitoring in a 21st century technology way the presence of the salmon to influence then when you're opening and closing those gates, as an example. We're going to be doing some shovel-ready habitat projects, which are non-flow based, but on our own property in the Delta, where we know if we can recover tidal marsh wetlands on the properties, we increase food productivity for Delta smelt. We put more money into another round of notice solicitation for our fisheries grant, FRGP, Fisheries Restoration Grant Program. We ran a second drought solicitation for coastal restoration projects, and we ran our first ever Central Valley solicitation for drought-related fisheries projects. This is a local assistance, competitive grant making. We've been doing it since 1981, I believe. It's a highly successful way to do on-the-ground fisheries restoration projects. We've allocated some money to prepare our infrastructure and our ability to bring fish on the San Joaquin side in from harm's way if we need. And we've made sure we've got appropriate resources for our wardens to spend all the overtime they're seeing. And by the way, I would note, from them we're hearing two major incidences potentially related to drought. One is, we all know that marijuana cultivation in the state is present, but many don't know it's a very water consumptive crop. Perhaps it's 6 to 8 gallons a day. And what we're seeing is illegal water use related to that activity, and it's requiring our wardens to up their enforcement presence. And secondly, we're not ready to call it as solely related to drought, but we are seeing, I think in many eyes who've been in the field for 20 years, an unprecedented level of confluence between wildlife and humans. As large mammals, principally bears and mountain lions, are coming out of habitat because they're not able to access food or water, and that's producing a real big uptick on incidences. And then finally, we spent a little money to prepare for if we need to evacuate all our hatcheries again next year, like we just had to do. So bear with me. I also want to walk through some of the things we've done together, which are important to note. In January of this year, you closed waters to fishing. Never done that before, never been there before, like we had to deal with it. Okay? In February, our department with the State Water Board streamlined and expedited permitting to get rural landowners along the North Coast the opportunity to put storage tanks on their properties and capture the few rains that were coming at that time. That has a fish benefit because in exchange for capturing some of that water and parking it in a tank, the landowner would be willing to not divert in the summer, which would have potentially been more harmful. Okay. Then in March and April, along with the National Marine Fisheries Service and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we evacuated almost 12 million smolts from the federal and state hatchery system. We've never done that before. Because we made a call that putting them in the water at the hatchery, which is our preferable approach to avoid straying on the return, would have been close to a death knell given the river conditions at that time. And that if we didn't take this emergency action, we would likely be facing a commercial fishery disaster declaration 2 or 3 years hence. Then in May, we launched with the National Marine Fisheries Service something called the Voluntary Drought Initiative, where in tributaries in the Upper Sacramento, the Scott and Shasta in this area, rivers, and the Russian River, we said to landowners, we don't actually know what's getting ready to happen, but if you'll work with us to provide access to your property and consider doing some best business practices to reduce the risk to drought, we will enter into with you memorandums of understanding that will provide take coverage for you for the limited emergency. And we were able to do this because of the governor's proclamations around state of emergency. So we've since entered into, it's got to be 30 or 40 of these memorandums of understanding around the state. We've evacuated in the Scott and Shasta almost 5,000 juvenile coho from the system. This is the largest coho rescue operation we've ever entertained in the history of the department, right where we are here, and it wouldn't have happened except for the willing involvement of tribes, ranchers, landowners, who really stepped up. But there's more ahead of us. You may know that we've got one of the highest bird productivities ever in the modeling and monitoring we do in Canada and in the Midwest. Like 49 million birds migrating along the flyway. And they're on their way. Not all of those, but many of them. And they're going to be flying over some of the driest habitat they've seen. So that's very much the letter you were discussing earlier to Interior. Typically by December in the Central Valley, we've flooded up about 300,000 acres of rice decomp for habitat as the mitigation to the loss of like 95% of the historical habitat. We predict this year by December maybe we'll have 30,000 acres wet. And those are the species that can fly. So I'll give you this dilemma. Emarosa vole makes its home in the remaining marsh wetlands in the desert near Death Valley. We in the Federal Fish and Wildlife Service estimate maybe there are 100, right? So the respective staffs went in the field. We put transmitters on 10. We brought 20 into captive breeding, and we're rolling the dice on the remaining. And you, during lunch, took a tour with the public here of our hatchery, and we're, for those of you online, in Mount Shasta at what is the oldest, I believe, continuously operated hatchery west of the Mississippi. that the department runs here, and you saw our Red Band rescue operation. So we used some of the governor's emergency drought funding to purchase standalone rescue tanks for one system here at the facility. Then we collaborated with Sierra Pacific Industry and others, and we actually went out to 3 of the 4 tributaries to the McCloud River, which still have native redbound in them, a remarkably beautiful fish if you've ever seen it. And we brought in about 1,000 fish. And that's the last remnant of the genetically pure McCloud redband strain in the state of California. And they're about 200 yards over there in that facility. And we're going to hold on to them until we can put them back into the streams. We'll be taking a look at Goose Lake red band, its own distinct population, whether we're going to have to do that. So the heroes here, I think, are many local ranchers, farmers, these agencies. I think the governor's leadership's been outstanding. But it's also our department's wild trout teams, our hatchery staff, our wildlife staff. I mean, this is folks whose mission in life is to manage resources, and they're facing the prospect of extinction due to the drought. So even here, our staff are catching bugs and using them as the food for these native fish and purposely avoiding throwing what we would usually use trout chow for hatchery-raised fish. They're that committed to making this work. What's next? Now, let me be really clear. Neither you nor me can advocate that any citizen do anything in November relative to the ballot. But what I can do is offer you an educational update. You've asked me for it. Proposition 1 is the Water Quality Supply and Infrastructure Improvement Act of 2014. It is a $7.545 billion so-called water bond. And just let me tell you the basic categories. It has about $800 million for regional water reliability. It has about $520 million for providing safe and clean drinking water through community watershed programs, drinking water, public infrastructure, cleanup, stormwater capture, water conservation. It's about $725 million for water recycling projects around the state. It's about $900 million for groundwater sustainability, both about $800 million on the prevention and reduction of contaminants side, and about $100 million on the planning and implementation side related to the landmark legislation also that the governor signed for groundwater management. There's almost $1.5 billion for ecosystem restoration and protection around the state, including what would be $200 million to our Wildlife Conservation Board for enhanced stream flow projects, $285 million to the Department of Fish and Wildlife for outside of the Delta watershed restoration, and $87.5 million for within inside the Delta Department watershed restoration. There's about $2.75 billion for storage, whether it's groundwater or surface water, and how that's sorted out is through a publicly transparent, criteria-driven process at the State Water Commission, which would follow. And there's about $395 million for statewide flood management. So that's a look backwards. That's a summary of some of the things that are ahead, which is strictly educational, and I think it's wise if we don't even, discuss components, because we're, I think, responsible for offering information, and that's it in this category. And then I would say it may rain a lot, but it may not. And most experts seem to be suggesting we're heading into the 4th year of a drought. And as hard as this year has been, I'm persuaded the only way we will make it through is if we keep open, active, collaborative efforts for all sectors of California. This is painful for everybody. And if we let it devolve into fish or farms, people or the environment, we will not survive collectively as Californians. And that's one of the conclusions I've reached after the last 10 months. So thanks for your time. I hope you found that useful.
Thank you very much, Director Bonham, for that. And I would like to reiterate Commissioner Rogers' request for those slides, because I think many of us are in positions of presenting or making similar presentations in California and beyond, and it would be helpful if we had access to that.
So 2 things on that note. It is a very rich in information and I think pretty quickly accessible website. It's drought.ca.gov, I believe. You'll see some of those images there. And if you're a fish and wildlife committed individual, every drop of water you can save today will make a difference for fish and wildlife in the future. So I encourage you to take a look at, I think it's saveourwater.com, which will describe ways in which we can save water each in our own personal lives.
Thank you, Chuck. 16B is an update on what I mentioned earlier, that the department had proposed how to deal with some other issues on coyote. You have a copy of the presentation in your binder, and it's on our website. Dan Perriger, you want to walk us through it?
Yes, thank you, Sankey. Very quickly, you guys have already touched on this topic a couple of times. As Sankey mentioned, Dr. Loft provided much of this to the WRC, but we realized you folks didn't have a chance to see it. The other thing that's a little bit different now, we're going to try to hold ourselves somewhat accountable. You'll see some prospective dates. So we've talked about topics, but really the subject or the assignment we got from you in October was a timeline. So what we've done here is kind of parse it up a little bit and talk about what we perceive as a path forward here on this. If I'm going to assume that means something. One of the problems, at least I've been struggling with a little bit, is a clear and explicit understanding of the exact problem. You know, we've heard lots of claims and allegations, if you would, effects on the ecosystem from unregulated coyote take. And at some point, not today obviously, but some help there would really be appreciated. Because you've heard it go both ways, that it doesn't do any good, all it does is create more coyotes, so then what's the problem? And that would help us. But one of the other things that we've been asked is to really compile some information and look at and kind of put a product together, whether it's a white paper or what. And so what we're suggesting here is that we might be able to complete that by the January WRC. So really put in one place what we think and we know about coyotes, their distribution, where we think they are, that kind of stuff. The last bullet there is one that we don't really have a handle, a picture of what that would look like, but you know, you've heard from the citizens of Huntington Beach. Chuck just mentioned the problems we're seeing with bears and lions these days. So there's a human-wildlife conflict that's part of this as well, and we just think we can't have this conversation without including that. So all things fall in line for us. We would get through those things by January. This slide here is a photo from one of our trail camera systems that we have up and around the state, which might provide some information for us. But one of the things we thought would be helpful is not just do a department thing, but then hold a workshop. The WRC mentioned perhaps dedicating one of their meetings to this general topic. Whether or not a technical workshop is a good use of your committee's time or not, we can talk about in the coming months. But the idea would be is whatever we pull together by January, share that with other folks, get some outside look at it, get some other perspectives of it, to meld that in to bring back to you ultimately. So it's not just a sort of one-sided sort of approach, if you would. And then lastly, what we thought would be helpful is to put this all together in a modeling context. Since empirical information is often limited for this particular species, but there are lots of good examples in natural resource management where models are used to describe how and if and how you manage them. So that's what we were thinking that we might be able to put together by then. Notice, I'll go back one, that's a question mark on May, if you would, because this is a lot of intellectual exercise work, and it's hard to put a timeline on that kind of stuff because you can get started down a trail, find it's a dead end, and have to back up a little bit. But so again, to give you a sense, though, of trying to get a timeline together. And then bringing that all together and to address some of the the comments or suggestions by Commissioner Bayless, I think, at the October meeting about coyote tags. Well, we're asking ourselves, do we need a species management plan? Do we need to regulate harvest? If so, how? And you would get there as a result of those previous steps and get to these kind of decision points perhaps essentially a year from now, and then you guys could give us some guidance on moving forward. That is my last slide. It's another one of our trail camera pictures, and with that, I'd be willing to take any questions if you have them.
Thank you, Dan. Questions, comments?
Are there any other department presentations for this item? Okay. So are there any public speakers?
Yes, we have 3 speakers.
Line them up.
Great.
Fauna Tomlinson, Kelly Hendricks, and Camilla Fox.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Camilla Fox, Executive Director and founder of Project Coyote. I want to start by just commending the Wildlife Resources Committee for prioritizing this, and Commissioner Bayless in his absence for prioritizing looking at not just coyotes but all predator species. And I just have to start too by saying such humbling slides to see where we're at with water. And our experience is not just black bears and mountain lions, but a lot of calls on coyotes as well. So no doubt that there is going to be a big impact on wildlife, and I'd like to suggest moving forward that there's really a separation between hunting, depredation, and human-wildlife conflicts in that interface. And I think that would be a good starting ground for the Wildlife Resources Committee and for the Commission, because each is very separate. I commend the department for saying that this needs to be science-based, to look at populations, to look at all the baselines, because that's been missing. And of course this started because we recognize that the regulations, the policies, and the statutes have been adopted over the course of 50 years and are very much inconsistent. So I'm very pleased that you're looking at this. We also really hope that you will convene an independent scientific review committee, because we do think that there are many scientists out there who could help in this process. And we again offer the expertise of our Science Advisory Board. We have many experts from across North America who are canid predator experts and really could help, I think, with some of these baseline issues, but also some of the big questions around, what does it mean to have predators on the ecosystem? What is their ecological function? What do we know in terms of the science about their role? So again, we offer that. And I want to just mention a few things from where I started before, because I mentioned a paper that our some of our Science Advisory Board members have in press right now, and I think it really provides a baseline for looking at these issues with predators, looking at the public trust doctrine, looking at your roles as trustees moving forward in this review process. So I'm going to start where I ended before in the 2 minutes that I have here. So where I ended before was that scientific partnership with environmental trustees faces 4 important challenges related to scientific understanding in the biology of humans and predators. The first challenge to a democratic scientific public trust is that scientific consensus is unsettled about the sustainable levels of human-caused mortality for many wildlife populations, particularly predators. Therefore, a traditional wildlife management technique of permitting regulated predator hunting using quotas, fees, seasons, and zoning deserves strict scrutiny while sustainability is being measured by independent teams of biologists. The second challenge to conserving predators under the public trust doctrine comes from irrational human perceptions of the threats predators pose to human safety, livelihoods, and recreation. Scientific understanding of these threats has grown in the last 40 years such that virtually all such threats are minimal at regional scales, occur predictably, and can be averted or reduced in severity by a small set of highly selective preventative methods. Moreover, human intolerance for predators is usually a minority attitude, and evidence is accumulating that killing predators is rarely in the broad public interest. To avoid tyrannies of the minority, wildlife agencies must use the best available science to test interventions, lethal or otherwise, and discriminate against untested or ineffective ones. Finally, lethal uses of predators are often incompatible with all other public uses in the same locality over the same period. Thus, the public trust doctrine would suggest that narrower interest that depletes the trust asset must be strictly limited to a just democratic society. All of the above recommendations and conclusions will require judicial intervention if executive or legislative branches abdicate their trust obligations to the broader public. Judges should not hesitate to review agency decisions given the evidence of mismanagement and unscientific decisions. Our review emphasized the need for all actors, scientists, legislators, agencies, and judiciaries to understand the science behind biodiversity conservation and human-predator interactions. Regardless, we expect predator policy will remain controversial and continue to test public trust in government. So I think we have a real opportunity here. And again, thank you for prioritizing this. And we're really looking forward to continuing to work with the Wildlife Resources Committee.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Kelly Hendricks, and as a rancher and active participant of the WRC, I applaud your efforts to modernize predator policies and understanding the negative consequences that can result from unlimited take of these important species. Camilla mentioned earlier about the fox lights that we'll be testing,
And these lights have been used successfully around the globe to protect livestock, and our hope is that the Commission will support the implementation of ecologically sound, non-lethal methods for promoting or for preventing coyote conflicts and as an ethical and humane alternative to killing. Thank you.
Thank you. Was that the last speaker?
Yes, it is.
We inadvertently forgot an important item, Pacific halibut. Craig and I were arm wrestling who was going to do it. You ready?
I can just provide a brief update of what happened at the September council meeting and what's anticipated for the November council meeting, and some other efforts the department has undertaken to ascertain the economic impacts of the August closure to the North Coast communities. At the September council meeting, the council adopted 5 new non-tribal allocation alternatives for 2015, and then also some reduced season alternatives that came out. In November, the council will choose the allocation alternative and the season structure within the range of alternatives that have been presented. We are planning to send Ms. Marcia Remco to the International Pacific Halibut Commission. Her out-of-country travel has been approved, so she will be attending that meeting in British Columbia in January to represent California's interests. And as I previously mentioned, we're working with Humboldt State University, California Sea Grant, and Humboldt Association of Saltwater Anglers to fund a study on the economic impacts of the August closure to be done and available for the November council meeting.
And on that point, note that the council has not decided.
Yeah.
And I believe is scheduled to consider the matter at its Sunday day within its next, they meet for a crazy 7 days or something,
Right.
which is in Costa Mesa in November. And I'm going to go down. It's an important state issue. Our California delegation is not happy with the current outcome, and we'll be working between now and then to see what we can do about it.
Thank you, Director Bonham and Dr. Schuman. I think all of us share your frustration with the kind of short straw that California has drawn here. I actually expect to be talking to a friend of mine who serves on the council, and will mention our concerns in the meantime before the next meeting. Other comments? Commissioner Hostler-Carmazin?
Just a question. That Costa Mesa meeting is when?
I think it's like the third week of the end of the second week into the third week, which is the week before Thanksgiving.
So it'd be November 16th on Sunday is the day this issue will be heard.
It's early to say, but look, it's important to note that the state does catch more than its allocation and has for a while. So there's likely a discussion that's fair around what active management looks like. But there are also other issues at play in the council, and the state was not prepared for. The state thought it was having a different discussion at the council than the alternatives that emerged.
And before Commissioner Rogers, you pipe in, I'm going to attempt to be at that meeting also, because I personally had conversations with the Director of Washington, Phil Anderson, on an approach to deal with this. And Washington's proposed motion and actions were entirely the opposite that I was committed to by the director. I don't know what happened, but Phil and I had a conversation about a rational, objective approach to dealing with this issue, and Washington's motion in September is completely inconsistent with that agreement, informal as it was, and I feel somewhat obliged to have an opportunity to talk with Washington about that, because they have gone in a direction that was, again, I can't reiterate it enough, was entirely inconsistent with their commitments to us.
Commissioner Rogers.
Craig, help me with understanding the scoping of this, the sizing of it all. The total Pacific halibut take, all regions, meaning all U.S. regions in British Columbia, is how much?
It's just under 1 million. Kind of bounces around 1 million.
Okay, approximately 1 million tons. Is that right?
Pounds.
Pounds. So about 1 million pounds in in
All in everywhere. We're
everywhere,
in what's called
including Alaska, etc. Our take is how much?
Well, we're part of something called, I believe, 2A. So it's us, Oregon, and Washington.
Yes.
That number actually escapes me right now. But within 2A, California, I believe, most recently was 6,000 pounds.
Yeah, 6,240.
Okay, so we're California is 6,240 pounds within 2A. Do you know how much is the total of 2A? And what is that number?
The quota, or total allowable catch for 2A is 960,000 net pounds.
Pardon?
960,000 pounds is the 2A
Well,
total allowable catch.
the whole take in all regions is 1 million pounds.
I don't know what that is. I just know that the 2A quota is 960,000 pounds.
Confused. Okay, so 960 is Oregon, Washington, and us.
Yes.
Let me double check those numbers.
We're small. I mean,
Yeah,
where you're doing your math, Commissioner Rogers, is we're a very small percentage
Well,
of both
I
the
know.
overall.
Well,
and 2A.
it's almost infinitesimal, as I believe I understand it to be.
Right, but we're well beyond 6,000 in our take. So
So 8,000 or 10,000 or whatever, but even 10 or 20,000 is as a percentage of 960 divided among Washington, Oregon, and California, are exceeding our 6,000 take would readily and seem to do this all the time, would indicate there are a hell of a lot more halibut, Pacific halibut, in California waters than we are getting credit for, given the entire scheme of how these things are allocated. Is that fair?
perhaps they may be more present now, but the science is unclear on whether they'll remain more present here. So these are one of the many topics I think that the parties
Understand.
are trying to
So if it's 960, assuming that's correct.
That is correct. That's
Okay, so it's
that's the area
960,000
2A
divided among the 3 states. Our take of, what do we call it, 20,000? I mean, I don't know what it is. That percentage, I'm not even sure my calculator goes out with that many .000s as a percent of that. So the fact that we are overstating or overcatching our allocation, which in and of itself is a gnat's eye, and then the state of Washington organizes an entirely different approach that looks punitive to our fishermen. How do we explain this as being even remotely fair?
Well, from today, what I'm looking to is the timeline between now and the next November meeting and solving this. So.
Understand.
And to be clear, what some of the other states have done, they don't actually set the final TAC for 2015 until January. So some of this may simply have been a move to bracket the range of possibilities. Halibut's important to everyone. At your direction, last spring, we began, along with the department, negotiating a way to change the allocations over time. Because it's complicated, you got the International Commission involved, the PFMC, and a bunch of states, and numerous stakeholders and tribal nations. It's a complex process. We got commitments to start looking at that. And as you heard in earlier meetings, we got the International Halibut Commission to agree to actually do survey work. So we are collecting new data. That new data is suggesting something's changed. And they're willing to start looking and talking about it. So we're in that process. It's not going to change overnight. But my concern was we thought we had an arrangement to hold steady with any further changes and start looking at updating that with information. So that's our approach.
I understand, and I'll stop
Yeah.
asking questions about this, but I suppose it's obvious to everyone listening to this and in this room that an investigative reporter would have a heck of a lot of fun with this. And it would make one heck of a news story. Because it just is clearly, at least to this commissioner, unfair.
So just to clarify, the all areas, including Canada and Alaska, catch limit is around 30 million pounds. The area 2A is at 960,000, of which we get about 1% currently.
So it's
30 million.
And then it's 900 and whatever thousand, and then it's 6. Yeah, I misspoke. Hey, look, there's international treaties involved.
It's complicated.
It's a
I
big,
hope
complicated
in December we're telling you that with diplomacy and other work, a better alternative was adopted by the council.
I hope so, because the mouth from the south is not going to shut up on this one.
Question, one last question.
Commissioner Hostler-Carmazin.
What can our California stakeholders do, if anything? What can the commission do, if anything, to support your efforts, or is it better that we just wait and let you be the diplomats?
I can think of two things. I don't think it would be inappropriate if the commission, in a very simple, direct manner, sought to express its opinion to the council, director, that you found the outcome, insert however you might like to describe it, and you hope that there's a dialogue in November that produces something different. I don't think it needs to be elaborate, nor does it need to be inflammatory or disrespectful to any state. These are difficult issues. I think any stakeholder that wanted to do the same, if they have a perspective about California's interests, are entitled to. And then lastly, I think the third thing that would be useful, quite frankly, is, it's a difficult topic, but it's, our staff participate in the council and do great work. I believe for some of the recreational fishermen, they saw this outcome as the department, our staff in California, not winning a fight with another state, and they've been highly critical of what happened relative to suggesting the department dropped the ball. I don't think that helps us in the next month if we're trying to manage that hypercriticism at the same time, chart a better path.
Yeah, I do not hold the opinion that the department dropped the ball at all. I view this as sort of a ganging up event, if that's true. How is it? One more question: as a percent of California's sport take, how much is in California state waters?
I don't know without asking staff.
Through miles and in.
Okay. So how much of...
What percentage of our 6,000, whatever, or 10, or whatever it is we do, is taken 3 miles and in?
I think most of it, if not all of it.
That's what I was thinking.
The one hitch is the Pacific Halibut is totally managed by the federal government, not mistaken. Yeah, I know where you're going. And so we will participate. The department's going to participate. The interested public is certainly welcome to join us at the council meeting. The good news is the council, on their range of options, includes the current status quo. So, the key is supporting an option that works for California. So that's an opportunity still. They did not remove that option. But this is going to be a negotiated, working with all the parties involved. Of course, everybody's defending their share. Halibut are shifting, probably climate change induced, who knows. But it's not stable, and everybody's a little nervous about it. So that, I think, is reflected a little bit in some of the last-minute actions. We just got to stay calm and consistent on point that we don't want to take anybody else's share, but we think we have access to more fish.
I'm just wondering if a letter from the commission that you delivered might be a way to do that.
It's your suggestion.
Yeah. Yep. We can work on that, certainly.
Just to add one more date, the council's binder deadline is October 17th, and another venue for public input is the IPHC meeting in January.
Great. Thank you all for that.
Any other items on 16? I did want to go back, unfortunately, to the meeting schedule next year. I just wanted, for the record, to be clear, we heard you. At the last meeting, the commission asked that we go to 2-day meetings again. So just as you know, when you look at that schedule, we are scheduling the business meetings all as 2-day meetings. we can continue the discussion about when you want to start and end those meetings on the first and second day. But based on your input, these long one-day meetings were a little much for folks, and we agree going back 2 days.
Yeah.
Just be forewarned, it may not be 2 half days. It may be
Yeah.
substantially more. So with that, agenda item number 17, other informational items. These are legislative updates. In your binder, you have both a commission legislating tracking log and the department's legislative report. And it just highlights some bills that have recently been signed that have direct contact with the commission in one way or the other. Nothing really earth-shaking at the moment. Are there any public comments on item 17?
No.
All right, unless there's any questions, we can proceed to item 18, public forum. In your binder are public forum items that have come in to date, and today we'll hear any remaining public forum items. Mary, please call speakers.
Dennis Fox, Chris Howard, Frank Galea, and George Osborne.
Hello, Commissioners. I'm Dennis Fox. I have talked to you previously about expanding the commission, and from 5 to 9. Now, I do not want you to take it that it would affect any of the current members. I want that made out, I'm just adding 4 for different life zones and perhaps more representation, less secession, as you see. Keep the same. It's like Oregon's. That's why I'm modeling it on Oregon, and you can take it up with Oregon and ask them how it's doing. I don't know if there's a downside with getting quorums and logistics and stuff, but that's that. Maybe it wouldn't work, but I'll give you a little history of where I'm from. Down in the southern end of the valley, 2 robber barons showed up. One got the water and the land starting from south of Bakersfield up to Burns, Oregon. Another 2 guys came in from the south, and being from the south, they got rid of the small farmers, set up plantations. This is the 75th year of Grapes of Wrath, and they sent back to get their serfs. They said they used to have to buy slaves, now they rent them. What they're doing, it's kind of institutionalized graft. It's been going on for over 100 years. The residents of Bakersfield buy all the water on their taxes, hidden. But they do not get their water from these places, they get it from the river. So, not only that, but we have a pump loss. Water's bank has been embezzled, and water is going. Not only there, from Bakersfield, 2/3 of the water drop in Bakersfield has been to one entity. It just disappeared. Nobody wants to talk about it. At the wildlife refuge, next to it, it's not going to open, is miles of Palm Wonderful and some almonds. Not only that, now it's moving into getting water. We're going after grasslands. We got 4 Delta Islands, one of which is a habitat, 2 of them were habitat, and they sprayed it with defoliant for some reason. Also, Yuba Butte County, not too many rice paddies, but then, and also the Garden Highway area of Sacramento. So I think you can start looking forward to habitat loss for a lot of species, but the main thing is going to be, I think, cholera. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
I feel privileged to talk to you twice today. Chris Howard, Alexander Eco Dairy Farms. I'm here today to talk about Roosevelt elk, and I'd like to preface that by saying we're in the Smith River Valley, one of the most beautiful and pristine parts of the state of California. Alexander Eco Dairy works specifically with wildlife. We have spent years, decades, working to recover the Lucia Canada goose, receiving recognition from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do so, because we opened our lands to the goose to make sure they had a spot on the flyway back to the Aleutian Island chains, recovering a species from a population of around 7,000 to over 120,000 in just a matter of a couple decades. We've also spent time recovering the critical habitat for coho salmon, returning estuary sloughs and creeks like Tryon Creek that runs through Alexander Farms into essential coho habitat. Recently, even submitting projects to Director Bonham's department, even getting signature from Director Bonham on the Coho Help Act to replace a failed culvert with a bridge. Alexander Eco Dairy Farms realizes that we need to be there to work with the wildlife because it's an essential part of who we are as stewards of the land. We have an issue with Roosevelt elk. It started in 2005 with a population of about 45 animals. That population today has grown to about 132. It could have been much larger, but the herd ended up splitting and moving to our neighbor's property, but continues to grow every year. We heard a report from California Fish and Wildlife staff last about 3 weeks ago at a Del Norte County Board of Supervisors meeting. Very detailed report from our Region 1 biologist, David Lancaster, that said the state has been working on an elk management plan since 2003. It's very difficult for communities like Del Norte County to wrestle with these growing issues of elk on our properties. We at Alexander Dairy, we embrace the elk on our property. We want to continue to see them thrive and grow. But there's got to be a capacity and an interaction that allows us to manage those herds properly. We have been waiting for 2 solid years for the department, working with Region 1, to come up with a management plan for the Smith River bottoms. Those discussions and negotiations took place for 2 years. They failed. They dropped away. They came back to us and said, you know that PLM plan you wanted to do 2 years ago? You might want to think about revisiting that. Well, maybe we'll be lucky enough to come back before the commission next year and have a PLM plan for you to approve. But in the meantime, we really request the commission and we really request the California Fish and Wildlife Department to help Del Norte County, help Humboldt County with these issues around Roosevelt elk that we're facing. Thank you for your time.
I have a quick comment, and I don't want to interrupt.
Commissioner Hostler-Karmazin.
Okay. I've been asked by one of the supervisors in Del Norte County to come and meet with the Board of Supervisors, and I haven't worked that date out yet, but I plan on doing that. I've also been asked by tribal chairs in Del Norte County to bring the issue forward, so I appreciate your comments today, and I'd like to hear what the director has to say, because I'll be working on it.
Director Bonham.
Yes, so thank you for the work you're doing on your property. I like that I'm being presented with more projects under the Coho Help Act, which for those of you not familiar is kind of a permitting, streamlining endeavor to ensure we can move restoration projects through the permitting pipeline faster. Don't be fearful of a management plan. So we at the department have been working on a elk plan, an antelope plan, and a deer plan for far too long. It is not acceptable for the public to wait a decade to see a management plan. So I've worked with Dan and Branch Chief Eric Loft and wildlife staff around the state. We're committed to bringing forth a deer plan and an elk plan this coming year. But we won't do it in a way that's a fait accompli. We have to bring it out, take feedback. So I would say embrace management plan, or at least the ability to have the conversation around what should or shouldn't be in it. We're getting closer to being able to produce those draft review documents, although we're not quite there yet. And then as to depredation, we get it, we understand, I think, your concerns. It's possible we may be looking at some sort of, hunting regulation ideas we could bring to the commission to help manage that issue specific to Del Norte County. But, that's upcoming in us thinking through what ideas might work or not work.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker.
Frank Glee again, certified wildlife biologist. I'd like to point out that both Chris and I have served on the Del Norte County Fish and Game Advisory Commission for 19 years. So we've been visited with the elk issue. We've seen the elk population rise. Del Norte County is a very interesting locality because we live mostly on the coast, but we have a great deal of natural resource habitats right there in town with us. Fish and Game owns land around Lake Earl. They own marshes, state parks, la-di-da. Anyways, this diversity and this fragmentation allows wildlife, in now elk, which we didn't really have before, to be able to move through the community rather easily. We don't have elk over there, people over here. We've got people here, elk here. And the numbers of elk are really increasing dramatically. Yes, they cause depredation problems. Yes, we can have some limited hunting. I recently found out that there's a lot of people that come into our area just to photograph elk from a long ways away, which I think is great because obviously we've got a real resource here and it's going to be a boon to our economy. I personally did my master's degree on Roosevelt elk. I have a real sincere respect and admiration for the animal. What I'd like to ask, though, is when it comes to the management plan, we need one really quickly because the elk are a problem that is getting exponentially worse. When I say a plan, I don't just mean I want to deal with them a certain way. We need to figure out how we're going to deal with them, what we're going to be able to do. We need those options available soon so that the department, the local staff can say, yes, we can trap them and move them. Yes, we can have certain hunts to deal with depredation problems or whatever. So the department locally is a little bit hamstrung right now as far as management abilities because of the fact there's not a plan. So let's get that plan in motion, put some assets towards it, get it taken care of so that then we can then look at now what are we going to do? Because the elk problem is really increasing. We want to have really good management of this species and not have them just treated as a depredation problem animal. We like to increase the value and the asset of this animal in our area. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Commissioners, George Osborne representing California Sport Fishing League. I just have an informational item I wanted to make sure that you're aware of. I think you probably are, but I want to update you on a couple of conversations we've had. The Department of Toxic Substances Control, as part of the Green Chemistry Initiative, recently released what they call their priority products list. They have 7 different categories of products listed that are going to be starting a regulatory process that will likely end up in either restricting or banning those products. Number 7 on that list happens to be angling equipment, specifically lead in fishing tackle. They have had 2 workshops, one in Sacramento, one in Cypress, California. We've asked questions of them. How did we get on the list? Don't get an answer. We've asked them, do you have any specific problem in the state of California that you've identified that can be attributable to lead in fishing tackle? No, there's problems in Canada and Massachusetts or Texas, but nothing they've identified in California. We've asked them specifically, well then do you intend to do research in California to show us a problem? And if you can, we'd like to work with you to help you solve the problem. And the answer is no, we don't intend to do that. So this is obviously I'm not going to put any intent in it, other than just to make sure that you're aware of it. And as we move forward in this process, we will keep the commission advised. And again, if they can find a specific problem, I guess they'll address it. One question I asked down in Cyprus, have you found such a problem? And the answer from the director, the branch chief at DTSC was no, but I've got my staff combing through literature looking for one. So that's where we are, and again, I just wanted to make you aware of that. Thank you very much.
Was that the last speaker?
Yes, it is.
Are there any other items, commissioners or department, anybody wanted to bring up? I only wanted to point out there's a San Francisco Giants Cup at the corner of the table there, celebrating the recent results. Yes. Because Schumann's a Dodgers fan.
Very good.
So with that, Mr. President, you
Are
can
we, anything
adjourn.
else before we adjourn for the day, for the month?
I think we're done.
Well, thank you all for being here today, and we'll see you in December in Van Nuys.
Yes. Thank you.